you can hear me, I'd like you to just thumbs up, whether you're on Facebook, on YouTube, or whether you're joining live on Teams. If you can hear me, I'd like you to just thumbs up, and then we can start. Can you all hear me? Can everyone hear me? If you can hear me, I'd like you to just thumbs up, whether you're on YouTube, on Facebook, whichever platform you're joining us from this morning. I'd like to just know if you can hear me. Okay, so we're going to start this morning. I want to thank every one of us for joining. I have the person that will be coordinating the affairs of the meeting, Mr. EDK, is going to join us very, very briefly. But what I want to do first of all is just to explain a few things. If you're on YouTube, kindly share the link, invite people, then you can interact with the speaker or any of the presenter directly from the chat option on Facebook and YouTube. Whatever comment you have, whatever questions you have, you can put it on there, and each of the speakers will be able to refer to your comment and your questions, so they can answer your questions and your comment. Secondly, if you're on Teams also, just post your questions in the chat and somebody will pick it up from there and relay it to the speaker and also to the organizer. It's a privilege for me to be here today, and I want to say that we will be having a wonderful time today as we explore the topic that we will be looking at today. And in today's conference, we'll be covering trust, evidence, and assessment, rethinking what counts in the age of AI. As higher educators, we have been faced with situation where we have, we have a lot of students using AI, and we really are at the crossroad where we don't know what we should expect. We don't know what real student work is, and a lot of time educators are confused on how to grade or what it is that they needed to grade. It's a gathering of a community that believes that technology has the power to change education, but also understand that technology by itself does not change education. It is what we do with it, it is why we use it, it is how we intentionally integrate it into teaching and learning, and ultimately it is the impact it creates. I wanted to just let us know that as we explore higher education options in this conference, we have just finished with the K-12 last week and 2 weeks ago, and we decided to move straight to the higher education. And it is necessary for us to know that things are changing. AI is changing the education landscape, extraordinary speed. It can write, it can explain, it can summarize, it can generate images, presentation, project, and even ideas. And it is forcing educations and institutions to confront questions that we could no longer postpone. What does it mean to learn when machine can generate answers? What does student work tells us when students have access to AI? What should we assess and how should we assess it? And perhaps most importantly is, how do we know what we can trust? I came across an app, a plugin on Chrome recently, a Google plugin, a AI plugin from Chrome that you can use to generate survey answers, thousands of answers. Although the designer of such plugin have it in mind that this should be used as samples, as just demo, but a student can use that to gather data for a survey or for a project or for an essay or for a paper that he or she is writing. How do we judge these things. And that's why it is crucial for us to know what is it that we can trust. Trust, evidence, and assessment. We need to rethink what counts in the age of AI. For over decades, higher education, and indeed education more broadly, has relied heavily on two important pillars, and that is evidence grounded in research and established knowledge. That's what we believe. We believe students should research. And assessment based on assumption that what a learner produces is a reasonable representation of what that learner knows and can do. But AI is disrupting both of these strong pillars. Research can take years to produce, while technology can change in months or even in weeks. An assessment method designed for a world before generative AI may no longer be reliable to tell us what a student actually understands. So we have to ask, can we trust the evidence that we use to make educational decisions? Can we trust students' output as evidence of learning? And can we trust our assessment systems to measure real capability? And as we build systems based on trust without creating institutions of excessive surveillance and policy, they are not merely technology questions, they are education questions. They are questions about learning, human capacity, credibility, integrity, and a meaning of what education is. And that is where we want to start this conference from. That rather than going from policing to we should rather than just policing, we should go from policing to trust by design. Designing our curriculum, designing our approach, designing our assessment. We should not go for more restriction, more surveillance, more detection, more policing, but perhaps there's another way. What if we design learning and assessment system where trust is built into the process itself? What if we move from simply assessing the final product to making learning process very visible? What if we evaluate how students think, reason, create, collaborate, solve problem, and use AI responsibly? What if we move from static evidence to continuous evidence, from product-based assessment to authentic demonstration of learning, from verification and policing to trust by design? This is the kind of thinking that we want to elicit and we want to initiate as we go throughout this conference. And with that, I just want to give way to Mr. ADK, who will take over from me. He would he will be introducing the speaker as we progress. We have 7 speakers lined up for today, and each one of them will be working on something. They will be speaking from their own perspective, what they understand, and how they see things in the way that they want things to be seen. And so that's where we will start from today. I just want to ask you guys to um, just, I want you, sorry, I'm trying to set up a few things. I just want you guys to sit back and, sorry, I just want you guys to sit back, enjoy, and have a wonderful time as the program proceeds. If you have questions, like I have said, you can ask your questions directly, and the speakers will be able to respond. So with that, I'll just bring in Mr. EDK. EDK, you can go ahead and have your session and have the introduction go on. Thank you very much for joining.
Awesome. Welcome once again. Welcome everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Rutimi. Can we all confirm that you can hear me? If you can hear me, please do well to give me a thumbs up, a reaction, so I know that you can hear me. Welcome once again to TETC 3.0. Isn't it amazing and interesting? So from TETC 1.0, 2.0, and then this is 3.0. As a matter of fact, this is even, the higher learning This is for those in the higher education, right? I think 2 weeks ago, yes, definitely 2 weeks ago, we had that for the K-12, right? So put your hands together if you are excited to be TTC 3.0, the one for the higher learning. So I'm still waiting for reactions so I know that you can hear me. Please confirm you can hear me. Awesome. Thank you very much. I see a thumbs up. All right. Welcome. So TETC 3.0, it's about reimagining education with technology. So that's what this conference is about, reimagining education with technology, focusing on trust, evidence, and assessment. Trust, evidence, and assessment. All right, so quickly, I'll go to introduce the first speaker for today. If you're excited about this, let me see your reactions. Please, we want energy. We know that this is that of the higher education, but we can make it more, energetic so that we can have an exciting experience. Because as we know, we have a long stretch today, so we must start strong, right? We must start strong. All right. So our speaker is going to be taking us on the topic that says AI shouldn't be a luxury. Um, AI shouldn't be a luxury. Focus on the cost, open source, and the future of AI in education. The speaker we have for this session is Dr. Nonso Okereke. He holds a PhD in computer science from University of Technology, Malaysia, where his research developed spiking neural network models for autonomous underwater vehicle parts learning. He also holds an MSc from the University of Manchester and a B engine from Covenant University in Nigeria. Right? He's author of over 21 peer-reviewed publications, including the IEEE Access, and former lecturer at Covenant University. He's the co-founder of Team Peer Technologies Limited and an AI-focused venture spanning teaching, awareness, software development, and neuromorphic computing. Can we together put our hands together for Dr. Nonso Okereke as he takes his session? Please put your hands together or just make reactions if you're excited for this session. Thank you very much, sir. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Rutumi. I really, really appreciate this. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? Okay. All right. So, if I don't know if you could see my screen. Uh,
Yes, we can see your screen.
okay. I am not seeing it. I don't know. Is it? Okay. Let's see. Can we see my screen? Can you see my screen?
I think they're working on it.
Okay.
I
So,
think
if
they're
you could
working on it.
see.
Just a second.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
you might
Thank
need
you.
to you might need to reshare your screen again, please.
All right. Let me share it again. Okay. Can you see it now? Oh, wait, just a minute. Maybe it's something that it's. Hold on.
I think your screen is visible now. Your screen is visible now.
Okay. I think. Hold on. Let me just.
Your screen, we can
Make
see your
it
screen now.
this.
We can see your screen.
Okay. Just a minute, please. Let me. Uh, where am I? Let me
Let me
stop
stop
sharing.
sharing.
Please just bear with me. I'm trying to get. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Oh boy. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's quickly start. Thank you so much for joining. Um, my name is Dr. Chinonso Okereke. So I am a computer engineer by profession and also a researcher. Thank you so much. I want to first of all give special thanks to Mr. Rotimi for this incredible opportunity. I really appreciate this. And with this, we are really, really doing something called awareness, telling people what's possible and how we can prepare for the future. Thank you so, so much. So without further ado, we'll be looking at a topic called AI shouldn't be a luxury. So this is our first session. So I want to just talk about what's possible and what's happening. So and in the process, I'll be just touching on the issue of trust and and basically cost. So what I'll be looking at is is cost. All right. Okay. So let's start from. I want us to start from the very beginning. Okay. So before AI, there were computers. So everyone is now saying AI, 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 AI. But we need to know that there is no AI without computers. And what computers do they really what really happens with computers? In case someone uh, is wondering, the main thing about computers is number one, calculation. The early computers, they were very, very big. But so what has happened? What has happened effectively is that the size of computation has gone down, and the memory capacity is more, the computation is more, and the abilities is more. However, there is less space and it's faster, so less time of computation, and there's the cost per unit capability is also lower. Okay, so why should you be concerned about the cost? Okay, now, now I know we are talking about trust and evidence and assessment, but when we talk about cost, we need to know what exactly happened. Why are we even talking about AI right now? AI, when everyone talks about AI, they talk about what they really are referring to in these days, especially starting from 2022. They are talking about GPT models, all right, and that's the large language models. So this happened in 2022, and for the first time when this happened, I was concerned for my job. Right? Because I'm not someone who generally gets concerned, but I saw how good these models were, right? So you could see that AI could write student plan, emails, code in seconds to minutes. It was incredible what AI could do, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, in a space of um, a day, it already had 1 million users. Yeah, it processed rapidly, and right now it's the talk of the town. But we need to understand that AI is not just LLMs. It's basically artificial intelligence, that is computer intelligence, and how a computer can think. But you need to understand that computers don't necessarily think. Like I mentioned previously, computers, they only do two things. They only calculate. They only calculate, and as they calculate, they have a memory. So while you think it is thinking, all it's doing is processing, it's just calculating. And based on its calculation, it's using its memory to give out an output. So if you are someone in the computer, you're a computer student, or when you did computers, they taught you of garbage in and garbage out. It's what you give it that it will get out. So if you have used ChatGPT or Claude, you will notice something. It was perfect until it forgot and it started misbehaving. So that misbehavior is called hallucination, right? It's a phenomenon where it's talking boldly, but it's talking rubbish, or it just misses a point. Like there are so many examples where you tell it, like a common one is, even up to now, it still does that. Like you ask it how many R's are in raspberry, and it will tell you. It always flops that question. You could try it now on your chat. You ask it how many R's are in raspberry, it will flop it up. So this has been an issue. They always so now the big boys or the tech giants have tried to solve it, and because of that, they they they, they discovered that the fix was memory. They needed a bigger context window and better prompting. Now, I am assuming that you know what a context window is, but a context window is the exact thing that made the LLMs models, or the GPT models, to be important. So another word for context window is the memory, the operating memory of that of the GPT, right? So some people say they needed a better context window and better prompting, but all this stuff increases the bills, right? So you are because of this, you they really need to have better memories and bigger computers, higher and higher bills, and this is what really affects us. This is really what you are paying for. Okay, so we talked about memory. So memory is actually everything. Like if you have ever used your computer, or even your computer now, you will know that there is something called the random access memory. If you ever did, of course, I'm sure all of us did computer, something about computer. You will know that there is the random access memory, there is the ROM, right? But now, in the case of AI or ChatGPT, we have something called the context window, and um, this is what causes issues. Computers calculate fast, but only if they remember the last answer. So the context window gives it something to remember. So now if we go back to the beginning, when we have ROM, RAM, the cache, the registers, And these are all types of memories that are close to the CPU. Okay. Okay, now we have your phone that holds more memory. In size, and because of that, the cost is falling. Okay, the cost is falling. So for example, if you know anything about tokens, in 2022 the cost of a million tokens was $20, but now it's $0.07. If you, I'm sure, okay, let me see, I want to get a reaction. I'm sure if, hold on, let me try to get back there. I'm sure, okay, can you hear me? Oh no, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I just
Yes,
want
we
to
can hear
see
you.
a chat.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the cost has consistently dropped, right? Like, if you notice, if any of you have paid for any AI model, I'm sure all of us have paid one in one way or the other at this moment. We have paid, we have seen that we can now afford it much more than before, right? The current ChatGPT subscription is, there is the Go and there is the Pro. So and you and if you are afraid of the Pro is about, the Pro is about $20, while the Go is just maybe $4 or 7,000 naira. Now, this the reason for this is because it started really because of the cost war. Now we are talking about US versus China. So if you noticed, there was a time the first Chinese model was DeepSeek. When it came out, it blew the internet, and everyone discovered that this stuff was free. And even though ChatGPT people were paying for ChatGPT, it was free. So there has been a cost war. But the question is, why can Chinese models become faster, be produced faster? It's because of what is called distillation. Now I am actually going pretty fast. Yeah, I'm going pretty fast. Okay, and distillation is, so what this means is that, let's say ChatGPT brings out a model. So it's like a professor. You distill it by asking it as many questions as possible, right? Then in the process you absorb its knowledge. Then with that absorbed knowledge, you can make some modification. So because of this stuff called distillation, the Chinese models have kind of helped us to reduce cost and also bring um, local models, which progressively keep getting better. So let's look at the current cost of what it usually costs. So most likely your ChatGPT subscription is going to cost around $30, especially if you're using Claude. Then you have issue of data. You pay MTN or Airtel, and you have to pay for fuel. You have to buy a laptop, and your time and your privacy. Then whether it's on your server or it's on your computer. So these are the options that we are faced with. Okay, and some of these options are you cannot um you cannot avoid them, but there are some that you could limit, and as time goes on we will continue to reduce and reduce them. So I'm just here to make you aware of the reducing cost of AI and how you could take advantage of this. Okay, and one reason it's important is because of your privacy and your document. However, it's also important because of your data, right? Your data. So what I'm trying to give to you is an awareness of how to save cost and also and also use your resources wisely, even as you prepare for certain things and you are in the university. Okay, so what we have here is the provider of the model runs the model. You build the compute. You use something called an API. The models are in the cloud, and they are rented them. Then there are several options here. It's either you use the model, or directly you pay like $20 or maybe $5 or $4, or you use the API, which is pay as you go, or you use, because of the open source models, you could easily run them on your computer. So more of the stack can be yours. All right. So what so let's So open source does not necessarily mean free. You still have to do some form of payment. It's just that you have control of what you are paying for, and you have control of privacy, and you have control of whether it's offline or so. And also you could choose between models. All right. So you don't have to be tied down to a costly model. um yeah, you don't have to be tied down to a costly model or the normal ones. You have a variety of variety of models. All right, so how does that look like? So um of course, AI is moving closer to you. AI is moving closer to you. For example, it was in the cloud, but now it can be in your laptop. You could use a local model, and you could run your workflow on it. Now, uh, so some of the things I'm going to mention here will influence how what you do when you are buying your next laptop. Okay, like what you do when you're buying, what you should look for, because what's important here. Okay, what's important here are two things. Now, your GPU especially, and your RAM, right? Your GPU, your CPU, and your RAM, right? Then with some little bit of course, maybe little or more of technical skills. Okay, so can you run can you run your computer? Can your computer run AI? Well, you need to know about your GPU, your RAM, your storage, and other things. Okay, so now let's so I want to show you a setting. I was hoping that this was going to be a practical session where I will show you certain things. Okay, so now let's say you are going to buy a new system, right? New computer. What are the things you should be looking for in order to run it? Now, um, from now on, you should be concerned about GPUs. Now, if you are a gamer and you play games, you will know that you know about GPUs. GPUs are graphic processing units. So when next you're trying to get a new laptop, you ask them, what is the size of the GPU, right? Yeah, you ask them, what's the size of the, does it have a GPU? Not just CPU, not just RAM. Most times when we used to ask for the size of RAM, right? So the RAM should be 16 gig or 8 gig. Now I think it should be 16 gig. But more importantly, you should know about the size of the GPU. Why is this important? Because the because the LLM runs inside the GPU. The size of the GPU determines what LLM can run. So before this class, I did a little bit of experiment, and I noticed that yes, I could. my laptop could run some some LLMs while others it couldn't run. Okay, so let me. So how do you know the size of your computer? How do you know? Let me see. Hello, can you still hear me? Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So let me see if this is running. So hold on. I don't know whether you are seeing my screen now. Try. Okay. Are you seeing my screen? Okay. So I'm sure you're seeing my screen. So if you if you were to check, so you need to go to your performance and find out what is the size of your GPU, right? So we have, for in this my case, we have the GPU is about 8 gig, right? The GPU is about 8 gig. This is very important. Another way, so how did I go to the tax manager? I got there by pressing um, Control Shift Escape. So another way to find out is to press Wind R, Wind R, Wind R, and run D DX DIAAG and press OK. Hold on. All right, mine is still. Okay, this will give you the size. This will give you the size. Okay, so this is sort of an awareness, so that when next. Okay, thank you. So this is a sort of awareness, so that you are able to do much with what you have, with the little that you have. So I also want to let you know about something called open code. Okay. So in there is this stack. Let me just share my screen with you. Open code. So there is this software called open code. Now, why is this important? Why am I sharing this with you? I am actually very particular about the issue of cost, because there is so much that can be done, but it seems as if there is a cost implication. For example, if you know about, if you have used models, and I'm sure all of us have, you will know that they are actually they are majorly two. Number one, ChatGPT. Number two, Claude. And Claude especially it has Claude code, and it's very, very brilliant. However, it has something called session limit. It makes, even though you pay for the subscription, you will still have to go through a waiting period. So how I discovered this was because I'm a programmer. I'm a computer engineer, and I discovered that as a computer engineer, before ChatGPT, we go online and we use Google, but we are not stopped. Our thinking process is not stopped, right? But now, because we are using LLMs, we have to wait 5 hours or pay for $20, and even without $20, it disrupts our flow of thought, right? So when you are doing something with the AI model, and you have to wait till it gives you an opportunity to continue, This has been an issue because if you notice, some people have called it, some people call it maxing, LLM maxing. LLMs. Now we are in Nigerian context. We cannot be spending that amount, that huge amount of money. $20. Some $20 is luxury for some, right? So in the process of my working, I all you need to do is research, and I'm bringing this thing to you, research. So you you just simply come and you download. You could just go and download this open um, open code desktop now, and you will see exactly what I am talking about. So I already have mine, and before now I showed an experiment. Hold on, let me share how this. Okay, so let me just a minute. Just a minute, please. Okay, you should see what I'm seeing now. So can you see? Okay, great, great. All right. So basically, so what I'm trying to introduce to you is are tools that you can use to simplify your work. Now I'll I'll post the link and other information if you are interested. Just let me know in the comments, so I'll post information about this. But this information is online, right? This information, but very few people know about it. Okay, so this particular code, this particular software was made for by I don't really know the names of the people. However, it allows you to run um, free models, right? All you need to do first of all is just install it, and you just look at the free models. Now, everyone, if you're a researcher, you know about Hugging Face. If you could see my screen well, Hugging Face has provided free models, which are which yeah, free models, and you could also download models. Now, I don't want to talk about the technicality of this, because all you need to do is a little bit of technical, a little bit um, of searching, and you'll be able to use it. Now, I want to just give you a little bit of demonstration. For example, so I have set this up. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you. I don't wait. Hold on. I'm going to reshare my. Hold on. All right, let's share again. Okay, so I have set this up. Let's just say you have like a presentation to make, right? And you have like maybe from your paper, you want to quickly make it into a presentation, okay? And you are limited in maybe your subscription or so, and and you want it private. You don't really want to keep on uploading it to the internet. You could simply, after setting this up, okay, I'm going to share again. You could simply, after setting this up, and I've already set it up, just get back to open code. Okay, so I'll just ask it, tell me. It works on folder. I've set the folder. So basically, you set the folder. I've set the folder like the one I showed you, and you could just simply quiz it. Tell me what's in the folder. Tell me what is in the folder. Now, I want you to know that I am using, okay, allow always. I'm using a free model. There are several free models here. This one is Mospark 1.2, 1.2. Okay, so basically, I have a conference paper and I want to make it a slide. All right. So before now, I have downloaded something called skills. Made it made it a skill. Okay. So let me just go back again and share my screen. Okay. And I'll share. Let me just share the whole window this time. All right. Okay. So this is not what I wanted to do. So I have a conference paper here, and I don't want to use the internet. I just want to use my I just want to work on my device. I don't want to keep on uploading and downloading. So all I have to do is just ask it to convert to a slide. Okay, so I've done this before, but I'm just going to do it again. Make the PDF document a slide. Let's just put a PowerPoint slide. All right, slide. And let's see how fast it is. No, now I want you to know that this particular model is not on my computer, right? Because of the size of my computer. But either way, it is still free. So let's see the type of slide it can generate. So remind you, I am an engineer, so I like to show working. So just bear with me, then we'll see how fast this can work. Okay, so it seems to have finished. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, it seems to have finished. So I'll get back to the place. Let's see. Make sure the best. So then let's see what it did. So you could see in a matter of minutes, it was able to generate a slide from a presentation. I mean, a slide from a document. Now, so many people don't, this is still not common knowledge. But why is this important?
Yeah, I think
Sometimes
you're sharing
you
the wrong screen.
sometimes you may not have access to the internet, right? And or sometimes you may not have access to subscription, or you may just have your data, right? With common knowledge on open code and open source
Sorry, I think
materials.
you are sharing the wrong screen, sir.
Which one am I sharing? All right, hold on.
The ecam screen. That's what you were saying.
Sorry, what was I sharing?
If you can go
The
back
Was
to
I sharing did I share the PowerPoint?
no. You're not sharing the
Can you see the
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint?
No.
No.
Okay.
I think you need to
Okay, let me share the PowerPoint. Okay, so can you see the PowerPoint? Can you see the PowerPoint now?
Yes. Yes, we can see the PowerPoint.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, yeah. So I'm just trying to do a simple demonstration of what you could use open source models for, right? So this is like a gift for the first session. What you could use open source models for. So you don't necessarily need to keep on going to the either downloading Claude code or or going to the internet to upload. You could use this to save your data. So now let's see if let me just quiz it again. So I just want to see a participation. Can we just with this document, can someone just write what do they want. If you had a document like this, what will you want the AI to do? Then we close from there. I just want to see the participation. So can we just get a bit of what what would you like? We just want a little bit of experiment again. Then, or if you have any questions, okay, animation. All right, so let's see. Let me okay, animation. So let's see. I don't really know the capabilities. Okay, but if you could see my okay, hold on. I'm going to share this thing again. Okay, so someone say give a graphical presentation of the document. So let me share. All right. So can you see my screen? Sorry, I'm not seeing you. Just yeah. Uh-oh, not this one. Hold on. I'm running out of time. I'm just watching the time. Okay, let me share again. I'm sharing the entire screen now. Okay, I think you can see. Okay, so someone said, so let me have, so um, let's have a graphical representation of the document in I think let's just do HTML, in HTML, right? Because we have done it in PowerPoint, so let's just do it in HTML. Okay, let's see. So it's thinking. So if you have any questions, please just put it in the comments. Let me know. Okay, I want a Nigerian-based team or comments. Okay, or context of document. View the visual. So all this is happening on my computer. The only thing that is going, it's only using the model on the cloud, but every command that is running is simply run on my computer. And it seems to be done. So let's just get back to this folder and let's see what it came up with. Okay, so it's similar. Can you see my screen? Okay, yes, you could see it. So this is basically what it came up with. All right, so as I close, things to notice when you are using if open when you're using open code model, you need to know the capability of the model. Some models use, for example, if you could really see what I'm showing you, if you the particular model I'm using, the inputs are text, image, audio, and video, and it allows reasoning. Some models can only use text, so this particular skill requires some more technical know-how. But with just a little bit of attention, in a week's time, you could be flying. And even whatever context you want, let's say okay, someone said, give me, make it, make, okay, oh, make it, this will take a while, but I will show you this later. Make it in the Nigerian context and in HTML. So it's going to possibly change the content because this content is Malaysian. So we'll change the context to Nigerian. And so it's, you could see it's doing a web search. It's doing a web search, and it will try to it will give an output. So my time is up. I could share the results maybe during the break, but I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Rotimi. I'm so grateful. God bless you all. So if you have any comments, let me know in the. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. And if you want to see the results, we'll show it in the comment section. All right. So I think I should be waiting for any questions or comments, or I'll yield the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Can we share reactions? Right? Reactions of the sessions. It's been an impactful one. In fact, you have to be in the higher education to really comprehend. Well, not saying that it wasn't comprehensive, but this is really dedicated to higher education, those in the higher learning. All right, so let's see some reactions. If you have questions, in a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, we can take, one or two questions. Also, we can also communicate our gratitude to the speaker. Thank you very much, sir. It was an impactful session. Do we have questions? Let's take one or two, just 1 or 2 questions before we move to our next session. If there are no questions, then that means it was comprehensive enough and straight to the point. I'm not seeing any questions yet, but I can see some claps,
Okay,
some
someone is
reactions,
asking
and definitely.
what to use to train the model. Okay, currently I'm not training any model. I'm using already trained models. Okay, we no need to train the model for this one. Thank you, user what's night.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right. All right. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you for such an amazing and impactful session. Okay, please, what is the name of the app?
Open Code. The name of the app is Open Code. Open Code.
Open Code. The name of the app is Open Code. All right, so let's take more questions. If you have Open Code. All right, thank you very much, sir. Well done. Yeah, so
Mm.
this is a very, very interesting and insightful conversation.
Okay, thank you so much.
I
I
see
think I
another
will stop here.
question. Can we get him to talk more on the use of open code in AI, open code AI in future series? I don't know what that means. Another question: how do we check for GUP again? Can you see the question, sir?
Okay, to check for your GPU, you just press Control Shift
The
Escape.
GPU.
Control Shift Escape. Then you go to Performance. Control Shift Escape and you go to Performance.
Okay, so Control Shift Performance. Also, someone is saying that she's interested in the resource you shared earlier. Remember when you were asking if anybody's interested? Someone on team says,
Okay,
I'm interested in that resource.
so, so I'll compile this particular tutorial in a very simple form, and I think there will be a place to where emails will be shared, right? So I would also
Yes.
um, give that
Yes.
information in the email. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
I guess that's the much
All
we
right.
can take. God bless you, sir. Thank you for such an impactful
Thank you.
session.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. So immediately we'll move to the next session. And we'll be talking about beyond the AI generated assessment, right? Beyond the AI generated assessment. And our speaker for the next session is Dr. Victoria Olubola Adeleye. Dr. Victoria Olubola Adeleye. She's a senior lecturer in the Department of Counseling Psychology at Bamidele Oluniluwa University of Education, Science and Technology, Ikere Ekiti, Nigeria. With a PhD in early childhood development, her academic pursuits are deeply rooted in early childhood education, child psychology, and children in science, with a strong emphasis on technology enhancement learning. She has distinguished herself as a scholar through multiple research grants, prestigious academic scholarships, and publications in reputable journals. Her work reflects a commitment to elevating educational standard and innovative research practices in higher education. She's a dedicated member of several professional bodies. She's continuously engaged with emerging trends in technology and psychology. Can we put our hands together and welcome Dr. Victoria Olubola Adeleye as she takes us on the topic beyond the AI generated assessments, focusing on rethinking evidence of learning and assessment in higher education. Welcome on. Oh, I think you're muted or there's no sound. Please confirm.
I'm not muted.
Well,
I'm not
yes, we can hear you
muted.
now.
Am I
Mm.
audible?
Yeah,
You
thank you.
can
I
hear
hear
me
you.
now. All
Yes,
right,
very
thank
audible.
you. All right. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's nice joining the see the discourse. Okay, okay. Can you see my screen, please? Hello. Can you see my
Just a moment.
screen?
We're projecting it.
Okay,
Yes, we can
thank
see your
you.
screen now.
All right. Okay, and you can hear me. All right. Thank you very much. Aha. So our discussion this morning is going to be on the topic beyond the AI generated essay. We'll be looking at rethinking the evidence of learning in higher education. And I sincerely, I'm going to differ a little from what the first presenter said because this is higher education uh, track we're into. And as professionals, as researchers, as teachers or lecturers, as the case may be, in higher education, how do we ensure learning take place in the face of um, artificial intelligence? So I'm going to run through this content in 4 sessions. We're going to have the foundational concept that talks about the introduction. We're going to talk about from authorship to learning. We're going to look at bridging the gap between AI and learning, then and the like. Then the second session is going to talk about analyzing AI integration. The third one is going to talk about developing evidence-rich model, and the last part is going to talk about future direction for higher education. And so I'm going to start the introduction by asking this question. If artificial intelligence can write an excellent university essay, project, assignment, thesis, dissertation in seconds, what exactly are we assessing? Because we're looking at one of the things we're looking at in this uh, conference is talking about the trust the evidence and assessment in the age of artificial intelligence. So, if, and I'm going to paint a scenario, let's say, for instance, I want to give you a question that will make you a bit uncomfortable. Supposing, as a lecturer or as a teacher or researcher, as the case may be, you give 100 students the same assignment. For instance, you're asking them to discuss the impact of artificial intelligence on teaching and learning in higher education. And suppose every student is allowed to use generative AI within, definitely, you know that within minutes, the students will have a well-structured essay or assignment or project, as the case may be. The product of their essay will be grammatically correct. It will be academically styled. It will be supported with references. It will be logically organized, and apparently, it's going to be critical. Now, imagine if you will have to grade them, probably through the learning management system, or as the case may be, uh, you grade through their essay or the project or whatever, or the thesis, and you have to grade these students. You will agree with me, supposing you have student A receiving like 75%, student B receives 68%, student C receives 82%. What exactly do those scores represent? What have you actually graded? Do they represent what the students know, what the students understand, what the students can do? Do they represent um, what the students, how effective they can use AI, how good their prompting skills are, how well they can edit AI generated content, or simply how convincing the final product um, of the paper, how convincing it appears. This is actually a fundamental challenge to us, and I want us to explore it this morning. Now, my argument is simple. The problem created by generative AI is not merely that students can now produce academic work with machines. The deeper problem is that many of our assessment practices were already using the final product as a proxy for learning, which I felt that it ought not to be. That the produce, what we are having as a result of our students' work, should not, our assessment should not be a proxy that they have actually learned. AI can simply make, of course, it has actually weakened our assessment um, practices. So, and this is where the crack has always been. Now, we'll be looking at from who wrote it to what the student actually learned. And you will agree with me that for many years, discussion about academic integrity have focused heavily on authorship. Of course, we have always asked the question, did the student write the essay? Did someone else write it? Did the student copy it? Did the student plagiarize? Now, we have come to ask another question. Did artificial intelligence write it? And this has led to enormous interest in AI detection. But I want to suggest that we should move the conversation probably a step further. The question of authorship is important, but authorship does not alone give us the evidence that learning, or establish that learning has taken place. So, what is actually, I feel the central question, or the better question we should be asking now, is that what credible evidence demonstrates the student possesses the knowledge, the skill, and competency the assessment is meant to measure? So we have to shift our questions as academics now. We have to shift our questions from who wrote the authorship to what have our students, what have they actually learned, and how competent are they, and that as our assessment of student write-ups, project essays, assignments, or the thesis or the dissertation, our assessment of it, does it actually measure up to what we have actually assessed? And I feel that this will be taking us through the next step, which is the traditional assessment mode. Now, you know that in the traditional university assessment, of course, assignment, as a lecturer, you give a task. As a lecturer, you give a task. And when you give that task, excuse me, I hope I'm still audible. Hello? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Yes.
All right, thank you. Because I can see a comment that I can't hear the speaker. So thank you. Now, the traditional assessment model has been that when a lecturer gives a task, the student goes away, the student researches, the student submits, the lecturer grades. Now, can we represent this as, I'm going to represent it as, you can see it on my screen as the task, students, products, and grades. So we'll look at the final product becomes our principal evidence that probably what the students have done, of course, is what we're going to grade. Now, it becomes our principal evidence. The essay is evidence. That's the output at the end of the day. The examination script is evidence. The project report is evidence. The research paper is evidence. And from that evidence, we infer that learning has occurred. But there is an assumption hidden inside this model. The assumption is the submitted product is a reliable representation of students learning, and that is the assumption. Now, generative AI has weakened that assumption that the submitted product, that's the output that we are seeing as evidence, has actually showed that the student has taken place, learning has taken place. Because the relationship between student ability and the submitted product is no longer as straightforward as it used to be. What AI has exposed to us is that high quality output is not equal to high quality learning. The product was already a proxy. Now it's an unreliable one. So that is where we're going to be hitting the nail this morning as researchers or as lecturers or as teachers, as the case may be. Now we're going to look at the AI evidence gap. A student, let's consider this, that a student may have a limited understanding of a topic, and a student enters a prompt into an AI system. The AI produces a sophisticated explanation. The student makes minor modifications. The work is submitted to us. The lecturer sees sophistication, but the student actually understanding remains uncertain. What the student understands is actually uncertain. This creates what I would call an AI evidence gap. AI evidence gap. So the AI evidence gap is the distance between the quality of submitted products and the amount of learning it proves. So what is the distance between the submitted products? That's the output of our student assignments, their essay, their projects, their thesis, their dissertation, and how much of learning has taken place. Now, The better generative AI becomes at producing convincing work or convincing academic product, the larger the gap becomes. The larger the gap of if learning actually takes place, the larger it becomes. And this is why I believe the future of assessment cannot simply be about teaching AI, it must be about strengthening evidence of learning. It must be about strengthening that learning has taken place in our students. And this will take us into looking at the three different concepts we must separate. We must be able to separate authorship, who produces the work. And this is an academic integrity question. In the age of AI, the question of who produces the work is increasingly becoming unanswerable and increasingly uh, besides the point. And so, okay, and so we have to look at it from that dimension. The next thing we have to look at, the next concept we must separate is authenticity. Does this work genuinely represent the student's own knowledge and capacity? Does the work that the students have submitted, does it represent what the students have actually, the knowledge acquired, what the students understand? Can the students demonstrate, explain, apply, defend, and extend the knowledge represented in the work they have actually produced or submitted? This is what assessment must ultimately verify: competency of our learners, competency of our students. We must be able to uh, assess that what the student has actually submitted, that's the product, does it actually shows that the student can demonstrate the product, they can explain it, they can apply it, they can defend it, or they can extend the knowledge. And this is what, whatever we are doing as academics or as faculty, is that whatever we are doing must be able to look into this in case when we are assessing our students. Now, you will agree with me that this concept overlaps, but they are not identical. And I think our assessment confirmation or conversations actually sometimes confuses our students. A university may successfully establish that a student did not plagiarize, but we cannot establish the fact that learning, deep learning, has actually taken place. We cannot prove it because the assessments might not be able to justify that deep learning or proof that deep learning actually take place, especially in the age of artificial intelligence. Likewise, when we're talking about dictating that AI was used, does not automatically prove that academic misconduct occurred. So the important question now is that what was the intended learning outcome? What evidence demonstrates that the students achieve it, that is achieved the intended learning outcome? And this one is bringing us to the wrong question and the right one. And this is the question we must and we should not ask. I feel that that is the wrong question. The wrong question is, how do we stop AI? Of course, this is why I want to make a deliberate shift. When confronted with artificial intelligence, um, our first instinct may be, how do we prevent students from using it? This is understandable, actually, but it may not be the most productive questions. A better question should be, how do we design our assessment in which the evidence of learning remains visible even when artificial intelligence is available? So the goal is not to prevent AI use. The goal is to ensure that AI use cannot substitute for genuine understanding, genuine knowledge, and genuine learning. That is what I feel we should concentrate on, and that's what I'll be looking at majorly. Now, when we have to move from AI avoidance to AI as AI aware or awareness assessment design. That's what we should look at now, and eventually to AI literate assessment. How do we assess um, AI outputs, products, and all of those things? So we will now make a shift now to why AI proof assessments don't work. The problem with AI proof assessment. Of course, we often hear the phrase that we need AI proof assessment, but we cannot realistically create an assessment that AI cannot assist with. And perhaps maybe for some practical or supervised tasks, but for many forms of academic work, the answer is increasingly becoming difficult. AI is becoming capable of generating essays and written arguments, solving mathematical problems, writing computer code, translating languages, summarizing work or research, generating presentation, creating images, analyzing data, developing lesson plans. So generating even research questions, and of course, and increasingly interacting through voice and multimodal system. Therefore, I think um, instead of how asking the question, how do I create a task AI cannot do for our learners? We should be asking, how do I create a task where successful completion requires the student to demonstrate thinking, judgment, application, verification, and reflection? These things are things that, of course, AI cannot authentically replicate for a student. AI cannot replicate thinking, judgment, application, verification, and reflection for a student. And that is where the real challenge is. So I feel that there are 5 types of evidence of learning that we must, as researchers, start looking into. And it talks about from product to process. This begins with me. So the one of the most important shift I actually want to propose in this discussion this morning. Now we have to move from product only assessment to process and product assessment. Now, of course, the final essay is still valuable, but we do not need to throw away essays. We do not need to throw away projects, away reports or thesis or dissertation. But this essay or this our product, the output of our students' assignment or essay or whatever, but we should no longer necessarily, it should no longer necessarily be the only evidence of learning. Consider asking your students to submit the initial proposal, research questions, their search strategy, their selected sources, the early draft, the AI interaction or disclosure, the feedback received, the revised version, the final product, and reflection. Now we can see the development, and development provides evidence. If we can ask our students to submit all of these things, it actually gives us an evidence of what they have actually learned. So we are looking at these five evidence, the product, what did the student produce, the artifacts, the essay, the report, the presentation, the design, the prototype, the lesson plan. And this remains important to us, and that's how we can measure that learning has actually taken place. Of course, that does not stand alone. It has to move to the process. How did they arrive at it? The draft, the research notes, the revisions, the search strategies, the decisions, that's the design decision, the project milestones, and thinking that made it visible. So, produce process evidence allow the lecturer or the teacher or the academic to see development. That's the process, rather than only the final outcome. And the next evidence we will be looking at is performance. Can the students demonstrate the skill or knowledge they claim to know? This might actually involves oral presentation, demonstration, viva, practical exercises, problem solving activities, simulation, and teaching demonstration. A student who submits a sophisticated project or report or write-up or essay can but cannot explain its central argument, present a very different evidential picture from a student who can confidently defend and apply the work. And that's where the performance is a very important evidence of learning. Also, we must be able, there is verification evidence. The verification evidence is talking about, can they justify and defend the evidence they have presented? The student should be able to verify their claims, evaluate the sources, identify hallucinations, compare competing information, distinguish evidence from opinion, justify source selection. In other words, knowing information is no longer enough. Students must increasingly demonstrate that they know how to interrogate information. And this will be taking us to the final aspect of the evidence of learning: reflection. What did they learn? And how do they know what they have actually learned? How do they know what they don't actually know yet, or what they have actually learned? So ask our students to explain what did you do initially, what did you think about, what changed, what did you find difficult, what did AI help you with, what did AI get wrong, what did you reject, why did you make your final decision? And that is reflection. Reflection makes metacognition visible. Reflection makes evidence of learning visible. So we must be able to move through this model, the model of product, process, performance, verification, and reflection. So we need to see how to apply it. Not every assessment needs all these five evidence types, but the principle is actually clear. We have the higher stakes that requires strong and more diverse evidence. We have the lower stake, may rely on one or two types of this evidence model of or evidence of learning. And the model gives the educator, the teacher, the lecturer, the academic a deliberate vocabulary for designing robust assessments. So We'll move on from there to look at now this is, I will call this the power of oral assessment. After our students have submitted their 20-page project or report or research paper, instead of us relying solely on the paper, as a teacher, we can conduct a 5 minute structured conversation. This 5 minutes conversation can tilt from what is the central argument of this paper, then which source most strongly supports that argument, which evidence did you find least convincing, if you had another month, what would you change, then what role did AI play in your work, what role did AI play in your work. So I feel that if we can ask these questions, we will see that the questions are not to design, it should not be designed to intimidate our students. They are to be designed to make learning visible. A short conversation can actually provide evidence of understanding, evidence of ownership, evidence of reasoning, and also evidence of judgment, evidence of reflection, and evidence of application at well, at once within the 5 minutes of discussion with your students. So therefore, I will argue that the oral presentation or the oral assessment should not be seen only as a postgraduate research practice. It can become a very useful tool or a useful component of assessment across higher education, especially in the age of artificial intelligence. So we should be able to look at the question that, of course, that matters to us. I've mentioned it. So the outcome is that learning becomes visible when we have this oral assessment or oral presentation. The gap between the product quality and genuine understanding will be closed, because we are looking at the fact that, like I said earlier on, that um, the product is not equal to high quality learning. If you see oral presentation, you will see that
So sorry about that. I think that she might be having a network challenge. Not to worry, I think she'll be coming back in a few seconds.
Yeah, EDK, if you can turn on your camera too.
But yes, she was talking about very important issues in the subject of adopting AI in learning and even in assessment. I recently had the opportunity to give a training in a school, and one of the questions, and challenges that was brought up was even in the area of assessment. She is mentioning we must be able to vet the authorship, authenticity, and then also competence when we review assessments. And this is something that, as educators, we must begin to review, right, in how we, judge assessments and all of that. If you are having an impactful time, right? And these conversations are relatable. Let's see some reactions, right, in the chat box. Let's know that you are following along, right? She also said we should move from being AI avoidant to being AI literate, right, in the subject of assessment. So we are moving from being AI avoidant, and if we are being honest, there are still some educators who are really AI avoidant, right, because of the obvious issues, as she has been mentioning, right? So we have to find a way to see how AI can, help to complement, not necessarily to, you know, take over the entire thing. Yes, Mr. Rotimi,
Yeah, I
you're
think
welcome.
she mentioned quite a number of things that are very, very important as we continue this conversation. We would wait for her to join us again, hoping she can. But as she mentioned, there are quite a number of things that should be our focus. She mentioned authenticity, and she actually mentioned learning. How are we sure that our students are really learning? In my speech at the beginning of the session, I had said that two things were the pillar of research and higher institution before. One was grounded in research, and the second is that grounded in the student doing the work. But now I can get an AI to give me a topic, write a script, give it a prompt to generate a publishable article or paper for me. I can use AI to generate surveys and responses. So the question now is how do we guarantee um, authenticity, which is one thing that is very important. She's joining us now. Let's just see if we can bring her up again. I'll just bring her up again um, directly here.
All right, sir.
Okay. Yes.
I also wanted to mention one of the things she said in terms of demonstration. Yes, you can join. I'm just trying to
All right.
give it time. Yes, you're welcome.
Dr. Victoria.
So
Sorry.
sorry about that. I have a little glitch with my connection. So, although I joined on the other device as a participant. So, all right. Can I go on with the presentation now?
Yes, please.
All right. So this was where I was actually before I had that issue. So I was talking about the three modes of AI use in assessment. The mode one is AI prohibited. Instead, our assessment can deliberately focus, on those three. Um, AI tools are explicitly prohibited. Is that no? Is that what? That's the mode one. Appropriate for assessment where independent performance is essential. For example, AI is prohibited in case of examination, foundational skills, and some practical demonstration. AI is prohibited. Now, the mode two is AI assisted. AI is permitted as a supporting tool. The student might use it, of course, for brainstorming, language improvement, feedback, idea generation, but students, they must remain responsible for the intellectual work and its transparency. So the third mode is AI integrated. AI is deliberately incorporated into the task. Students are assessed based on their ability to prompt, to evaluate, to verify, to critique, to improve, and ethically use AI. This builds essential AI literacy. So I'm going to say that this third mode is particularly important because AI literacy itself is becoming part of graduate competency. Now we need to move to what should we assess now as lecturers, as teachers, as faculty, what should we assess? So this takes us to a larger question. If AI can increasingly generate information, perhaps the value of education is shifting. We should increasingly assess things such as one, critical thinking and judgment. What can the student evaluate? Can the students evaluate competing claims? Can they evaluate their real context? Can the students make defensible decision even in an unfamiliar situation? Can they relate what they have seen before or what they have heard or learnt before to the new situation, like transferring knowledge? That's one thing we should be evaluating now. The next one is we should they should be able to we should be able to evaluate creativity and problem solving. Can the students develop meaningful and original solution? Can the student also deal with unfamiliar situation, like they can apply knowledge to a real context? These are very, very important. Now, and the next thing we should be assessing now is the ethical reasoning and the AI literacy. Responsible use of AI tools in professional context. Can the student recognize the consequences of different choices? Can the student use AI appropriately and critically? And the last part of it is the metacognition. The metacognition talks about that. Can the student explain how and why they learn? How did they learn and why did they have to learn? This capability are much more difficult to establish through a generic essay only when submitted to us. So we have to move from AI proof to did they know? How did they arrive there? How did they verify it? How they apply it? What they learn. The student does not simply have to hand over a final product. The student should be able to demonstrate how they arrived at the final product. So for us, the 5 questions for lecturers now is that the first question is, what exactly am I trying to assess? And that talks about um, do, do not simply do not simply say about knowledge. It talks about uh, is it analyzed? Is there application? Is there problem solving, professional judgment? The second question every lecturer must ask themselves is that what evidence will convince me that learning has occurred, while interacting with our students? The next one is, could AI produce this evidence without the student understanding it? What part of the learning process should I make visible to the learner? And how can students use AI responsibly while demonstrating genuine competency? These are the questions we must ask ourselves by the time we are having the final output or the product of our student work. Now, the assignment did not only lie on the teacher or the lecturers. The university also has a part to play. This means that the conversation cannot remain at the level of individual lecturer. Um, of course, there must be a clear AI assessment policy by the university. There must be assessment literacy, AI literacy, assessment moderation, academic integrity framework, and professional development. So the future assignment of the university from 5 years from now is that a student must submit one, the final product, which is the essay, the project, the report, the thesis, the dissertation, or whatever the case may be. The second assessment we must be looking at 5 years from now as the university is that the development record. Which source, sorry, how did the work evolved? How did they arrive at this final product? The next one is the evidence record. Which source and evidence were used? How did you show us evidence of all these things? The third one is AI disclosure. Sorry, the fourth one now is the AI disclosure. Is the AI disclosure. How AI was used if permitted. if the university, of course, some university policy now is saying that you can use AI, but if only you can disclose it. And the last part of it, sorry, the fifth one is the verification um, record. How information was checked. The sixth one is what the student learned. That's the reflection, and the final part of it is oral defense. A brief opportunity to demonstrate understanding, to demonstrate what they have learned. Of course, this is a different assessment ecosystem. So if we have all of these 7 points, we'll see that it is pro-learning, but it is not anti-AI. These 7 points I've highlighted, it is pro-learning, it is not anti-AI. We can still use AI in the face of this. So the bigger educational shift is this. I want to suggest that generative AI is forcing higher education to reconsider a very old assumption. For a long time, we have treated knowledge reproduction and as an important indicator of learning. Like after our um, teachings, there is examination, and that has always showed us evidence of learning. So, but if machine can produce information extremely well, the education premium increasingly shifts towards knowledge interrogation, application, evaluation, and creation. So the question has become, can you decide what is worth knowing, determine whether it is trustworthy, apply it appropriately, challenge it when necessary, and explain your reasons. reasons. All these things will tell us that, of course, we are shifting from the traditional assessment to assessment in the face of generative AI. And so I'm going to say that as universities, what we should assess, what we should rethink now, if I can write the essay, what should we assess? I will suggest not merely the essay, we should assess the thinking behind the answer, the evidence supporting the answer, the student ability to question the answer, the student ability to apply their answers, this okay, the student ability to defend the answer, and the student ability to reflect on what they have learned. So this is what the universities should assess now in the face of artificial intelligence. The thinking behind the answer, the project, the essay, the dissertation, the thesis, the report, the evidence which I've highlighted earlier on, to show that this is the process that this thing, the answer to went through, the ability of students to answer questions based on the reports given, the essay, the assignment, the ability, if they cannot answer it, then we need to question that learning has not taken place. Now the student ability to apply the answer in, if they are in an unfamiliar situation, can they apply knowledge, can they transfer knowledge from what they have learned initially to the unfamiliar situation or to the new situation? And that is important. If they cannot, then we need to question if learning has taken place. The student's ability to defend the answer. Can they defend what they have, their report, their essay? And lastly, the student's ability to reflect on what they have learned. After verification, reflection. They must be able to reflect on it. The essay does not appear. Rather, you see, our essay, their projects, their all these things, they should become one piece of evidence within a larger architecture of learning evidences. So all of these things, we should be able to integrate them together, because one thing I'm seeing is that The theme of these conferences are actually germane: the trust, the assessment, and the learning in the age of artificial intelligence. So we must be able to do all of these things in order. We are not going to, of course, AI has come to stay, but how can we improve ourselves in the face of assessment? And I'm going to conclude that we need to recount what counts as evidence of learning. How do we stop students from using AI? Of course, I've answered that in this age we are in now, of course, we can't stop them. We just have to look at um we can't start rethinking how do we stop them. How do we detect AI generated assignments? Of course, that has been resolved. How do we know that learning has occurred? Which is actually the germane point we are looking at now. Our challenge now is based on this model I have here, of course, is a building of a modern assessment system. Our challenge, therefore, is not to preserve an assessment system designed for the pre-artificial intelligence world, because that's the assessment we are still using till date. We need to move beyond that. Our challenge is to build an assessment system that is credible, transparent, that is authentic. We can actually test the authenticity of the assessment. It must be evidence rich and it must be also AI enabled in this present stage we are in. Assessment system must be trustworthy and reliable, that's credibility. Assessment process should be clear and understandable, that's transparency. Assessment should reflect genuine student understanding, that is authenticity. Assessment must provide substantial evidence of learning, that's evidence rich. And assessment system should integrate AI effectively. And I'm going to end by asking us this question: what can I produce when AI can produce the answer? The real question is no longer who wrote it, but who can think with it, who can challenge it, who can defend it and apply it. And I would want to say thank you for listening.
Wow, this is interesting.
So
All right, PDK, are you there? Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Dr. Bosse, Dr.
Yes, we
Rutimi,
can.
can you hear me? All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this session. We have a couple of questions that we would like to take, and I do have some questions for you too, because this has been very informative. The first question we have is, with the barrage of activities that educators are loaded and the number of students one is teaching, how will one be able to grapple the task of assessment using the 5 minute assessment and using the five model assessment effectively?
okay, audience can't hear you, please. The audience can't hear you.
Are you serious? They should be able to hear me.
Yes.
You can't hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Me? And
EDK,
they
can you
can't
hear
hear
me?
you.
EDK, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but your volume is low.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I still hear you.
Yeah, because I'm hearing myself even online. So,
Yeah, I can hear you.
but you say my volume is low. What of now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just go ahead.
All right. So somebody was asking the question around how do we? Okay, let me put it up here. It says, with the barrage of activities that educators are loaded and the number of students one is teaching, how would one be able to grapple the task of assessment using the five method assessment effectively? Is she there? I think she's offline now again.
I don't know if it looks like her screen is frozen.
Yeah, I think so too. All right. If we have questions, we can bring those questions up. But this actually was a very informative session, and I remember um, reading an article online and looking at how it was talking about how one professor actually assesses his students. He gives them essays to write, and then they go back, write it. It doesn't stop them from using AI. But when they get back to turning their work, it gives them option to either turn in that work and get a C, or sit down in the class and critique what they got from AI, and then they have the possibility of scoring a higher grade. So you see the approach there. The student most likely would use AI, but when they came into the classroom, he flipped it so that they are able to use their knowledge. And you will be able, by the time they produce their work, you'll be able to know which student actually applied himself to that process, or and differentiate them from students that just gave AI the prompt and then took it through another AI to humanize it and then submit, because they didn't go through the learning process. And that's why our assessment nowadays must focus on learning, actual learning. It has to be learning process. If we don't do that, most of our students will get by and they will not get the best. Why? Because, okay, she's coming in again. Let's just bring her in. Okay. 6. Okay. Can you hear me? I think you need to unmute yourself. Can you go ahead and unmute yourself, please? Oops. Yeah, I think you are muted. We can't unmute you from our end. Okay, let's see. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Dr. Bosse, can you hear us? And Dr. Victoria, can you hear us? Because we can't seem to hear you. Yeah,
If you can, yes, she can hear.
Yeah, can you unmute yourself, please? I think it's still showing that you're muted.
So there's the unmute button.
Hello.
Just press
Yeah,
on it.
okay, so we can hear you now.
Yes.
Yes, is this from your end? All right. I the last question. I saw that the person that asked the question, I understood the person's concern. Having a large class, and how do we take the 5 minutes presentation? You see, in a situation, we have hours per course, but that's the time that is being allocated per week, per course, and all of those things, the number of hours. In between that, you can make it like a group work, a group presentation, that you assign some kind of responsibility to everyone in each group. It will ease our way. I understand that if you are from this part of the world where I am from, you are an academic, you teach, you are an administrator, you have quite a lot of things you are doing. As a lecturer, you are an administrator, probably you are an HOD, or probably a dean, and you still have to go to class and all of those things. And I know in some part of Africa too, even vice chancellors goes to class. In East Africa, for instance, vice chancellors still take classes and all of those things. So in between our time, lecture hours per week and all of those things, we can still create a little time to have this oral presentation to ensure that our learners actually, learning takes place in the process. So I think if we can bring in this, they'll be able to defend their work and projects. It will go a long way to ensure that we're not just teaching this generation, this AI generation, and learning is not taking place. Thank you. Okay, somebody just put in on the screen now that something is missing in the question. It is meant to be 5 minute oral assessment and not 5 minutes assess. Of course, I've addressed it. I'm still talking about the oral assessment in the face of that's the oral presentation of the students. I think that's the way I answered it. Thank you. Do we have any other question?
Yeah, I don't think we do.
So then, so thank you once again for having me. Let me say this. Probably after the conference or on the WhatsApp group, I can send in a little question, like probably a Google form, and let's hear the opinion of colleagues on this particular conference. I will send in a Google form. Let's see what we think about it, and let's see how we can develop a framework that or a conceptual framework that we can actually propose so that we can see how we can leverage on the framework in order to better our assessment in the age of artificial intelligence. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time here. Um, yeah, EDK, you can take over now. There is the next speaker is already um, in the queue waiting.
Awesome.
Yeah, Dr.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll be asking for your
Thank you
slides and
too.
your presentations. When you have that,
All right.
when you have the survey, you can just let me know. I will put it in the group and
Okay.
get people to respond.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I will do that.
Do
Thank
have a
you. You're
wonderful,
welcome.
wonderful day. We really appreciate your time. Thanks. Thanks once again.
Thank you so much. Bye.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we show our appreciation to the last speaker? Was a very impactful and insightful session. Assessment should be to really vet learning, that learning has actually taken place, right? To question the student's ability, to question even the answer they got, right? To apply the answers they got from AI, defend the answers, and also to reflect on the answers. Such a powerful session. Straight up, we'll go to the next session, which will be looking at cognitive dissonance and AI in education, looking at transiting from resistance to informed professional judgment. Our speaker for the next session is Omolade Olanike Eroto. She's a lecturer, learning facilitator, and business education professional with over a decade of experience in business, accounting, and resource management. She has facilitated learning through lectures, training, workshops for trainings and workshops for students, startups, community organizations, and NGOs across Nigeria, China, and even in the UK. She currently serves as a lecturer at London Churchill College and the University of Law, as well as University Partnership Coordinator to the University of Law, a Fellow of Advance HE. Omolade is passionate about empowering individuals to embrace professionalism and develop systems that foster curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, and productivity. Her approach to education is grounded in continuous value creation, adaptability, and preparing learners to thrive in an ever evolving global landscape. TETC, can we put our hands together and welcome Mrs. Omolade Olanike Eroto? Thank you very much. It's good to see you, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. Okay, am I
Good
audible?
morning. Good morning, ma'am. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So first off, I would like to appreciate the two presenters, Dr. Chinonso and Dr. Victoria. Um, I would like to really appreciate Dr. Victoria because she laid a very good foundation for my own session. So there will be quite a lot of interactions on in my session because Dr. Victoria has addressed some very important and foundational issues. So I'll be talking about cognitive dissonance. I know it sounds like two complicated words, but it's just about the brain and, of course, the impasse or dead ends that we come across, especially when it regards AI. So first off, I'd like to tell you a story. I have a group of students in the college that I teach. So I was opportune to teach some of these students while they were learning in their HND courses. And a few of these students proceeded to the university to what I'll call a top up course to get a BSc degree. And I was involved with these students at both level 4, 5, and now level 6. What I understood, apart from the issue of learners and their use of AI, I began to recognize that the stress and the cognitive dissonance, which I will explain, was actually a projected feeling of the lecturers on the students. Now, I'm in no way blaming one side or the other. I'm saying there needs to be an integration and an embracing of AI. Okay. So these students, while in the HND level, couldn't really understand some concepts. Now, if you've ever taught mature students, what you will notice is that the needs of mature students, now when I say mature, I'm talking of 30 to 50, 60, you understand that the needs of mature students and their learning process, their learning journey kind of differs from those of younger students. Now, mature students want to be able to apply their learning to the real world. And you will realize that AI actually is a very, very supportive tool and an enhancement or a tool that enhances their learning. Now, my colleagues, or say some of my colleagues, just felt that look, when it comes to mature students, you can't really get a lot from them. Just assist them, help them to gain their qualifications. However, when this or few of these students moved to the BSc program, we now decided to use another method of teaching. I think in the last conference, I talked about the active learning, where I also explained the PEC model. You prepare, you engage, and then the students are able to consolidate their learning. Now, we use that model, but another thing we also decided to try out is allow the students to actually express themselves using AI. Now, to successfully allow students to express themselves using AI, they have to understand the ethical aspects of the use of AI. And then from that basis, which Dr. Victoria has very well covered, So that's why I said she actually did a lot foundationally. So I don't have to focus on the student aspects, especially when it comes to assessments. But when students are able to embrace AI ethically, the question we now have to ask ourselves as educators is, have we actually, in our minds, embraced the use of AI? Now, some of us might say, oh, I have, or I'm getting there. That's fine. Now, that brings me to cognitive dissonance. And I'm focusing on we, the educators. Now, the reason why I am able to speak about this is because I had to go through this process of overcoming that fear of, oh, what does AI hold, and is it disruptive? Is it disruptive in a negative way? So let's go into what I mean by cognitive dissonance. Um, can I just confirm that you can see my screen? Just a minute.
Not yet. I think it's being presented, projected.
Okay. Okay. Can we see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Awesome. Okay. So cognitive dissonance. So in a nutshell, what is cognitive dissonance? So when we look at cognitive dissonance, academics sometimes come into conflict. What are the realities we have on ground? And what are the beliefs that we have held over time as educators, as academics, right? Now, AI is good, or you like to say AI is bad, or you don't know, right? But what is happening in our minds as educators? What are the beliefs about teaching, learning, and assessment that we have held over time? And how is that affecting the realities that we are faced with when it comes to AI? So there's a psychological tension. That psychological tension creates what is called an impasse, so a dead end. What I'm trying to say is that as educators and as academics, we must overcome that cognitive dissonance, that dead end that occurs. So, what are my beliefs as an academic? What are the realities that we are presented with in today's world in the context of AI? So, most academics agree that AI gives us opportunities for better efficiency. We can check our work, we can develop our skills, we can crunch time when it comes to obtaining results as academics, and even when it comes to delivery in the class. But have we actually overcome that impasse in our minds? So let me give you another example. I'm in a class. I have about 30 students, and I give them a group work, and I say, research on this matter. In my mind as an academic, am I concerned about, oh, they're going into Google or they're going into Gemini, whatever AI tool they have, and they're getting their answers? Because, like previous presenter, Dr. Victoria, had said, the discussions in today's world isn't about, are the students using AI? Yes, they are using AI. But how are they using AI? How is my mind receiving the use of AI? Many people use AI in their closets or use AI to develop their work, but why can't we come out as educators and confidently say, okay, this is how I used AI? Now, what we have noticed is that resistance, that mental fear, or that impasse in the mind is actually projected on the students. So it seems as if I'm talking a bit on psychology and all of that. But what I would like us to really confront as educators is, how do I actually view AI? So an educator can ask or may believe that students should develop independent thinking and demonstrate their own work. That is a belief, and as educators, we know that we want students to think independently. We want students to demonstrate their own work. But another belief, another cognition, right, that the brain is going through is that we know that AI can actually help students to understand concepts, to improve their writing, and to prepare themselves for employment. So we are asking ourselves, can students actually develop independent thinking? And at the same time, can we actually allow them freely to use AI, of course, ethically? How do we bring these two cognitions? How do we marry them? Now, like I said, it is beyond just saying, yes, I use AI or I allow my students to use AI. It is, how do you embrace it in your classroom? Do you actually allow your students to express themselves? So we're going to look at some other matters. But before then, I'm just going to conduct a poll. So just let me know if you can see the poll. So you can scan the
Yes, we
QR
can see it.
code, yeah, and just give me your answers. And please, I would like you to answer with as much sincerity, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to uncover our belief systems. We're trying to uncover some dead ends in our cognitive processes. Okay, so I'm just going to give some time. So we have 4 questions. We just want to understand what goes on. How do we actually feel about AI? Okay, can just scan the QR code and it should take you straight to the poll. Once I get some more responses, then I'll proceed to the next question. Okay, at the moment we just have one response. Okay, so the next question, AI is cheating. What do we think? AI is cheating. So we're just confronting our cognitions, we're confronting our beliefs. Students should use AI for everything. Okay. And then AI will transform education completely. I would like to, okay. Okay. Okay, so thanks to everyone that participated in that poll. Okay. Okay. So thanks to everyone that participated in that poll. I believe, can we see
So
my presentation
you might need
now?
to reshare your.
Yeah. Okay. Are we still on the poll? If we can, I can just know what we're seeing at the moment.
Can you
Can you
reshare your
reshare your
screen
screen
again?
again? Okay.
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
we can see your screen now.
Okay. Thanks to everyone that has answered that poll. Now, like we have been saying, the question isn't AI or no AI. All over the world, we are having discussions, we are having debates, we are having different academics, professionals talking about this. And we can see one of these institutions, that's UNESCO. And these are some of the competencies that is being put forward for educators. So we should be asking ourselves, what should humans do to continue do to themselves, and how can AI appropriately support what new capabilities should education develop because of AI? Now we're talking about critical thinking. How do you foster critical thinking in educational context? In today's world, we don't want to bring our students to a point where they can't actually express themselves. They are using AI everywhere. The educational sector cannot be left behind because students are going to leave the educational sector and proceed into the real world. So that fear or that resistance to AI when it comes to critical thinking must be overcome. So, how do we go about this? First of all, that issue of cognitive offloading. So, most times we say, oh, students give all the work to AI, students just tell AI to do the whole work for them. But the question we should be asking ourselves is that, yes, when it comes to efficiency, technology always advances. There are certain tasks that we can no longer delegate to human beings. It's happening in the business world. It's happening in every other sector, in finance. So for example, an accountant, we know that in the last 30 years ago, accountants were using spreadsheets. Just 20 years ago, it was all about Excel. But in today's world, all of that information that probably even researchers, the data that you will gather in 3 months, you can just gather all of that with a click of a button. So, yes, there is cognitive offloading, but how can we change the way students actually use their thinking process? That is the question that we should be asking ourselves as educators. So, if a student is not engaging, how can we as educators help the students to engage? How can they receive a product that, when I mean product, an outcome in their assessments or in their learning that actually shows the learning process? So, yes, there's cognitive offloading, but we should begin to ask ourselves, there must be certain aspects of learning that we need to offload to artificial intelligence. In today's world, if we're going to attain the speed that the world or most of the world is achieving now, we must begin to encourage our students to offload certain tasks ethically to artificial intelligence. Research has done a lot on cognitive offloading, but now research is moving its study from the concern of cognitive offloading to what can we actually offload? How do we teach our students to offload the right task to AI? Offloading has been done in the past in many ways. Why did we stop calculating with our hands? Why did we start using calculators? Why did we start using spreadsheets? Why did we start using data packages or, for example, accounting software? The world is moving, and this is the normal trajectory of human beings. We will always upgrade our processes. So I believe we all have accepted that AI is here to stay, but how do we encourage the use of AI in the classroom? It first comes by we as educators, what's that word now? We as educators overcoming that impasse in our minds, removing that blockade in our minds. So, what you begin to see in your classrooms is that your students begin to think at a higher level. And that's what we call higher order thinking. Overcome the impasse in your mind. And as you begin to speak to your students, as you begin to allow them to explore and use AI, not just outside the classroom, but inside the classroom, teach them how to critically use AI. We saw it in the last presentation. How do you get the students to show their originality? If you cannot embrace AI, if I cannot embrace AI, it will be very complicated and maybe even impossible to show your students how to embrace AI. So begin to teach your students, begin to encourage your students to think with what we call the higher order thinking. Okay? Yes, AI has its risks, but just like every other technology, for example, when calculators came into use, some institutions still wanted students to keep using paper and biro, to keep calculating with the normal tools, manual tools. But at some point in time, some schools don't even use calculators anymore. So what we should be encouraging our students is to begin to think at a higher level. Now, what you will understand is that once you allow the brain to overcome a particular milestone, the brain naturally will look for another challenge. So, how do we get our students to think at a higher level? So, when you give a student a task, you ask the student to question. You can pose a question to AI, but what you now need to begin to do is to ask the students to question, ask the students to compare, to evaluate. We've seen all of those processes from the last presenter. But as educators, if we're going to move our students to a higher order thinking, we as educators must overcome that impasse in our minds. So, are AI tutors better than teachers? So some of the debates that we are having in today's world is that it will come a time when students will no longer need to come into the class. Students will no longer need someone to stand in front of them or a physical human being. Those kinds of fears actually create a blockade in the mind. and creates some sort of resistance in our minds as educators. So, how do we um, update or redesign our pedagogy? That's our method and practice of teaching. We need to begin to question our pedagogy. AI needs to be incorporated and incorporated freely in your classrooms. Now, what you now begin to see from your students is that the kind of questions your students will be asking will be questions at a higher level. The brain will open up. The brain of students will begin to ask questions that have more depth, questions that can be more relatable to the real world. We don't want our students to come into the class and it looks as if they are in the 80s when they come into school. And then by the time they leave the classroom environment, they are in another world. We want to be able to marry both worlds. So, as academics, as educators, we need to begin to bring AI into the conversations, begin to challenge our students to use AI as foundation, to use AI as a gathering tool, even to use AI as an enhancer. So, we get our students to evaluate, we get our students to synthesize. It's no longer about gathering information in today's world. It's about using that information to develop deeper arguments. So, like the previous presenter had said, when the student brings their essays or when the student comes up with whatever assessments that you have given to them, find out what was the thinking process, because that process of thinking actually brings about an outcome that is more debatable. You begin to have rich conversations in class. You begin to have richer outcomes, richer quality of assessment. So cognitive dissonance is a concept that we must overcome as educators. And then our students will see that freedom, our students will see that liberty in our pedagogy. So we overcome that cognitive dissonance. We incorporate or we modify or redesign our pedagogy. And then our students have a better framework to express themselves. Okay? Don't think about the complications of AI. Every technology comes with its complications. Okay? So, in assessments, AI will need to be incorporated, right? So, exploiting the full potential of technology is something that we as educators and academics need to begin to press into, okay? Assessments must be supported by AI, but the support that we are providing our students is a higher level thinking. Now, talk to yourself, or maybe when you go to your office or go to when you're having group discussions or meetings, how do we begin to design not just assessments, but design our delivery? How do we redesign our pedagogy as assessors to embrace AI, to incorporate AI? The fear of AI, some people may never overcome it. But because we understand that the world will always progress, technology will keep progressing. So we must begin to embrace it as educators and allow our students to experience that freedom. Now, there's this popular saying that you cannot give what you don't have. So if you have not overcome that impasse in your minds, if I have not overcome that dead end in my mind as an educator, my students will actually not have that opportunity to experience that liberty because my pedagogy will be restricted. If your pedagogy is restricted, then the learning journey of your students will be restricted. So, AI produces an initial response. Allow your students to verify it. Allow your students to identify the weaknesses. Compare your response with academic literature. Improve it. Explain the changes. These are the phases, these are the journeys, or these are the processes that our students need to go through. So when you design an assessment as an educator, let your students be let it be that your students are able to use AI to critique that assessment or whatever outcome that will be produced. So when students come for a viva, our assessment should not be was AI used? Our assessment should be how was AI used? Now, the only way or the best way to actually determine how AI was used is if I, as an educator, have been able to overcome the cognitive dissonance in my mind, that dead end in my mind. So, as educators, there's a constructive positioning that I should have. Understand AI, experiment with AI, evaluate it, establish boundaries, or maybe it depends on what kind of personality you have. You may decide not to even work with boundaries. But at the end of the day, we as academics need to redesign our pedagogy, which will now ultimately lead to a redesigning of our assessments. And it is that framework and that environment that allows our students to express themselves freely in the classroom and then translate that understanding to the real world. Now, we ask ourselves, what do we actually do as educators? What is education? Education goes beyond giving students information. Education goes beyond bombarding our students with knowledge. Education actually brings out the potential of students. So when you have a group of students in your class and you have AI as a tool in today's world, how do you bring out the potential of each of your students using AI? That is the work of an educator. That is the work of an academic. We give them a platform. Then our students use that platform to develop their potential. So, overcome that impasse. Experiment your activities, your class activities. Experiment with AI, incorporate AI in your class activities. This will give your students the freedom to use AI in every aspect of their lives. Critically evaluate. So AI informed, pedagogically, purposeful and professionally accountable. All the whole process, the teaching and learning process, it's important that we examine our assumptions. Experience it for yourself. Make it pedagogically defensible. And then, when you're looking at the evidences that your students are providing, you are able to actually educate them and not just bombard them with what, yes, we have different perspectives. We are educators, we have knowledge, but knowledge in today's world has become so dynamic. Knowledge is gotten and integrated from various perspectives. If we are going to actually help our students to think at a higher level, then we as academics need to begin to examine our beliefs. we as academics need to begin to redesign our pedagogy and then give our students that liberty to actually use AI responsibly, use AI ethically. And then we begin to see the outcomes that we can translate. Because at the end of the day, the knowledge that we are gaining, or the knowledge that we are imparting to our students should be transferable to the real world. So I always ask myself this question when I go into a class or at the end of a term or when I'm beginning a new academic year. I start with my students and I ask them, what are you hoping to gain at the end of this term or at the end of your course? I use that information, incorporate it into my curriculum or whatever curriculum has been provided, depends on how your teaching methods are. And then I use AI to support that. I allow my students to express themselves. So if I ask a student a question and they go to Google or they go to ChatGPT and they begin to read the questions from ChatGPT, I don't stop them. I allow them to read out whatever response, and then I now begin to poke their responses. I begin to ask, why have you taken this stance? How does this thought pattern or how do the results that the AI provides, how do these results link to what you are learning? And I asked my students, critique the AI. So AI or Claude, ChatGPT, Anara AI, or Gemini has given you an outcome. Ask ChatGPT, what are the other perspectives? Or I don't agree. Have you considered it from this aspect, from this perspective? This is the way we should engage our students. So overcome the impasse. Allow your students to give them the liberty in the classroom. Redesign your pedagogy. That now translates into your assessments. And then when you begin to evaluate your students, you give them the freedom to express themselves in the world of artificial intelligence, but of course, doing that ethically. Okay, so I'm just going to pause and give room to questions. So if you have questions, can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ma, for that insightful session. Yes, as educators, we need to start asking the right questions. Questions that takes away, barriers we have, and like you said, the impasse we have in our minds, right? To start asking the right questions and also become the influencers, and drivers of the AI campaign, AI adoption campaign in education. So, do we have any questions? Let's quickly take some questions. If you have some questions, let's have them in the chat room. Let's take some
Thank you,
questions.
EDK. Just to so we
Mhm.
learn every day, right? So I have been pronouncing impasse, please. The correct pronunciation is impasse, okay? So just so that we learn, so impasse. So
Thank you.
overcome the impasse.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so yes, someone is saying I will always upgrade our processes. Thank you. So let's get some more reactions so that we know that I can tell that it was a very powerful session because even myself, these are things that you also have to, overcome and also position yourself to also, advise and influence other educators to adopt the use of AI in learning and also do it professionally, right? So awesome, powerful. Questions. We need questions, maybe one or two, or you can also share how the session has been for you. I see a comment here. It says, "This is this very expository as AI is merged with learning to give higher education, higher level reasoning part time." Okay. So there's a question here. It says, "What practical steps can teachers take today to reduce dissonance between teaching for exams and teaching for learning?" So yeah, what practical steps can teachers take today to reduce dissonance between teaching for exams and teaching for learning? Yes, ma'am.
Um, this question is actually very insightful, and it's a learning, and we will continue to learn as educators. But for me, a practical step I take is that because I know that at the end of the day, my students will need to submit evidence of their learning, which is exams, or a report. Okay. So that will be evaluated based on certain criteria. So what I do is that at the beginning of every term, I don't know how some of our institutions work, but the institution that I work in, the two institutions, the assessment, that's the assessment brief, is provided at the beginning of the term, not 3 weeks to the end of the term. So students actually know what they are going to be assessed on from the start of the term, right? So what that helps as educators is that the students are being prepped on how to answer those questions. But at the same time, depending on your pedagogy, you are able to get the students to learn outside just submitting assessments. So I do both. Because I have the assessment brief at the beginning of the term, I tell my students the methodical steps. There are also what we call answer schemes, or what you call answer guidelines, expected answer guidelines. These expected answer guidelines give the students step by step, what you call, I don't want to use guidelines again, but gives them a step by step understanding on how to answer the questions so that they can pass the exams. Now, because of the way the assignment briefs are built, it also now gives me the opportunity to prepare my students for employment. So, like I said, I do both practically because I have the assessment tool ready. Now, what happens when you don't have the assessment tool ready? Probably the assessment tool or the assessment brief is provided at the end of the term, or maybe 1 month to the end of the term. But you do have a curriculum, and that is one of the advantages of AI. I can actually find a way using AI to create a learning journey for employability and a learning journey for a distinction or how to pass the assignment brief. I can actually use AI to provide or to teach my students and expose them to both learning journeys for employability and how to answer the question. But I must say this, my students, and I believe most students, are interested in applicability. How do I apply my learning to the real world? So teach your students how to get the best grades, but you can actually use AI to curate a learning journey for your students. You have things that, probably policies, for example, you might have individual learning plans. You can have pastoral sessions. We also have personal tutors that create a learning journey. But like I said, it all depends on how your institution is structured. But you can actually use AI to develop a learning journey for employability and a criteria based guideline to pass exams. Know what your student needs, and as an academic, merge or integrate tools. Use AI. Use AI. Don't be scared to use AI. I use AI to assess my students, to evaluate my students, but I have to teach I teach AI what to do, and that shrinks the time. Okay. Um I have never seen using AI in the classroom. Okay, it's not a question. I thought it was a question, but um what I would say
Yeah,
is
it's
that
a question on
don't
the screen.
okay, thank you. Don't be afraid of AI. AI is a tool at the end of the day. So, on a lighter note, let me give you a short story. So, I had this colleague in my institution. We use AI to evaluate students. So, we put in the evidence, and then AI assess the student. And AI was so generous. I may be a very strict assessor. In my mind, that student should have received a pass, and she also felt the student should have received a pass. And then AI now, when I'm saying AI, I'm just for general terms, gave the student a distinction. Now, remember that for the tech bros, they know all of these languages. So just pardon me in case I'm using the wrong language. There's an algorithm, or there's an algorithm that AI is working with. It takes the information that you have provided and it feeds it back to you. Of course, it gathers information from the internet. So what she now did was that, because remember, you own your journey. You are the academic. So you should be able to say that no, this outcome that ChatGPT has given me is not what I need. So guess what she did? She now, when AI gave her the response, she now fed back to AI. I believe that the response that you have given me is exaggerated. I need you to think critically. Do not be generous with your responses. Remember that the student is going to be assessed and prepared for the real world. So do not give a false impression to the evidence, or do not give a false assessment to the evidence that the student has provided. You must be genuine, you must be accurate, and be critical in your assessment. By the time she fed that same information for the same script, guess what the response was? Yes, you're correct. I have actually been too generous in my, and then guess what ChatGPT now did? It now began to select specific areas in that script that were not thought through, that were not critically analyzed. And then what it now began to do was to break down segments of the student's evidence and telling her why that particular segment was not critically evaluated, or was not analyzed, or was not justified. So, what am I saying? If you feed AI and it feeds back to you, challenge it. It is a tool and it will give you what you demand of it. Okay? Of course, we know that there are other higher level intelligent aspects of AI, but I'm telling you, if you are able to overcome that impasse, I was corrected again. If you're able to overcome that impasse in your mind, you will see that AI will actually feed your higher level thinking. And when you get a response that is on a higher level, you have a better foundation to think on a further higher level. So what happens with AI is that you just keep improving from one level to the other, but you must overcome the fear. So please use AI, enjoy it, and your students will feed off your enthusiasm. Your students will feed off the liberty that you have embraced. Yeah? So, I guess my time is up. EDK, are there any more questions?
Thank you very much. Well, I see comments. Someone says, I've had that experience before. I see another comment. It says, I use AI to solve some problems in mathematics, in which I sometimes notice errors in the calculation process while making reference to the affected line of process. Unfortunately, AI admits it. So, so basically acknowledging what you just said, that when you challenge the AI, it gives you better results. And I also think that, as educators, understanding, prompt engineering, how to, give inputs to AI would really help in giving us better, and desired results. All right. So thank you very much. So I see another. So
So
I can.
I can
Okay,
see a
please go ahead.
question for students that cannot access the use of AI. So my question will be that are there students that don't have access to ChatGPT? I think everyone should have access to ChatGPT on their phones, even if it's the free version. So I think just tell your students to download ChatGPT on their phones. Even the free version can do a lot. I promise you. So encourage your students, download it on your phone. And how can you encourage them to be critical? Poke the responses. Tell ChatGPT, I'm not satisfied. Have you considered it from this perspective? But like I said, the liberty that your students see you display in the classroom, they will feed off that liberty. Okay? So that is another way you can help your students. Enjoy it. Let them see that you enjoy it. And I promise you, they will give you thinking answers that are thought through, answers that are critical. I promise you, I have experienced it with my students. Or rather than say I promise you, I can assure you.
Yeah, there's a question. Can you hear me?
Awesome.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
There's a question that says, how do we foster critical thinking in an educational context?
Okay. So it all depends, in my opinion, it depends on, first of all, your curriculum. Now, there are what I don't know if we've heard of Bloom's taxonomy. We might want to research it. Bloom's taxonomy. So, in Bloom's taxonomy, there are what you call command verbs. So, each command verb requires a deeper level of thinking. So, a command verb can be list. The next one could be explain. A deeper will be describe. If you want to go deeper, you ask the students to analyze, or you say critically analyze, evaluate, critically evaluate, justify. These are ways you can help the student to keep digging and keep poking. So criticality is about looking at two different viewpoints. No, not two, more than one viewpoint, and then bringing them together and questioning them. One way you can encourage your students to be critical is as a foundational principle, do not accept any level of knowledge or any information as final. Okay? Information, knowledge is never final. There is always another or a deeper understanding that you can gain from any kind of knowledge. So look at Bloom's taxonomy because of time, research on it, and see how those command verbs can even be fed into AI. And then you can get deeper and thought through responses. Okay, Bloom's taxonomy, that should help using AI. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. That was such an impactful and insightful session. As simple as it can be. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Ma. Straight up, we'll move to the next speaker, next session. We are looking at the topic. We're looking at the topic building trust in AI agents. Basically, when should we trust AI to act on our behalf? The speaker's name is Mr. Isaac Bankole. He's a product manager at IBM, where he leads product vision, strategy, roadmap, market research, and lifecycle management for application runtimes. He brings over 15 years of experience spanning technology, IT, infrastructure, technical support, education, and product management. He holds an MSc in Big Data Management and Analytics from Griffith College, Dublin, an MSc in Information Technologies Management from the University of Roehampton, London, and a BSc in Computer Engineering from Obafemi Awolowo University. His career has included technology leadership, IT training systems, administration, and working closely with enterprise customers to solve complex technology problems. He is particularly interested in the intersection of technology, learning, AI, and how organizations can design systems that create meaningful value and evidence of impact. Taking us on the topic, building trust in AI agents. Basically, how should we trust and when should we trust AI to act on our behalf? Can we put our hands together for Mr. Bankole, Isaac Bankole? You're welcome, sir. You can share your reactions. You can share your reactions, your thumbs up if you're excited for this session. Welcome, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Can you see me? Okay, good.
Yes, we can see you,
Please
sir.
let me know if I'm audible as well.
Yes,
Okay, great.
very audible.
Um, Please let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, can you share my screen, please?
Yeah, just a moment. It's being projected.
Okay, so it's a green screen.
Um, okay, so while we wait,
Okay.
we can still have
Okay, so
more
let me,
reactions.
okay, let me just
You can go ahead, sir.
continue to. All right. So thank you so much for having me once again. This is my third time coming on this conference, so it's been a pleasure. And thanks so much to Mr. Rotim as well for bringing me here on board. Yeah, it's been a long journey together, and I really appreciate you for the great work you are doing and your team as well. Thank you. Um, my name is, as you said, Isaac Bankole, and I've been in the industry for a while. I'm not in the university. I'm not in the higher institution. I'm in the industry, and I'm so happy to be here today. And for two things, basically, number one is the fact that this is a third experience of a TETC, and then we have been talking about AI and then the The other thing, the other reason why I'm happy today is because we are in the um, exciting moment, exciting time. Why I said it's exciting is because the technology is shifting and is interrupting everything we do. We have moved from different phases. I remember about 7 years ago, we were talking about big data. Then from there, we move on into other things. And now we are in the realm of artificial intelligence. And for the past 3 years on TETC, we've been talking about AI, and how to integrate AI into our learning, whether in the um, primary, secondary, and also higher education. So today the focus is on the higher education, and I'm happy to be here again because we'll be learning some things as well. And I appreciate the previous speakers. These are industry, I mean, the educators, administrators that are actually in the field. I'm in the industry. So it's good to have, people from different perspectives to see how we can learn together. So today I will be speaking on when should we trust AI to act on our behalf. We'll be talking about generative AI, probably what we are used to. Generative AI, if you ask AI questions and brings out the results. You give in prompts. Let's call it prompt engineering. You give in prompts, and then the AI gives you response as well. That is just like kind of generative AI. But now I want us to focus on agentic AI, like a kind of agent. Many of us, we know what an agent does, right? We have done many things. Like for instance, you want to buy a house, you consult an agent. The agent goes around, get your details, goes around, get different samples of houses, and come back to you with different recommendations, suggestions. And even if you want to buy a car, you want to get a job, this is what an agent does for you. You want to book an airline, you want to travel, you could tell your agent, to book a flight for you, get an hotel, book a ride, and give me some recommendations, right? Only what you do is give that instruction, then the agent goes around, get all the facts, your details, give it access to many things that are probably installed on your devices or wherever, to get those details. The agent goes in all the details, and get all the information to you, and just come back to you with recommendations. So now the truth is that what we expected to do, the AI, the agent has been able to do it. Now the issue is that when should we trust AI to act on our behalf? Like educators, teachers, professors, lecturers, administrators, school administrators. This is something that we cannot shy away from, because we have directly or indirectly, AI has been integrated into our system. So the concern, I can see that there have been different questions, that we have been, talking about, discussing. This is a question we need to have. This is a question we need to focus on. Now, I'm not even really particular about this is the question we need to talk about, but I want us to see how, another question maybe we should consider when we talk about this. I've actually give a thought to an agentic AI, because it's disrupting everything. And I know what I'm saying, because even in the industry, I know how agentic AI is really making impact to us. To be candid, it's a very good tool, but the issue is, when should we trust should we trust AI to act on our behalf? So that is just what to talk about. Now, if AI can generate answers, how do we know when this deserves authority? Now, what we can trust, what count as evidence, and what assessment means in this age of AI. These are the questions that we keep on asking ourselves, right? If AI can do this for us, then what can we actually trust? What counts as evidence, and then what assessment means in this age of AI? So today, we just want to extend the question from outputs you ask and gives you output to actions. So that is what the agentic AI is talking about. Now, what we need to trust is this. Now we need to ask ourselves, should we trust the answer? Is this information correct, right? When AI gives you an answer, instead of you just going ahead and go and flow with it. Now the question is, should I trust this answer? Is this information actually correct? Then the another one is that when the AI gives recommendation, now, what should I follow? Should I follow this recommendation? Because this is a trust issue. So it's not about you have answer. Now you have the answer. Even before you put in, you already have answers. Everything. Use any type of the AI, Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, or anyone. But you have the answer. Now the question is that, should I trust the recommendation? Should I follow the recommendation that is given? So that is something that is going beyond the tool to the human perspective. Now, the other thing is that, should I trust the action? Should I trust the action? Okay, sorry. Okay, so should I trust the action? That is another question we should ask ourselves. All right. So another thing here is that, let us look at this 1 minute thought experiment. Now imagine the university gives an AI access to its students. For instance, now I'm talking about AI agents. Now, like many of us, we have been saying, oh, should we use AI? Should we use this one? No, there is nothing about students are using it, lecturers are using it, everyone is using it. So the issue is that I'm not talking about generative AI that probably we don't have control about. The first person that spoke talked about how you can bring the LLM onto your device and not really go into internet and use it on your system, right? That is also a good one. Now the issue is that we are talking about the AI agent that is an enterprise in nation that is being controlled by the university and giving access to every student. Now the issue is that if you give the student access to the AI agent, now what it can do is that the AI can actually read the student records. You get it? So the AI can actually read a student record, can actually identify the student at risk, can actually identify student at risk, recommend an intervention. Maybe student is maybe this student is struggling, and then and try to see how we can intervene on the students not to really go bad. And then the agent can also send message to the students. Look, student, you actually at the risk of being withdrawn from the school, or you are at the risk of whatever message that the school want to send to the student. Then the agent can also maybe book appointment with some lecturers, with some advisors, and then so to see how to help the student. And then you can, if there are issues, the agent can actually escalate the case to staff. Now you can see what the agent can do, right? Now the one thing that we need to ask is that the agent can also make a decision that changes a student academic status. Maybe we should pause on that and ask. The agent can actually make decision that can change the student academic status. Let's say, for instance, a student that is already making maybe 4.4 something, and the agent just feel like, oh, this student deserves first class, right? And we know, from maybe where we have experience, 4.5 start, first class start from 1.5, right? And the agents look at, oh, because of what I have seen or have known about this student is in 4.4, and then I just feel like this student deserves first class. and that is changing the status of the academic of the student. Now, at that point in time, are we still going to allow the agents to do it? I think this is where exactly where we need to to increase the threshold of our trust. So this is what one of the things I want us to look like. Sorry, I'm trying to ensure that I'm on the right screen. Okay. 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 So just a minute, please. Okay, so AI has crossed boundary. I think that is the screen that you can see, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah, AI has, please let me know if that is the screen you have seen, you can see. AI has crossed a boundary. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what we see.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So AI has crossed a boundary, and then that is from producing content to pursue goals. Now, what boundary? We are talking about AI can now at this point generate answers. That is from one level. And if you look at my screen very well, you see that we are moving from the bar of blue, to amber, and also what to red. So as it's crossing boundary, now you ask agents, generate answers, and the AI can give it to you. Okay, maybe we'll go to another level and say recommend some kinds of things, like a kind of suggestion. You are still, your threshold level is still maybe manageable, right? The threshold, the level of the trust is still manageable. But when you're not getting to the level of decide, so the AI has gone to make some things for you, and it's now giving you and it's now deciding for you to now to choose. You can see that this is where you are now beginning was to raise a little concern. And then when you move further, and I said, okay, act, you are now saying the AI should execute, to act on your behalf. And the question is that, do you trust the AI to the level to act for you? And maybe we should move it further and say, okay, the AI should delegate. And delegate, it means you are giving that AI the authority to act on your behalf. Now, the question is, what level of trust? What is the threshold level of the trust you have for that device? So every tool, every step increases potential impact of the error. You can still manage when it's generating answer for you. You can still manage, what is coming, because there is no any serious commitment or repercussion to it. And when the AI is even recommending some message, he's recommending this one. Your own is what to look at it and okay, decide. But when the AI now has the autonomy, has the right to make, to have the authority to make some actions, that is where, we need to now pay attention. So, and therefore increases the evidence that we should demand. So if AI is going to act on your behalf, there should be evidences, right? If you are going to delegate authority to the AI agent, right? It means you need to actually have some level of evidences. What evidence do you have, to do this one? What are you really working on? So this is the area where we need to show a level of concern, because AI has actually interrupted everything. Like somebody, like the last presenter said that what could take you like a month to get data, to get resources, but now with a click you can get every one of everything within just few minutes. Now the issue is that do you actually get to the level where you can delegate the authority for the AI to act on your behalf? Now, so Trust is not a feeling. No, trust is not actually a feeling. It is a decision. And we must trust system when the expected benefits justify the residual risk. So it's not about I feel it's good. Oh, this is we can actually allow it to just go on. No. So trust is not a feeling. No, it is actually a decision. And when you are deciding, when you are making decision, of course, many of us we have made a lot of level of decision. And where we are today is a product of the decisions that we have made. So we know that when we're talking about this, we need to sit down and know the consequence or the consequences of the actions that the AI is going to take on our behalf. Whether you are a lecturer, you are a university professor, you are a student, and when it comes to the issue of AI and trusting actions to AI, we need to look at what is going to be the repercussion of the decision. So the practical mental model here is that trust is not just about it's what to talk about there must be evidence of capability that the AI can actually undo this, depending on what you are using it for. Maybe to assess academic record, maybe student admission, maybe assessment, student welfareism. Is this AI able to handle this? That must be evidence of capability. And when we talk about evidence, it's not just something like that you just assume. Like we said, it's not a feeling. It's not something that you just feel like, oh, I feel like it can do it. No, it is what there must be evidence of capability, and there must be evidence of reliability. And when you say reliability, is about that over time you have tested it over time, not just a one-off thing. So you have used this tool. I'm not talking about different devices. I use this one, I use this one, I use that one. No, that must be a specific one. And when we talk about enterprise, we are entrusting the destinies of many people into the hands of the device. Of course, when the cloud technology came in, one of the major concerns there was the security, privacy. How are we going to carry all our data that we have, on premise, in our room, in our server room? How do we carry everything? The student data, the student record, the PII, things. How do we put them into the hands of a system, of a cloud somewhere? That was the major issues then. But of course, those kinds of or issues, were shifted to providers. And the same way as we overcame the issue of privacy then, when the cloud technology came in, it's still the same thing that's going to happen. So we are going to have evidence of reliability of the device. So we are not saying that we should not use AI, or AI should not be integrated into the system. It's there already. We are using it. But the issue is that what is the evidence of reliability? We have talked about different AI models, right? So the issue is that how reliable are those models? Now, there must be evidence of control. Do you have control over that device, that tool? Now, when you assign responsibility to AI, do you have control over it? Or does it mean that once it starts, it must go on and finish? Or once it starts, it must just finish everything or must implement everything? No, that is not the issue. So there must be evidence of control. Well, that is what you talk about the trust here. So if you are trusting that tool, there must be evidence of control. There must be evidence of accountability. That's accountability is in the sense that there should be a trace. There should be a kind of a journal that will make that we can see that this tool at so point actually did this, investigated this, had access to this. That is what accountability. I think you can actually make it accountable to the action. So trust is the evidence of capability, evidence of reliability, evidence of control, and evidence of accountability. And also, it is not about uncertainty that you are not really sure. Okay, let's test it. Yeah, you can actually do that when you are testing, but when it comes to the production level, when the system is already working, you don't bring in uncertainty. It is not about impact, consider the impact of the failure. Now, what the issue is that when this AI fails, what is the impact? If it fails, what is going to happen? Then what is the exposure? What does it have access to? So these are the things that we need to talk about. So we are not the issue is not zero risk. Of course, we are going to make risk in life. And one of the risks we are also going to make is integrating AI into our system. Yes. So, but the issue is that we are going to make calculated risk. So the goal is not to make risk zero, but the goal is to justify the autonomy. So if we are giving the AI agents actions, autonomy, what is the level of our trust? And that is what we are talking about here. And this is what we should be probably be adding to our level of thought when we are talking about AI in the higher education. So let us look at the paradox of AI trust here. Now, the better an agent sounds, the easier it may be to overtrust it. And that is the truth. We have seen different level of AI, from chatbots to generative AI to different things. And we use some AI and say, wow, this is powerful. As somebody said when DeepSeek came, and everybody, maybe this is an alternative to ChatGPT, and it was free, and I use it as well. But over time, we're like, okay, yeah, maybe it's part of all those initial gra, and then it just went. And some that we have used, we have tested many, and we have been able to stick to maybe one or few of them. And because we have, they sound so good, so the way it's, they present, the way we can actually maneuver it and bring out results. So they are sounding somehow better and good, and probably going to the level of this is the best one among all of them. So that is where we need to pay attention, because the better an agent sounds, the easier it may be to overtrust it. We are talking about trust here. Now, trust in the sense that the action of a professor, of course, we hear about a professor of recent that talk about a plagiarism and then other things. It's in the news. So this is a trust, right? So you are talking about the action, the effect of trust. So it affects the lecturers, the students, the administrator, the reputation of the organization. So this is the trust, just as we are using computers, softwares, and all kinds of things in our school. We had a level of trust before we could integrate them into our education system. The same thing, AI, I'm talking about the agentic AI, the AI that goes around and helps you to do a lot of things without your intervention. That is what talk about the agentic AI. So when it's becoming good, then the trust is now what we might be vulnerable to overtrust that tool. And then we're talking about the capability. Oh, it is very impressive. This tool is very impressive. He's doing it, and it's because it can be the level of reasoning, the language is using. It can modify the languages to suit you based on your region, based on what is acceptable, the environment. So the language, it's impressive. The speed at which it just come up, and you're like, wow, even something, it will give you download and put it in a good way, and the depth, the breadth of the tool. That is the capability of the AI. Now, yeah, it's capable, but the truth is that what level of confidence do we have? So the confidence here is that it sounds certain. The way it put it seems to be correct. It's persuasive. It can, the results you have can actually persuade you. And when you read it, you say, wow, this thing is like you have a level of confidence in it, right? Because it's the way the AI will write, everything you want, the assignment, the research, the thesis, whatever, is very fluent. And you could see the explanation, like it feel like evidence. So that is already winning your heart. It's already winning our heart. So we have a level of confidence. Now, the truth is that do we trust? Do we actually trust what the tool is giving? Now, so If you say, oh, I have a level of confidence, so you cannot say, I can stop checking. So that is where over-reliance begins. So the moment you stop checking what AI is giving us, then we have actually had a level of over-reliance on AI. And probably many of us as well. We have done many things, research, papers, essays, emails, and then once you just write it all, you just glance through and say, well, I trust because he has been doing it before, I trust it. Then you just allow it. So that is what over-reliance. So a trustworthy agent should make human better judge, not less critical one. That is what you need. I want you to pay attention to. A trustworthy agent should make human better judge, not less critical. Do you get me now? So when you say, you have, is to make you a better judge. One, because you decide, you are the one that's going to make the impact, like the one that's going to, to have, to experience the repercussion. Wow. Okay, so you are the one that's going to experience the repercussion here. So that is why we need to be a better judge. So it's not about carrying all the burdens, all the whatever into AI and let AI just take over our lives. No, the effect of AI is to make us a better judge. So and that is what we are talking about. So the question here is that what exactly are we trusting? Now we talk about that. Okay, we must increase the threshold of our trust, right? We should be a better judge. Now the truth is that what exactly are we trusting? What exactly are we trusting? Are we trusting the model? Of course, we know different model from Google, Gemini, from Anthropic, GPT, from which one? From Meta, Llama, right? Which one again? Which one? So many of us, we have them. So we know that if I want to tell you to go into research, academic research, you know the model to use. Probably you may not use Gemini, or maybe you want to use. Sorry, I'm not advertising any name, and I'm totally not advertising it, but these are the public ones that we use. So we know which one is better. When we want to do this one, we know the model that is better. So do you actually trust that model? Now, do you actually trust the agent? Now, the agent, it is the, like, I think the first presenter, software engineer, right? You have been able to design an agentic system, create based on the need of the school. You design that agent and integrate it into the LLM, the models. Like if you are using Llama, so it means you are using the model created by Meta. If you are using Gemini, right? So you are using the model created by Google. If you are using GPT, you are using a model created by Anthropic. You are using Claude. You are using the model created by GPT by OpenAI and the Cloud by Anthropic, right? So you know that these are different models, and we know which one is using. So you create that software to integrate into those models. So when you are using the software, you have a foundation, you have something that is running from it. So your software that you design is the agent. Now the tool we're talking about here is that maybe the data, all kinds of your devices, your laptop infrastructure, so different tools. Do you trust that way? Is it the tool that you are trusting? Is it the data? Can this agent use our data, your PI, personal identification information, the name of your school, student record? These are the data we feed into the system. The workflow itself from admission to graduation, right? So that is a workflow in between. There are different things. So what are you actually trusting? Now, we can let's talking about the model. Can it reason reliably? Can it actually reason? The model we are using, can it reason reliably? Because it's shifting our focus now, especially the administrators. We are going to make some policies in our schools, some things. We should It should be what we would be thinking about is that this model, we are going to use a model, but do we actually, is this model reliable? Can it reason reliably? Now, let's talk about the memory. Can its context be trusted? What you are fed into it, can it actually be trusted? What is bringing out, can it be trusted? Can it use tools safely? Is it acting as the right principle, as the right tool, as the right thing? Does he have access? Does he, what is the level of the access? What about the policy? Does it actually stay within the boundary? Because we are going to create boundaries. So what are the policies? So does that agent actually stay within the boundary? Then what is the outcome? Did the action achieve the right results? So these are the levels of trust at different levels. You can see some marked with blue, some marked with amber, some green, some red. These are the areas where you pay attention when you're talking about trust. So trust is a chain, and then a 1 weak link can actually invalidate the whole decision. Look at that again. So it is a chain. So you don't trust one and say that is okay. No, it's a chain. So 1 weak link can invalidate the whole decision. All right. So let us look at it. So what evidence should an agent provide? What evidence should an agent provide? Because the model says so. It is not an evidence strategy. Yeah, the AI said it, and that should be fine. But no, what is the evidence? What is the evidence? Yes, the AI has been able to produce this, has been able to give this. What is the evidence? So it is in 3 phases. So before, we're looking into 3, before, during, and the after. So before you implement the agent, before you implement it, so you should ask before that, before you start acting. So what is the intention, the intent? What is the plan? What is it trying to do? What is the intention? What is the plan? What are the stages it's going to take? What is going to follow one after the other? What are the permissions? What kind of access are we actually going to give to the agent? At what level? Are the things that comes into mind when we are talking about agents. What is the expected impact? When this thing starts, when it produces this, what is the impact it's going to have at different level, to the administrators, to the academic, to the students, at different level? What is the level of the impact? What is the confidence and uncertainty here? So these are the things we brainstorm before even coming. So when it gets to the level of in the process, when I'm talking about the runtime now, when the agent is now acting, this is where we now need to pay attention. This is where we observe. This is where we look at the evidence, we look at the patterns, we look at the behavior and see how is acting. So during, you talk about the tools that is used. What kind of a tool is this going to use? Is it going to use the student? Is it going to be on student devices or secluded devices that this thing could only be accessed on this, these devices? Or is it on the student devices or the university infrastructure? So you look at different tools that is using. So if the agent is now beginning to use something that has not been given access to, and that is where we observe that. Then the data access, like I mentioned earlier, what is the level of data? Students in this faculty cannot, the agent cannot access data that is different from students in this faculty or in this department or at this level of. So you look at the data that is accessed. So when the agent is acting, you know which data is being accessed. Now, the policy checks. This is where you create, all kinds of a policy guardrails, and then this thing don't go beyond this one, yes or no. These are the way you put what the policy. So the agent following this policy. So you do policy check, the exceptions. You look at the human approvers. So is he actually waiting for approval of somebody to do this one? If not, then that is where you need to question. Then let us look at the after. Now, after here is what is the action taken? What is the outcome? What is the evidence trail? What are the errors, anomalies? What are the actions that has been taken that cannot be reversed? This is crucial. Now, for instance, you can trust AI to generate email, right? But can you actually trust that AI to send the email on your behalf? Because once you know that once you click on send, it is gone. Now, imagine now, send email, and you have the AI to draft email for you and send it on your behalf. Now, let us assume that email has been sent. Now, imagine what happens. Are you now fidgeting, or do you have the confidence that yes, that is all? No, because you know that it cannot be reversed, and what is not reversed, the repercussion is what is crucial. So evidence must follow the agent across the entire action life cycle. And so let us look at the question 3 here is how much autonomy is enough? How much autonomy? Autonomy is that the agent can actually act on his own. So, but at what level? So, how much should we give to it? Now, the autonomy should be graduated, not binary. It's not about yes, give it autonomy, or no, don't give it autonomy. No. So the autonomy should be graduated. Now, from level 0 is like observe. AI sees this and then human acts, right? Give me something, find out something from you, then it's find this and then give it to you. The AI sees it and the humans act on it. Now, when you move on to that level, you move on to the level of recommend. So it means AI can propose, but humans decide. So when you have what has been proposed, you can ask, okay, yes, I want to use this. No, I don't want to use it. So that is where the level of human intervention stays. So the level of autonomy in that level is that point is that AI can propose, and then the AI can also the next level is AI can execute with approval. So it means AI can actually send email to students on my behalf, but not directly, not automatically. It means I must approve that email. Of course, before you have done, that is what they call journal. That is what they call the traces, the accountability. At that point in time, you can say that actually human being was able to review this email before the agent sent that email to the students, to the school authority. So human can actually authorizes it. Then you move on from there to bounded autonomy. It means AI can act within strict limits. This strict limit is where you create guardrail, you create policies, you create rules and regulations and fit it into it. They are strict. So once that has been set in over time, you can say yes, can actually ask you. So you get to the level of a bounded autonomy, because actually we can actually do a lot of things. AI, the agentic AI is very powerful because it can actually go around, do a lot of things that that may be difficult for you, but you must be able to create a strict rule so that you can trust it, that once it has gone, it can actually rely on what is bringing out. Then there is what is the level of a delegated authority. So it means AI acts on your behalf. You as human only supervise the outcome. So that is the level of autonomy. So the mistake is not asking, can agent do this? The question is that at what autonomy is it safe to do it? That is what we should talk about. So it requires our thinking. The thinking is that yes, AI is going to do this. AI can do anything. AI can do, but the question now is that at what level of autonomy? So we should think about that one. Let us look at a case study. A university agent, for instance, you can integrate it in any level of or in your school, and lecturers, professors, you know what I'm talking about. Let's say you have a university agent where will you draw the line based on what we have said? You know, you have same agent, same intelligence, now but different consequences. There are different levels here. You know, you can the low level is that is where you see the green bar. Draft an email. You can see that AI can act, right? Like many of us probably are using, even if you are using your email already has um whatever the one you are using, whether Gmail or whatever, can actually draft email for you based on, of course, you know what I'm talking about. So here I can act on your behalf. That is a low level. So it means I can trust what is drafting. But let us move on to medium. You can say, okay, book a tutoring session. So it means AI can actually act with rule. So if I just say, go and book a tutoring session with who, what information do we have about the tutor? What is the experience? What is the trust level? So AI can actually ask. You can say, okay, this particular tutor must be of this number of experience in this area of forever. So these are what rules, and at that level here I can have. Okay, let us move on into the next level that talk about, a student here I can recommend a student intervention. Now, intervention is that at that point in time is now evolving the should I call this life or decision on impact on students and even the lecturer as well. So at that point in time, you need a level of a human overview. And the one that is very high is that when it gets to the level of AI, say change academic status. AI can just go to your system and say, okay, every student in this department, you have first class. And everybody is AI. But the truth is that when you're like, when you notice what has happened, looks so unusual. The truth is that that is the impact of that one is very high. So when you get to the level of a changing academic status, human decision is required. So before the final result will be released, or before the final grade level will be released, the human decision is very, very required. And that is where these are the different stages I'm actually proposing to the universities to put the trust where they can actually implement something. So what determines the boundary? We're talking about the impact, the reversibility. Is it reversible? And if it is not reversible, then that is why that is a high risk. So what is the level of sensitivity? Sensitivity of the data, the results, the exam paper, the exam question. These are what level of a sensitivity. Uncertainty. We are not sure yet what is going to be. Then accountability. Accountability is that can you actually from beginning to the end, can you see what is doing? Can you actually look at it and say, okay, at this point it did this one, at this point it did this one? That is accountability. If you don't have that one, then it means it's not trustworthy. So we need to factor it into our system. Let us look at the trust. Trust fails is more way than hallucination. Agentic system introduces new failure modes because they can pursue goals and use tools. Now, the goal hijacking. Trust here can actually fail. Hallucination, like somebody we have talked about before, is that when it starts, over time you can see that it's already drifting. It's already going into another place. It's already bringing something different. It's already bringing, so maybe it's sleeping and it's already bringing everything. So if you're not careful, you just begin. If you are like a garbage in, garbage out, whatever it gives in, when it's hallucinating, you may not know. But that is not even as worse as trust when trust fails. No, because if the goal has been hijacked, maybe the angel is redirected by malicious or untrusted instruction. We know this is a tool, right? In university system, different level of attack may want to come, and then they might introduce, different, bad prompts into the AI, and before you know it, the AI is already doing something else. Maybe you have a AI that is managing students or marking students' papers, right? Student exams. And the students, and the one student, like one smart student, that say, okay, can we do something? As the exam has been done, and the student just goes ahead and feed into the device some kinds of information. Already the system, the student has already hijack the agent, and at the end of the day, it's going to give in, bad result. So the goal could be hijacked. Then the tools could be misused. A legitimate tool is used when a legitimate tool is used on the unsafe way. That is another thing. If it is used on the tool is misused. What about the identity and privilege abuse? What level? They just get more access than the task requires. When you give access to a tool more than it deserves, it's very dangerous. Of course, if you have like maybe 15 years old and you're going to buy a Bugatti and give it to, that is too much access at that level, right? So when it is required at one stage, you give access, access to that agent. What about memory poisoning? When bad information persists, and it can change future behavior. Just like every one of us, what we feed ourselves with will definitely affect our future behavior. You see, when somebody begin to misbehave or begin misbehaving somehow, go and check. It means probably he has been fed with wrong or bad information. That is what is the result, is what we are seeing. So when you begin to see the behavior or the bad decision from a particular agent, it means the memory has been poisoned. Cascading failure. One bad action propagates across workflow. One bad action like this, it can actually affect the other. It affects the other, and before you know it, it will have actually touched different parts. Okay, so the agent also persuades humans to approve harmful actions. The agent persuades humans to approve human action. So if the human trust is exploited, then there is a big issue. I think I have a few minutes, if I'm not wrong. So okay, so the most dangerous permission here is the one nobody thought about. The dangerous permission is the one nobody is thinking about. The agent inherits the power of the tools, the data, and identity they can access. Now, let us give it the minimum necessary authority. At every stage, we must think about these 4 permissions, the boundaries. Give the agent the only tool it needs. If at this agent, does it need to read only or to write into it? Can it send mail or can it delete? These are the different levels that we must implement. So give it the agent the only tool it needs. Give it only the data it needs. If it doesn't need some data, don't feed it into it. Like the registry, in the university, if it contains student records, student everything. If a lecturer doesn't have anything to do with student registry, don't give access to it. If a student does not have anything to do with another department, don't give access. Don't let the agent have access to that data. Now, give it only the operations it needs. If it's to generate student record or student attendance or student what's called test or assignments or whatever. So let it give it that operation only. Then separate read, write, and irreversible actions. Look at it very well. This is where the administrators sit down and design the agentic AI that fits into their own system. That is why we can actually use AI, very powerful tool, but sit down and design what actually rules do we need to put in place. Then require stronger approval as impact increases. So when the impact is beginning to the AI is beginning to have much impact on the students, then make the approval very strong. So less privilege is not only a security principle, it is a trust principle. Please, you can let me know if I have a few minutes to stop so that I can just round up, please. And human loop is not if human loop is not a checkbox bug. No, most of the way you will see HITL. When you see that acronym, HITL is a human in the loop, so it's not a checkbox. Let's say for instance, a human, when a human just blindly approves something, as it's just breaking in, then you just approve. Now, I know what I'm talking about, because on several cases I've used some tools, and then it just brings it in. It might be difficult for you to actually read everything, and just like, I don't have time, approve. But sometimes I look at what have I approved, and I have to go again and say, oh, okay, because it has a lot of consequences. If a human approve, that just click approve, is a fake oversight. An agent hacks, and human sees a summary, and human just approve it automatically. That is a human. That human is what? Is a rubber stamp. You just put the human there, and did you check? Yes, I check it. Did you approve? You approve it. Then you just approve. That is, you didn't look at everything. You didn't actually see. That is what? Fake oversight. Now, meaningful, you can also have a meaningful oversight. For instance, when the agent explains and hinted and shows planned action, I highlight uncertainty, and the human can actually look at it, modify or reject, right? Then the human can actually what? Remain the decision maker. And at runtime, when it's operating, the human must be able to pause the action, not just when it starts, then it starts running. You can say, okay, enroll a student, enroll 400 students into this into different department, and before you know it, the AI is already enrolling all the students into the same department, and you can't stop it. Before you know it, has enrolled, it has sent registration number and everything. That is, it's out of your control. So, but you must be able to what? To control, to pause the action, to stop the action, or revoke access, and if possible, escalate issues, or undo, or maybe compensate. These are the actions you must be able to do during runtime. Then you must be able to control those executions. So oversight must be capable of changing the outcome. Like many of us, don't let us just, AI gives us suggestion and just, push on straight and approve it. No, don't be a rubber stamp human in the loop. So it's not a check box. It is actually necessary. So transparency is more than saying AI was used. It's more than that. Transparency agents should make its behavior inspectable. Let us look at the identity. Who and what is it acting? Who is it assessing? What is this thing? Now, the intention, what is this agent trying to achieve? What is the plan? What does it intend to do? The action, what tool and data did it use? What about the outcome? What changed? And you can actually trace it. Can we reconstruct what happened? If you cannot reconstruct agent behavior, you cannot reliably govern it. So it's not about our using it now, it's about governance. Okay, am I up?
Yes, you can just begin to round up, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, I have a few to finish, so I can just complete the remaining. Let us look at the trust must be continuously earned. The trust must be continued to earn. So if you say I trust you, or if you say don't you trust me, I will ask, why should I trust you? Do I know you? How have you lived life? Many of us that the problem we'll be working together for quite a number of years. We know our weaknesses, we know our strengths. There are some where we make some kinds of compromises, right? and adjust and move on. So I can say I trust. So when I say I trust this person, so it means I know the strength of this person, I know the weakness, I know everything he can do. So I can decide to go on, so that when this thing happens, I know what to do. I know when to get angry. I know when not to get angry. So this is what you could talk about trust. So trust is earned. Nobody just comes in and say, trust me. No, I will not trust you. The same thing agent here says here. So the trust must be earned. How do you earn the trust? Now, when you have it, it must be able to pass the test. You design the agentic software. What I'm saying here is that many of us we have engineers in our schools, in our IT department. They can actually design agentic AI to work on the model to handle some of the things that we do enterprise-wise in your school, within your school, right? So they work on that model. So when when you design that model, or you design that agent for your marking of scripts, attendances, all those kind of things that we do in school. So it must go from test. So you have designed it, you must test it. So once it tests it, you must go through red team. The red team here is talking about pen test, like many of us will say it's penetration. So you are testing it. Okay, you said this thing is working. So the red team said, how can I break it? So you try to to attack it. You are trying to break it. You are trying to break it, or you try to form a kind of a devil advocate on that particular tool. If it has passed, if it passes, then you can deploy it. So you don't go from test to deploy. It must go through the red team. You must test it, you must push it, you must attack it before you deploy. So once you deploy, it's already deployed, it's running now, maybe into production, and it's already working. So you begin to monitor. You set monitor and okay, how is it behaving? Is it behaving at what level, at what stage? Is it accessing different data? In that way. So you are monitoring it. So when you get to the level of monitor, then you begin to learn. Oh, it has actually, we got this thing, and this thing has helped us. It has saved us time. We have been able to get. So you learn from that one, and at that point in time, you retest. So it's not a one-way traffic and say once it has gone that one, that is all. No, it means you must be able to retest. So at one point where it fails, you can learn and go back. So in the real world, there is what new data, because you have a new world, new system, new changes. The data we have last year is not the same. The data is changing. The tools are changing. The new attacks from everywhere. New users are coming in. New incentives. So these are the things that affect the workflow, the flow. So if you say the agents is trustworthy, you can trust it. It must be able to go through these stages, and that is why you have to test and retest and retest. So trust is what is a control loop and not a launch milestone. It's not that we have adopted it and we are happy. No, it must go through those stages. So trust budgets. I'm talking about here. I'm going to just skip these stages. The trust budget is that you must move from low impact to high impact. What is the budget of this our trust? Oh, we can draft. Yes, can draft. Maybe that is where we want to stay. Let it just stay there and use that one only. Don't go to the level where it's recommending. Okay, if you want to move to recommend, the agentic can recommend for you, but don't move into prepare something or approve for you. Or maybe you are in the approve or you get to the execute level. That is where what is becoming amber light showing. Be careful, be careful, be careful. So execute, that's a bounded one. And maybe if you are so sure of yourself, you have invested so much, you want to go to the level of strong control. You can say commit, and then when you get to the level of maybe irreversible, of course, there are some agents that are actually doing irreversible action once you set in and it's already taking decisions. So looking at the autonomy, how bad is the failure? How likely is the failure? What is irreversible? The root term is that the more consequential, irreversible, and uncertain the action, the stronger the evidence and control required. What should an agent approve? Capability. I've said this one. I will just skip that. And the university problem is not should we use AI in the teaching, in the assessment, in the institutional. You can actually use AI in that. Then let me look at the provocable questions for educators. How are we assessing the student capability or the ability to supervise AI? Old signal says, submitted artifacts. The new signal says process and adjust. Then the future is what human and agents are now working it together. So you see that what we are shifting. It's really shifting. Then okay, let me look at the three bad ways to build trust. The demo, like I said earlier. So it worked beautifully in a controlled demonstration. Therefore, we must trust it. No, because it's not a demo. It's not we have tested and it's worked. No, that is not how to build trust. So then there is a human somewhere in the workflow. Therefore, it is human control. What about if the human is just rubber stamp? He just sitting down there and he wants to just come and just forward it. So you can't, because the human is there, you can't say, yeah, I trust it. No, the policy, we have to know who wrote a responsible AI policy. What are the criteria? Who are those people that actually wrote the policy? So if you say somebody wrote it, what is the knowledge level of that person, of those people, of the team? So if you say just put people there, yes, they have gone through whatever, and then let them put it, is very dangerous. So therefore, the system is responsible. No, that's the bad way of building trust. So trust is demonstrated by behavior under pressure, not by intention. Not that it's not actually what I thought. It's not that no. It must be under. We want to see how you behave under pressure, and that is why many of us earn trust. How do you behave under pressure? That is whether somebody will trust you or not. So the better way is that bound the agent, observe the agent, and prove the agent. I've mentioned this earlier. So bound it, create rules, observe it, how is it behaving, then prove it later and retest, and that is all. So the sixth question, trust gate. What exactly is the agent allowed to do? What evidence shows it can do it reliably? What can go wrong, including adversarially, like serving as a devil advocate? And what happens when uncertainty is high? Who can stop, override it, or reverse it? What evidence remains after the action? So if you cannot answer these 6 questions, you are not ready to delegate. So the question I want you to take home is this. It is not, can AI do this? It should be, should AI do this? That should be the question, or maybe the question we should have to what questions we have. Then we move on to what must be true before we believe it. That is the trust question. And then the final thought, trust should be the absence of doubt. It should be the presence of evidence. We should not ask AI to earn our trust by sounding human. We should ask it to earn trust by behaving reliably under conditions where reliability matters. Please take that home. Build agents that deserves autonomy, and then we'll be able to see the impact in our society, in our community, in our area of profession. So thank you so much. There are questions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. That was an insightful session. Definitely, we are moving the threshold. Definitely. We're moving from mere outputs to AI taking actions on our behalf. Quickly, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? If we have those questions, let's quickly take them. We have quite some comment here. Thank you for such an insightful lecture. This was massive and deep. AI composes, humans decides. Thank you for the insight. Level of prompt, level of our prompt is the determinant of AI feedback. One of the things I learned is to gradually move our trust threshold, not instantly just go from, AI generating to deciding, delegating, and all of that, but we should gradually move, our trust threshold. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Mr. Otimin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. All
Yes,
right.
we can hear
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Isaac. Thank you so much for this session. It's really very informative. And for some of us, we might think maybe this is a little bit advanced, but it isn't. He's looking at an enterprise level as a school, as a campus. Um, Maybe for some of us as lecturers, we've only been using AI when it comes to just as a chatbot. But he delved into agents. And what agent does is that agent takes over your computer. Maybe from a computer level, from an individual level, you can use an agent. And then as an enterprise, when you build application for your school, you could actually use an agent to enroll students, to do student follow-up, lead generation, lead management. There's a whole variety of things that you could use AI agent from. And we need to also transition from just chatbots to agents. A chatbot is you ask it for what you can do, but an agent, you tell it what you want it to do, and then it goes ahead to do it. For example, I use Claude Code um, and Codex. Claude Code is the agent. Claude Code and Claude Cowork is the agent for Anthropic, and then Codex is the agent for ChatGPT. And I just tell them design something and leave it, and then it comes back. It tests it, it opens it, continue to evaluate itself until it completes that task. Then you come back and check it. And a lot of times, we need to know that we can benefit from this as individuals. We can benefit from this as individuals, not just as an enterprise, but for you as an individual. There are a lot of use cases, and so I want to thank you so much. For example, we in one of the two sessions I had with 2 weeks ago, before a week before the K to 12 conference, I worked school owners through automation of their school processes from admissions to report card generation. And so the first session, we just used the free anti-gravity, which is Google agent. And from there, we just tell it what to do. And immediately, right there in a 1 hour session, it built a website. And then we went ahead and hosted that website. You don't have to have any experience. You just need to tell it, give it instruction. And that's the role of an agent. And when it talks about security, it's important. For example, what I do, I have a specific folder on my computer that the agent can only refer to. It cannot refer to any other folder. And so everything it does is within that folder. If it wants to go outside that folder, it would have to seek for permission, and I will have to decline. And also, whatever I ask it to do before he ships it, it gets confirmation from me. And that way, you are able to focus on some other things. So as time goes on in the community, we'll be moving majorly from chatbots to agents, how agents can really help you. And so I want to thank you so much, Mr. Isaac. And I think we would have to bring you back to help us walk through some practical use cases as it relates to educator. Maybe not as a school in terms of a university, but as it relates to educator, we want to look forward to having you have that session with us. And so I want to thank every one of us for joining. We'll be going on a break for 40 minutes. We have 3 more sessions to go. EDK, I'm going to switch over to the agenda. It's going to be just your screen and the agenda, but I'll do the talking. So in the next, I'm sure you still can hear me. In the next session, we'll be having 3 more speakers, Dr. Elijah Olakunle, Dr. Ejimofo, and then Associate Professor Samuel. They'll be rounding up the sessions for us. So I want to encourage you to maybe relax, walk around, and then come back. For those of us on Teams, the session will still keep going. For those of us on Facebook and YouTube, we're going to start a countdown that will start counting for another 40 minutes. And then we'll be back by 2 p.m. and just have 3 more sessions and be done by 5 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And thank you to all our speakers, those of them that have joined us, those that are in the green room joining us now. Thank you so much. We hope that we would see you back here in about 40 minutes so we can continue what we need to do. EDK, if there are other announcements, you can go ahead and make those announcements.
Basically, just saying thank you to everybody who has stayed so far. Like Mr. Rotimi said, we'll continue at 2 p.m. So do well to, not go so far from your device. All right, I think that's all. Also, you can follow our social media page, our media pages at TTC Media, especially our YouTube, because even after the conference, we'll continuously have more content. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everyone. See you in 39 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Isaac. We'll talk offline. If you can also send me your script, your slides, so we'll begin to prepare the resources for all the participants. Thank you.
All right, welcome once again. Welcome, everybody. Please confirm you can hear me. Um, you are welcome to the second round of the TETC conference, TETC 3.0 for higher educators. Yes, I want to see comment to know that you can hear me, and then we are ready to kick off this session. What an insightful time we've had from the first speaker, second, third, and even fourth speaker. We have three more speakers to go, and I'm sure there's going to be an amazing time. So let's get some comments so that we can know that inside thumbs up so we know we are together. I think I see a comment on Teams. I can hear you. Thank you very much, Mark Valentine. It's good to know that you can hear me. Any other person, let's know that we are together. Awesome. I also like to confirm that the next speaker is live, so that we can know when to proceed. Yes. Awesome. Great. Thank you. Our next speaker is live. So I'll just quickly do an introduction so that we can move straight into the conversation and he can have as much time as possible. Our next speaker is Dr. Elijah Olakunle. He's a dedicated researcher, engineer, and academic with expertise in the Internet of Things, machine learning, embedded systems, and wireless communication. He holds a PhD in wireless communication from University Technology, Malaysia, and a master's degree in microelectronics and computing from Bournemouth University, United Kingdom. He currently serves as an assistant professor at the School of Computing, Miriam Abacha American University of Nigeria, and is the founder and CEO of OLAC Elige Engineering Systems or Services, pardon me. His research focusing on AI-driven agricultural innovations, smart cities, and Industry 4.0 technologies. He's passionate about technology and digital skills development. He mentors students and professionals in Python programming, embedded systems, data science, IoT, and artificial intelligence, fostering the next generation of innovators and engineers. He's going to be speaking on the topic of mastering AI, your strategic advantage in research and development. So TETC 3.0, can we put our hands together and make some noise for Dr. Elijah Ola Kule? You are welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Please confirm you can hear me.
All right.
And you're good to go, sir.
Yes, I can. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, the MC. I really appreciate this time. And I also want to say a big thank you to the lead organizer, Mr. Rotimi, for having me back. This is my third consecutive time sharing on this great platform. So I want to say thank you and thank you to the whole of the team. And to all our audience this afternoon, I want to say big good afternoon. And without waste of time, I would like to dig in so that we can have enough time to interact, um, discuss, brainstorm, especially um, focusing on the theme, on the topic, mastering AI, your strategic advantage in research and development. So I believe everyone can hear me, and you can also see my slides up there.
No, we're not seeing your slides. You need to.
Yes, but you're sharing the wrong screen.
Okay,
You're
now
not
it's
sharing your
Oh,
screen.
okay.
Yes, thank you.
Is it the right screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I will start now. All right, so once again, thank you. So I'll be speaking on mastering AI, your strategic advantage in research and development. So we talk about research and development, we talk about R&D. And before I go deep into that, thanks for the introduction, but just a little bit more about me. So I'm an author, a researcher, a teacher, a farmer, a lecturer, founder. I work with the Mariam Abacha American University of Nigeria, based in Kano, but I'm currently based in Kaduna, and I founded the company Olakela Engineering Services, where we promote skills acquisition, especially in the area of programming, Python programming, IoT, embedded systems, AI, data analysis, and so on and so forth. And this is my Google Scholar account where you can see my research profile. So if you're interested in some of my research work, please feel free to go explore. And I'm very open to collaboration, especially if you're looking at research that has to solve real life problems. Okay, so if you have some academic research activity, it's good, but I prefer research that has to solve real life problems. So that is why today I'll be speaking on mastering AI, our research, using the AI as a research advantage for our research and development strategic, sorry, our strategic advantage in research and development. Okay. All right. So from our objective, so the aim is to provide an overview of what R&D is all about, understand the role of AI in R&D, and how can AI tools accelerate R&D for local consumption. Okay. This is outline for today. So my discussion is going to be in four different segments. One, introduction to R&D, and this is just to provide some a little bit of background, especially for those of us who are not in the research and development segment of the IR institution. So I believe the IR institution is made up of different segments, right? So in some universities, we have instructors who just focus on learning, teaching and learning. Okay, so their full time is just academic work, teaching and learning. While there's another segment that 50% teaching and learning and 50% research and research. While we have another category which is just 100% research and development. So in some universities, they give you the opportunity to choose where you really want to fit in, okay, which area you are more passionate about. If you're passionate about just teaching and learning, then they allow you to do your teaching and learning 100%. And for if you're passionate about research and development, then they allow you focus on research and development. So that is where you get yourself involved with pursuing of grants, writing proposals, doing the actual research, and not just living at that level, but taking it a bit further to development, whereby you apply the knowledge you have acquired from that foundational research into maybe prototyping. From prototyping, you apply for commercializations and so on and so forth, right? So I'll just provide a little bit of introduction to R&D to start with. Then we'll look at the traditional R&D versus the AI augmented R&D. Then I will consider a use case. So I'm hoping that it's going to be more of demonstration in this case, because if I just make it more of like PPT slides, copying the prompts and just showing you, it might not be very interesting. And in terms of presentation in the slides, rather I want to show you a live aspect of it. Okay. Then, of course, I will give my opinion on the issue of trust evidence assessment, rethinking what counts in the age of AI. So, for me, I'm into lecturing, and as well as I'm also one leg in the industry, trying to see how I can develop solutions to solve real life problems. So I'll give my perspective into what I think about what AI is to us as instructors, also to the students, and how my thoughts on how I feel we should go about the issue of use of AI in the process of learning. All right, so to start, let's look at the first aspect, which is introduction to research and development. Okay, so basically, research and development is a systematic process of investigating problems. Okay, generating new knowledge. Okay, and transforming that knowledge into new or improved products, services, technologies, or processes. Okay, and for that to happen, first, if you look at the research aspect of things, okay, So as you can see, you have identifying the problems and knowledge gaps. Okay, so that is where we want to know what are the existing solutions. In fact, what is the problem we're trying to solve in the first place, all right? And the good thing about solving problems, especially for us who are in the developing of, countries, is that we have so many problems around us. If you just look to your left, there's a problem lying down there. You look to your right, there's a problem. So it brings about so much opportunity for us as researchers, right? And we as researchers, we need to go from just academic activities to more of providing real solutions to real life problems. And I think that is the major challenge we face in this part of the world. You know, they look at us, they say, okay, you are professor of this, professor of that. We have all these problems. What solution have you been able to develop? And so on and so forth. So it's very, very important now that we begin to look into R&D and how AI can help us in this part of the world. So identifying problems, knowledge gaps, reviewing academic literature. Okay, yes, we need to go back to the literature. Let's see how they've done it before, what method they use, what are the limitations, what is the gap, what do we need to improve on. So all of this is under the research arm of R&D. Okay, collecting and analyzing data, discovering patterns, and all of that. Then developing and testing core hypotheses. What's the hypothesis we're able to develop during the course of our findings? Okay, what is the model we're able to come up with? Okay, what is the algorithms we're able to develop, and so on and so forth. And after the research process, that is not where it ends. But unfortunately, for most of us, okay, once we do all of that and we are able to publish one or two papers, and that's it, we call it a day. Move on to the next thing. But I think research in higher institution needs to transcend that now. So research and development shouldn't be what belongs to just the industry, because industry are trying to come up with products to generate revenue, to make profits. No, I think right from the university we need to begin to look at this angle as well. So the development aspect talks about designing practical solutions and systems. Okay, so from all our research we have done, our paperwork, our algorithms, our models, how can we use it to develop real practical solutions that solves our problems that we face daily? Building and engineering prototypes. So what kind of prototypes are we been able to develop? Have we tested it? How good is it? How reliable it is? And how do we deploy it for real world impact? So that's what R&D simply means. In some other instances, now they don't just say R&D. Some people say research, innovation, and development, RID. You know, so it depends on how you look at it. So there are four major stages of R&D. The first part is the research and discovery. Okay, so that's where you do your findings, um, study prior knowledge, formulate hypotheses. Then the second stage is the concept development. Okay, where you come up with your architectural solutions. Okay, design the system models, select technologies you want to use to actually implement whatever you have been able to find. Okay, then the third stage I would say is the developing and testing. Okay, that's where you begin to build your prototypes. Okay, conduct experiments, optimize your performance, check for validity, verification, and so on and so forth. Then once that is done, then the last stage, which is the deployment and scaling. So how can we turn this product, which is we have tested is good? How can we make it? I'm sorry, this prototype. How can we convert it into a finished product that it will be useful, meaningful to our society? And I think I listened to a talk a few weeks or about a month ago, where they talk about humanizing research. Okay, so how can we use our research to solve human problems? How can we provide solutions to our immediate environment? So that is where deployment, scaling, okay, convert into product. How do you roll it out? How do you get your product patented, publish, and how do you commercialize it, and all of that. All right. So, having understood what R&D is all about, and now let's look at the difference between the traditional R&D and the AI assisted or AI augmented R&D. So, Before now, we have R&D where you start with your literature review. In that case, you need to search for your papers, do a lot of readings over months. So in some universities, once you register for your PhD or you register for your master's by research, they give you about 6 months to go and figure out what is out there. So you do use 6 months for just literature review. So reading papers, hundreds of papers, 200 of papers, trying to synthesize, trying to analyze, and all of that. So that used to be what in time past. But with the arrival of AI, you have AI semantic search, instant summarization, automated gap identification. So you can do all of that now. You don't need to wait for another 6 months to be able to arrive at your solutions or your answers or your findings. Within weeks, days, you can begin to get answers to some of these things. So, of course, also for brainstorming. So, in the past, we brainstorm. You see, limited it's limited to individual human memory. So, and traditional team meetings, you have a lot of meetings discussing with your supervisor, discussing with your colleagues, your team. Brainstorming how to come up with solutions to problems. But now we have generative AI, okay, that does some AI hypothesis generation for us, exploring multi-domain ideas under with a click of a button. So you get all of this, happening. In traditional R&D, in terms of experimentation, we do trial and error, physical experiments, hard material and time cost. So these are the bottlenecks there. But nowadays, you can have AI predictive modeling in silico simulations, automated testing setup, and so on and so forth. Then coming to data analysis, after we've done our findings, gotten our data, we have to sit down, use some statistical software to do statistical analysis, which is prone to missing subtle or nonlinear patterns and all of that. But thank God to AI now, we can use machine learning patterns for detection across millions of multivariate metrics and come up with some good insights. So that's the difference between the traditional R&D and the AI assisted R&D. So now, talking about using AI, accelerating our R&D. So again, if you look at this map, right? So we have the research gap. Okay, so we can use our AI to generate our determine or find our gaps in our researches, analyze existing works. Okay, and from there we're able to like streamline to what we want to focus on. Then we begin to gather the tools we need for solving that particular problems. We can use AI to do all of that now. And then we move on to for some of us who are doing a bit of hardware research project. Okay, so talking about how to build your hardware components, identifying what components to use, how to go about building them, and after building them, how to get your data from some of those hardware components. Then, of course, we go into data analysis, okay, where we begin to look at, okay, what is the best machine learning model, algorithm to process our data. And after that, we go into publishing our work. So all of this, you get AI to accelerate, reduce the time it used to take before now to fractions of the times we use in the time past, okay? So I'm going to look at an example of a case study. Okay, I'm going to look at the example of a case study where we'll be using looking at AI assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction with AI prompts. Okay, so we'll be looking at AI assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction with AI prompts. Now, before I can begin to talk about the AI-assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction with AI prompts. First, I would want to say you need some prerequisite knowledge. So in my own case, I have knowledge of Python programming, Internet of Things, embedded systems, machine learning. All right. So AI is actually an assistant. A lot of people consider it as an assistant, right? Some people consider it as a tool. In my own case, I like to think about AI as a weapon now. Okay. So why do I say weapon? um, if you know how to use your weapon very well, you'll be smarter than your enemies, right? You have a competitive advantage. Okay. Um, 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 Weapon in the sense that now the world is becoming very, very competitive. Between before you sleep and wake up, you see another AI tool is out there trying to do what your own AI tool is to do, take for hours. Another AI tool, somebody is advertising, okay, you can use my AI tool, it's simpler, it's faster. So that competition is becoming more and more stiffer, if I put it that way. So if you don't master the use of AI now as a weapon, you find yourself losing your battles. We have had issues of people losing their jobs in hundreds and all of that. Why? Because the society or the system is looking for people that can get jobs done in 20 minutes. Jobs that used to take 2 weeks. Companies are looking for people that can use AI to get those jobs done in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And once that begins to happen, you see, it becomes a tool to help you to prevent you from losing your job or to have that competitive advantage over your competitors and all of that. So we're looking at a future where it's going to be who knows how to use the AI tool best that wins. The person who knows how to use the AI tool best will always win. Okay, that's the future we are looking at. So the issue of whether we should still allow students to use AI, I think we have passed that era now. Because if you are still thinking about that, then I think you are losing time, and it's not a good idea. So I'm going to show you how we can use AI for developing a solution for poultry diseases. So I've chosen this topic because if you look at currently in Nigeria, um, we have so many people going to agriculture, and day in day out you see people crying on social media. uh, I woke up this morning and my birds have spent millions of naira, and 70% of them are dead. um, I woke up this morning and I discovered the fish pond, all the fishes in the fish pond, they are dead. Why? Because somebody forgot to check the water level or the water quality or the oxygen and all of that. So we have so many of these instances happening. Or you wake up one day and you discover, okay, my cows that I kept for over that I've been training, is all gone because somebody broke into the place and stole oil. So we have a lot of problems facing agriculture in this part of the world. And I think it provides a lot of opportunity for us, especially for us researchers. And that is why we should begin to tailor some of our researches to see how we can solve some of these immediate problems and see how we can provide solutions. So I'll show you how I've used AI in terms of providing a workflow for some of the things I've been working upon. Okay, so in this case, let's start with the AI assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction with AI prompts. Okay, so the first thing is you need to determine what's the best AI tool to use for that particular area you want to work on. Okay, let's say you have chosen a topic. It could be your research topic. It could be a solution you're trying to provide, maybe for your company. You want to develop products that you want to begin to advertise and market, and deploy to solve problems around you. So first thing is to determine the best AI tools, that suits your work. And one way to do this, there are so many ways to do it, but one way to do it is to use this AI prompt. I've just used this for example. So I've asked ChatGPT. For me, I work mostly with ChatGPT. I don't know, I find it suitable for most of the works I did in terms of brainstorming, in terms of finding information, in terms of articulating information, um, generating curriculums, and so on and so forth. So I enjoy it a lot. So I focus more on ChatGPT. So I've taken this prompt. What are the best AI tools for this research topic? Then I provide the topics for it. Okay, AI, da, 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 da. Then of course, ChatGPT will come up with analysis. It will not just give you exact solution. It will tell you what this tool can do, what this tool can do, and at the end of the day, it will give you some recommendations. So the recommendation is what is shown on our screen now. It says, if you want to keep the number of tools manageable, I recommend this core stack. Okay. For the research AI stack, we're looking at ChatGPT. Okay, it's good for research planning, prompts, analysis, coding. Um, elicit, illicit literature review and evidence extraction. Sky Space, understanding scientific papers. Okay, so you want to synthesize some papers, you can use your Sky Space to do all of that. Consensus, evidence-based research questions. Okay, Research Rabbit, discovering related research. Zotero, reference management. And so it gives you various tools that will be suitable for different aspects of your research if you're looking at from the start to the end. Okay, so basically, I'll see how we can use ChatGPT for this particular purpose. So, having established, okay, ChatGPT is one of my research AI tool that I could use for this work. So, I'll begin to ask ChatGPT certain questions. So, I said you should provide a workflow for this research topic from start to finish with the right prompts. Okay, so I need a research workflow. Okay, for this particular topic. So I from the beginning. Okay, starting from finding the research gaps all through to when I intend to like okay maybe prototype or even go as far as commercialization. So let's see. I'm going to demonstrate that using the ChatGPT itself. So I'm going to copy this prompt. Okay, and we're going to put it into ChatGPT, and we're going to go through all the steps, okay, so that we can get ourselves familiar with some of these things, okay. So if you bear with me 1 minute, or just let me get my ChatGPT out. Okay, let's see. All right, so I'm going to open ChatGPT. I hope you can see my ChatGPT when it comes up.
Yeah, we can see you.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to take the prompt. So I'm going to ask you to um, provide a workflow for this research topic with prompts. So let me start from the beginning, the first one. So let's go to the first one first, so that it has like a pre-knowledge of what I'm doing. All right. Okay. So I says, what are the best AI tools for this research topic? So I've given you the research topic, which is AI-assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction with AI prompts. So I do that. Let's see. Something we can pick. Okay. So, like I said earlier on, it's going to suggest different tools for you. So, it says for your AI-assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction with AI prompts, the strongest approach is to use a tool chain, not just one AI platform. Okay. So we have like literature discovery, research synthesis, data analysis, machine learning, coding, visualization, and scientific writing. So it has suggested different AI tools that we could use for different aspects of the work. So they're all there. Okay, like I said, it's going to give you all the suggestions. It's now up to you to decide. Okay, um, which one do I really want to explore? Which one do I feel? Which one do I have access to? Which one is free? Which one is going to cost me less? So you have to consider those factors before you jump on any of these AI tools. And thanks to all the previous speakers, starting from Dr. Chinon, so we talked about the open source. So I think I left a comment there where I was asking maybe if the organizers of Tech 3.0 can invite him again on a different, maybe one of your series to help us understand how to use that tool, because I think it's going to be very useful for those who are in the area of research and development. Okay, so you choose any of these tools, so it goes through all of that for you, explains each of them. So at the end of the day, it says my strongest recommendation for your research area in AI, IoT, machine learning, and smart poultry farming. I should use ChatGPT, Elicit, Skyspace, Notebook LM, and Google Colab. Okay, and so on and so forth. All right. So I will start with ChatGPT, right? Because he was saying ChatGPT will be good. Again, I don't know whether it's biased. It maybe probably I'm asking ChatGPT to suggest. So probably will suggest itself. But like I said, I found ChatGPT do most of my works without, and I'm very comfortable using ChatGPT. So if you are use more comfortable with other AI tools, please feel free to explore them. So the next one is prompt. I will give it is to provide a workflow for this research topic. Okay, so I'm going to copy the prompt. Just a second. So I'll paste it there. Yeah. Okay, so it says your AI assisted R&D workflow for poultry disease prediction. Okay, so it says from research idea to final research output with AI prompts. Okay, right. So let's go through them one after the other. So this one, problem identification and research planning. Okay, so I think this is particularly good for especially those who are just the starting their maybe research programs. It could be PhD or masters by research, or not just that, maybe you are looking at applying for grants and things like that. So this would be a very good way to start. So if let's say you want to prepare a proposal, your either grant proposal or your your proposal for your PhD topic or your master's topic. So I think this would be a good way to start. So it says understanding research problems. Okay, it says the goal is to clearly define the real world problem affecting poultry production. Okay, you can see. So it's going to give you the prompt to use. Okay. So sometimes why I prefer to give me the prompt to use because sometimes our prompts are not very detailed. So I think that has to do with prompt engineering now. The more detailed you are with your prompt, the more or the clearer the results you get from your AI tools or your AI agents or whatever it is. So if your prompts are very detailed, you probably get something closer to what really you really want. And I think I like what the previous speaker was talking about. That's Mr. Isaac was talking about at what level of autonomy can we trust AI to do things for us? At what level of autonomy? Okay, so similar to um, what we have here. So, at what level of autonomy can AI help us to become an independent researchers? So, this has to do basically to some extent with the kind of prompt you also give. Okay, so sometimes our prompts are not very good, so we get results that are not very good. So, if your prompts are good, then you'll be able to make the best of your AI. So, I like to allow AI generate a prompt that it understands and can help me. So if it's in line with what I want, like in this case, is act as a research expert in poultry health, artificial intelligence, IoT, and machine learning. Help me analyze the problem of respiratory diseases in poultry farms. Okay. Then it says identify the major causes and risk factors, environmental factors involved, poultry health indicators that may provide early warning, okay, limitations of current diseases, disease monitoring methods, how IoT and AI can improve early disease risk prediction. Okay, present the answers in a structured research problem analysis table. Okay, so this is a good prompt. So if you take any of this prompt and you give it to ChatGPT, okay, I'm sure it's going to provide something that will be in line with what we actually want. Then it's now left to us to say, okay, is it good enough for um, what we want to use it for, either for our research proposal in our program or for a research grant. Okay, so it shows you some expected output, the problem, respiratory disease in poultry, risk factors, okay, health indicators, and things like that. Okay, then it goes you takes you to the next phase, literature review and knowledge discovery. Okay, search for relevant research papers, AI tools to use. Okay, use Google Scholar, Consensus, SciSpace, or LC. So it gives you the right prompt again. And like I said, I find this very helpful. Let's say I want to generate slides. The first speaker, Dr. Chinonso, showed us how we could use that open code to generate slides from an article or a material we want to do. For me, I use Google Gemini to generate my slides because I find that it actually does good work if you know how to use the right prompt. So what I do is I take the prompts from ChatGPT, I will send it into Google Gemini, and by the time it comes out, I tell you the slides it generates are usually much better than the kind of prompt I use. Okay, so maybe For some of you probably have been doing that. If not, then I think it's a way to start. So it tells you the prompts to use into any of the AI tools, and this gets you going. Then research gap identification. Okay, so it's suggesting ChatGPT or Notebook LM. Okay, thanks to Mr. Rutimi, I think he has conducted several series of talks or trainings on how to use Notebook LM. So if you want to know how to use that, then maybe you can make reference to some of the old videos out there on their platform on how to use Notebook LM. If not, again, you can just use your ChatGPT. Just copy the prompts and put in there. Then phase four, formulate research title. Okay, so if you are struggling with what kind of title should I give to my research project, or so this can help you. Okay, come up with some good titles. So in this case, it says recommended title: development of an explainable AI and IoT-based system for real-time prediction of respiratory disease risk in poultry. Now, I like the way ChatGPT. I like to use it for even titles as well, because some of the titles are based on. It's going to search on the existing literature, based on what people have done. Then it comes up with this catchy title that, even from the title, by the time you, let's say you're preparing your article for a journal, it comes up with a title that captures the gap in that space, so that even from your title, because sometimes we write papers and we submit, our work will be very nice, but our title is not catchy. So you find even at the Dext top Dext management, they kind of like reject your paper. They say it's not suitable for this particular journal. Sometimes it's not because of the nature of your work. By the time you look at the title, this title looks very outdated or it's not catchy or something, they'll just reject. And sometimes they go through as far as your abstract before they reject. So this can help you come up with a very catchy title that is very relevant, very current, and that suits your work. Okay. Develop research objectives and questions. Okay, so that will help you to do that. Research system requirements and architecture. This is very, very important. Okay, especially for those who are, like I said, going into development, not just research aspect of things. Okay, so in this case, it gives me a very detailed prompt. It says, act as an IoT system engineer and AI researcher, develop the functional and non-functional requirements for an AI and IoT-based poultry respiratory disease prediction system. Okay, so this system should monitor temperature, humidity, ammonia, CO2, dust of particulate matter, poultry mortality, feed intake, water intake, respiratory systems. Now, this is a very detailed list of parameters that you can use for this particular research. Now, it's not left to you as a researcher. Do I really have the budget to handle some of these parameters? Because by the time you begin to look at some of these parameters, of course, if you have to deal with all the parameters, it's going to increase your cost. Okay, so if you look at it and you say, okay, the list is quite long, you can ask the ChatGPT to just focus on the most influential parameters, okay, the most critical parameters that can help you develop the system. All right, so then include sensors, microcontrollers, communication technology, cloud database requirements, and all of that. So let's take, for example, this prompt. I'm interested in this one because this brings the technical aspect of things that has to do with our R&D. So I'm going to take this prompt, okay? I've copied it. Then I'm going to go down. Let's go down and let's prompt it. So for me, I don't know, research has become more interesting with the um, use of AI than ever before, because rather than sit down watching TikTok or scrolling through Facebooks, I can sit down hours brainstorming with ChatGPT on how to improve a particular product. We brainstorm, we try this. I have like I'm having human discussion. So and that is where AI, has been very strategic. Okay, so let me put this. So this is one of the prompts I'm giving to ChatGPT. So let's see what it comes up with for us. Okay. So it says the functional and non-functional requirements. Okay, AI and IoT-based poultry respiratory disease prediction system. Okay, system overview. All right. The system should classify diseases risk into three major parts: low risk, medium risk, and high risk. Okay. So this is the architecture he has given to me. If you, I don't know how well you can see my screen. Otherwise, let me enlarge it a bit. Okay. All right. So it gives you the architecture of how your system should work. Okay. Environmental sensors that I need to get. I'll need to get a sensor for temperature, humidity, ammonia, CO2, dust. Um, then the poultry health data that I should be interested in should be okay. I think this is getting too deep now. Okay. So the poultry health data I should be interested in is the mortality rate, the feed intake, water intake, and respiratory signs. All right. And it will suggest the hardware to use. So in this case, it has suggested the Raspberry Pi Pico 2W, which is a microcontroller, very powerful microcontroller. Then the communication technology, of course, I'll need Wi-Fi because it's going to be IoT, Internet of Things. So meaning that when I deploy this system in any poultry, I should be able to monitor it from my phone or from anywhere as long as in the world, as long as I'm connected to the internet. So it comes up with a protocol to use MQTT protocol. Okay. So if you are just someone who is new into this area, some of these things could sound very technical, but what it tells you is that okay, you need some of these protocols. Then it's not left for you to go deeper to investigate. Okay, what's MQTT? How will it be used? And all of those things are things that ChatGPT will take you through. Okay. Then, of course, your cloud or local server database, your APIs, and of course, your AI prediction engine. Okay. Your disease risk score. So, this is the system architecture. Okay, of the how the whole system will look like. So, for me, I can appreciate that because I have an idea of what it is. Again, so for all of the parameters we are going to be monitoring, it will suggest the sensors to use. Okay, so if, for temperature, to tell you, you can either use BME 280 or SHT 31 or industrial sensor. Humidity, you can use these. Ammonia, you can use these. CO2, you can use these. Dust, and this, you can use these. So it suggests all the components that you need for the development aspect of things. All right. So then it gives you other aspect of the functional requirements. Okay, system shall measure temperature, and so this for those who are in software development, I think they'll be familiar with functional and non-functional requirements. Okay, so tells you the formulas to use to calculate your parameters, your whatever you monitor, and all of that. So if you go down, 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 so microcontroller and edge computing requirements, okay, sensor interfacing, data acquisition. So all these are very useful information that for someone who is knowledgeable in embedded systems, you kind of appreciate it. Okay, so again, in this case, AI is more like a tool, it's more like an assistant that can help you make things faster. But again, you still need the fundamental knowledge. And that is where I think learning is very important. Okay. All right. So all of this is what it has provided. So I want to go through that because it doesn't bore us up. Just go through down. Okay. All right. So let's say for that, it has identified some of the components that I could use and of that. Then I may be interested in maybe for the microcontroller. Of course, I will buy the components. That is where the development aspect of things comes in. I'll buy the components, solder it on board, connect it. Then the next thing is I need to write my firmware. So your firmware is the code that runs on your microcontroller that allows the system to perform whatever task you have asked it to perform. So for this case, I'll need my microcontroller to measure all the various parameters that it has listed: temperature, humidity, ammonia, and all of that. So then I will, if it's suggested I choose Raspberry Pi Pico 2W, right? In this case, so I will give it a prompt. I will say provide, right? Sorry, provide. Let's see. Okay. provide um, a micro.
Hello, are you there? Hello, hello. Oh, I think he's off or
I
she's
think
off.
is yes.
Oh, okay, I think he's
All right. So sorry about the break. I guess it's his network.
mm, right. So EDK, you have to turn on your camera.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure we've been learning one or two things. It has been a very insightful time and also hands-on. And I like trainings that are very hands-on, right? If you can agree with me. So let's just give him a moment to see and to have him back. So we can share our takes from this session, right?
Yeah, I think.
One or two things we've
Can you
learned.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think one of the things that the processes he's going through is not just about. I know that it's tied towards a particular topic that, of course, is the field where he is in. But the beauty of this process that he's taking us through is the fact that you could replicate this for any of your research. And this is where what other speakers have mentioned comes into play, the fact that you are involved. You are involved in the learning process. And so, for somebody who goes through this process, you could ask him or her anything around what he's been doing, and he can tell you. It's not just like somebody who sends in a prompt and just copies the output. You can see that it's a back and forth thing. You already know the things you want to do, but you are leveraging AI to provide you with what he is able to provide because of the vast amount of data it has been trained with. And that is the beauty of leveraging AI, that we are able to identify what we are good at and what AI is good at. No matter how brilliant you are, you do not have as much access to data as an AI or a learning large language module has. You've not been trained on as much data as it has been trained, and you cannot. Okay, it's coming back in, and you cannot also not process that many amount of data in a very short time, and that's why it's necessary for us to leverage on that. So I think Dr. Elijah is back, and we'll just go straight back into the conversation with him. Hi, Dr. Elijah.
Oh, so sorry for that. I think that was a little bit of technical glitch on my side. So I'm going to be rounding up now because of my time. So trying to
Right.
bring everything together.
Let's
Yeah.
just. You're not sharing
So
your screen anymore.
all right. Sorry. Okay. Let me share now. Share screen.
Okay, we can see your screen now.
Okay. All right. So to round up, so again, that's the process I use in my work here, and with that, it accelerates all my R&D work or projects I embark on. So, just to give my thoughts, my own opinion with respect to the theme of this conference, which has to do with trust, evidence, and assessment, how we rethink AI in this current age. So, I remember. For me as a lecturer, I really encourage my students to use AI. I really encourage them because the better they are at it, the better it is for them and the better it is for us. Okay. All the issue of integrity, the learning process, and all of that are very important. But let's make sure that we teach them the right way to use it, okay, how to engage with it. So one of the things I access, I want to see how creative you can be with the use of your AI in your research and development. Because, like I said, AI is more like a weapon to us now. If you know how to use it very well, you come up with something fantastic. And again, just like most speakers will always say, don't go and use AI for as Google search. No, how can we use AI to become more creative? To solve real life problems. So those are the things I look out for. How fast can you be in providing a solution to a real life problem? Okay, so how can you use your AI? Something that will take us 40 hours. How can you tweak one or two things in with the use of your AI and do it in very short time? Okay, how reliable is the solution you have provided using the AI? So at the end of the day, you use your AI to develop your system, and they go to the field and they test it and it fails, and that's not very good. So that is where we need to begin to ask ourselves some certain questions. So talking about rethinking what counts in the age of AI. At the end of the day, you use AI for your research and development or your research work. We want to ask: is the solution a plagiarized solution? Because I think that's usually the issue here. AI leverages on the vast amount of data that is out there. What it is proposing to use is something that is already existing, and that is why you need to take responsibility. Talk about responsible AI now. You still need to go and check. Okay, so this solution that has been proposed by ChatGPT or whatever AI tool you're using, is it existing? Is it that it went to copy somebody's work and present it to me, and I begin to run with that? So you still have to check to make sure that you don't fall into the trap of plagiarism. Have you tested your models on real life data? So very easily you can come up with a paper within a very short paper that should have taken you 6 months. You go behind the scene, you use synthetic data to generate data, okay, and you claim that they are real life data and your model is working 100%. Whereas you generated those data using your AI. So have you really tested those models on real life data? And that is where you still need to deploy, wait for 3 months, take your data, or 6 months. Or if you are lucky enough, you get people who share their real life data, then please always verify on that. How can AI help students to become independent learners? So I think that's what we should be asking now. I remembered when I did my master's years back in Bournemouth University in the UK. What was reigning at that time is make your students independent learners. So they come up with that idea, and what they did was to cut the number of student contact time with lecturers, student lecturers contact time. They cut it down drastically, and they pushed us to the library. So you see the library filled up with people trying to find information there. Then the access to all these YouTube and all of these platforms were not that very established. So at that point in time, you see, you want to get information, you have to go to your librarian. If they will check the library. If it's not there, they have to write to another library to find out if they have that particular paper. You pay some money, they retrieve a copy for you, and that's what we did. And looking back, some of my colleagues complained then that every time they just pushing us to go and do proposal, go and find out this, go and find out this. Looking back, I'm really grateful to God for that experience because that has really helped me to learn anything now. I can pick up on anything and learn. So we are in the same era where we should be looking at how AI can help our students become independent. How best can they use AI to learn? How best can they use AI to become smarter students, more intelligent students? So if we don't latch on that now, and it's going to be a problem, especially in this very competitive world. So my takeaway today would be that R&D creates knowledge, AI accelerates discovery, and together they create intelligent innovation. Okay, so if you're able to put in AI into everything we do, we'll be able to come up with intelligent innovation. Number two, AI does not replace researchers. No, it eliminates cognitive bottlenecking. Okay, empowering human intelligence to focus on high level creativity and strategic judgment. So we do all those manual work that you want to encourage your students to do. Let them do it AI, but at the end of the day, help them to develop their level of assessment to know what is good, what is bad. That is my opinion on that. And the best AI state developer is not the person who asks AI to write the most code. No, it's the developer who knows how to ask the right questions. So, what kind of questions are we helping our students to engage with our AI tools, critically evaluate the answers, test the results, and make the final engineering decision. And finally, if you don't remember everything I've said today, this one, if you snooze, you lose. If you don't pick up some AI tool very quickly now, I can tell you in the next 6 months from now, not even up to 6 months, you will find yourself very outdated. People, a lot of things are will overtake you. So please, it's not a time for us to still be thinking whether to use or not to use. Is to make sure that we know how to use some of the best AI tools that are out there. So with this, I would like to say thank you, and I would like to pass the mic back to the MC.
All right. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
can hear you.
Yes, we can
Yeah,
hear.
there's a question that says, what skill must a researcher learn first to do AI augmented R&D? Coding, prompt engineering, or data analysis?
Wow, that's a very good question. Okay, what skill must a researcher learn first? You said coding, right?
Prompt engineering or data analysis?
Prompt engineering or data analysis. Now, in that sequence, right, I will encourage you to learn coding first. Learn coding first. And if there's any programming language you need to learn first, is Python. I do encourage everyone I come across, please, I
But
beg you, if you don't learn it as a language, then once you know how to code, you know Python programming, you know how to code,
Great.
then you can begin to look at prompting. Then, of course, data analysis is more of application, right? So you can now go into other data analysis or any aspect of application of your knowledge of coding and prompting.
But the question, you talked about coding. What if the person researching is not in the engineering or software area? Do they require coding also if they are going to do AI augmented R&D?
Yes, that's a very good one. Thank you, Mr. Ray. What I would say to that is this. Now, you find a lot of training telling you come and learn how to use AI. You don't have to, you don't need knowledge of coding and things like that. I think I'm still of the opinion, try to learn coding. It wouldn't take you more than 5 weeks to learn Python coding, right? The reason why I'm saying this is this: as you go deeper, when you begin to meet things like hallucination in your AI prompting and some of this your AI too, you'll be able to detect, not just detect, it gives you that detection ability. Because if you don't know coding, you don't even know what the guy is, whether it's correct or not, or you want to tweak certain things. If you have used some of these AI tools, they could be very frustrating if you don't have background in some of the technical things like coding and all of that. You find yourself in cycle. So I will still advise, even if you're not doing anything that has to do with technical. I've seen people in finance learning coding. I've seen people in hospital management learning coding. Why? Because these things are becoming vital tools, even in every aspect of fields or endeavors.
All right, thank you. Idige, do we have any other question online or on Teams?
No, there are no questions on Teams.
Okay. Let me see if there are no questions. All right, Dr. Elijah, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time with us, and we look forward to having more engagements with you. Thank you. You are greatly appreciated. I know you took out time from your very busy schedule. thank you for joining us today. And I believe every one of
Thank you very
us
much for having
have
me.
learned so much from you. All right.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you so
I really
much.
appreciate it.
EDK, you can take it up now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
We're still expecting the next speaker, so let's just go over to other things. All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much. Um, Again, that was a very insightful, impactful, and also practical session. One of the things I liked about the session is, the use of AI for Internet of Things, and also seeing that some of the educators and lecturers we have are not so familiar with these terminologies. And one of the things that this we can do is also to ask AI what are these things and simplify it for us. And that's the beautiful thing, about AI. So if there's anything that seems complex and all of that, and you tell it to really break it down, for you. So it fast tracks, your learning. Yes. So is the speaker here?
And I also think the fact that whatever processes he had elaborated to us today can also be used in whatever field of research and development you're doing. Getting an AI to work with you and list out processes, that helps you. But again, as we've always said, you are the one in the driver's seat first, because you're the one that is doing the research. You are the one that would present the research. You are the one that would eventually produce the product, not the AI. So you need to know exactly what you want to do, how you want to do it, and how you want to go about it. And that way, you are able to do you are able to be on the driver's seat and get things running as much as you should. All right, I think the speaker is here. We can start with just going through the agenda, and then you can go through the bio while I try to set her up. All right, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So we'll go to the next session. In this session, we're looking at responsible AI, which is quite interesting since the other speaker talked about using AI responsibly, right? So the topic for this session is responsible AI, looking at fairness, transparency, accountability, privacy, and safety. To take us in this session, we have engineer Dr. Ejimofor Ihekereme. Apologies if I don't pronounce that correctly. She's a senior lecturer in the Department of Computer Engineering at Madonna University. She's an accomplished academic, researcher, and educator with extensive experience in computer engineering and computer science. Her research interests focus primarily on artificial intelligence, machine learning, intelligent systems, and emerging computing technologies. She has authored and co-authored numerous reviewed articles in reputable national and international journals, making significant contributions to the advancement of AI research and practical applications. As a dedicated scholar, she is committed to excellence in teaching, research, and academic mentorship. Her work emphasizes the development of intelligent systems that are ethical, secure, and transparent, and socially beneficial. She actively participates in academic conferences, seminars, collaborative research aimed at addressing contemporary technological challenges through innovative computing solutions. Can we together welcome Dr. Engineer Dr. Ejimofor? Can we welcome her? Can I see some reactions as we welcome her? Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so
Yes,
much
we
for joining
can.
us.
You're welcome.
Okay,
But
okay,
I need
thank
to
you.
just adjust your camera a little bit.
Okay, I will just 1 minute.
As we welcome her, thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're welcome.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it is better now.
Okay, thank you.
So Do you want to share your screen or?
Okay, I will just 1 minute. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me? I'm sharing my screen. Just hold on.
All right.
Is it okay? Thank you. Okay, I will just 1 minute. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me? I'm sharing my screen. Just hold on.
There's something.
It's okay.
I think there is a loop.
Yes, there is.
You might need to mute that other
Okay.
device.
I'm listening with my phone too. Okay.
You might need to mute your phone.
Oh, you might need to reduce the volume, mute it.
I'm sharing my screen. Just hold on. It's okay.
I think there is a loop. Yeah, I think it's better now.
Are you seeing my screen?
We've not received it yet. You need to share your screen.
Are you seeing me now? Are you seeing my screen?
It hasn't come. So on the app, just click on share screen and then select the screen you want to share.
I did. Okay, sorry. Let me do that again. I am on the map on the app. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, you see share screen.
I've seen it. Am I on now?
No, we haven't seen your screen yet. So on the app where you're seeing the banner right now, you'll see a share screen icon below it. You shouldn't be looking at
I've just clicked on share screen.
then it will give you the option to share your screen.
Yes.
And then you select the screen you want to
You
share.
can pick.
You will need to select it and then click on share.
I have done that.
Yeah, it's not sending it.
You keep saying failed, so I don't know why.
Okay. Is that okay? So you have a presentation, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you can send to me on WhatsApp, and then I can queue it in, and that would also work. And then you can just always tell me when to move to
Okay.
next slide.
Okay. But why won't this? Okay. Can I just?
Yeah, you can share it to me on WhatsApp. That will be fine. Yeah, can you send this? We still can't see your screen. We can see you, but not your screen. Hello. Mm.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, she's muted. Oh. Okay. Doctor, can you hear me? You're muted. Okay. Mm. ADK, I think while we try to sort that out, I'll put you.
Okay.
I'll send you a message.
Okay.
Okay, just give me a moment. I, Let me call the doctor. So we'll just move ahead with the next speaker, and then we would bring doctor in once we're able to sort out the technicalities. This is so we don't um, waste too much of the time on the technical issues. We'll
Okay.
resolve it and bring her back in. But all right. So EDK, I'll call her offline now, but
Okay.
you can move on to the next agenda. Dr. Prof. Prof. Sam is online. I would um, I would just get things running, and then we can move on. All right, so you can go ahead, EDK.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. So we would move on to the next session, and we'll be looking at the topic from manual grading to intelligent assessment. Again, from manual grading to intelligent assessment, empowering teachers with AI-driven assessment, feedback, and personalized learning. Um, to take us on this session, we have Samuel Move. I'm thinking that I've gotten that right, and I think I remember this speaker, one of the most impactful from last year's conference, with over 13 years of extensive academic teaching and research experience in various universities across Africa, Asia, and Europe. His roles have ranged from serving as a member of various academic planning committees and an academic advisor, where he guided students in their education and career path, to leading the Erasmus program, where he facilitated international student stroke staff exchange and collaboration. Um, he is author of numerous publications in journals such as IEEE, Explore, MDPI, Sensors, and Electronics, right? Guest editor and reviewer of several academic journals and international conference. Again, to take us on the topic of from manual grading to intelligent assessment, can we put our hands together for Mr. Samuel Move. Can I see reactions? Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. I
Thank you,
hope
sir.
everyone can hear me loud and clear. Can
Yes,
you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Yes, we can. Yes.
And I believe you can see my screen as well, my shared screen.
Yes, we can see
Hello?
your screen.
All right. Thank you so much once again. I would like to thank the organizers of this once again, in person of Rotimi, who is a very good friend of mine, for inviting me. First, before we continue, I'd like to please beg you to forgive my slowness because I just arrived from Nigeria, so I might be a little bit weak when it comes to speaking. So, thank you once again for having me, and I want to touch on something that's very, very important to virtually every teacher or every academic, be it you are a high school teacher or primary school teacher, a university lecturer or a professor, what have you. So a lot of us have used or have been using ChatGTP, and a lot of people don't really understand the power of this LLM itself, which is why in the university where we work, which is Transport and Telecom Institute, we try to encourage students to be creative when it comes to use. So before we start, let me just give a brief introduction of myself. My name is Samuel Move. I'm Nigerian. I'm currently an associate professor in Transport and Telecom Institute, Latvia, Riga, uh, which is the leading private university, number one private university in Latvia. I work in the departments of robotics, where we have students ranging from bachelor's down to PhD level. Our institute, our university basically is a practical oriented university. In essence, we don't just do theoretical. Basically, what we do is we teach students and we encourage students to be creative and to be practical. So today I'll be taking us on a topic I term from manual grading to intelligent assessing. There is no teacher today or there is no professor today who doesn't grade or assess student. And you will all agree with me that this is a very, very daunting task. This, especially when you have a very, very large class. Sometimes some professors have classes as large as 100, 200, 300, and you have to grade them. You're taking 5 courses, 6 courses. This becomes a whole lot of work for you. You understand? Now, with AI, everything has been made very, very easy if only you know how to harness the power of AI. So, today I'm not going to bore you with what AI is or what AI is not. I'm just going to tell you on how we can use this tool as an assessment platform, as a grading platform, or as an assistant itself. You understand? And I try to coin this presentation to, to follow the theme of this conference, which happens to be trust, evidence, and assessment. Where we take care of human oversight, transparency, and teaching authority, where we keep AI or we make AI accountable. You understand? At every step. We don't just allow AI take charge. We teach it and let it do what we want it to do. You understand? Then evidence, we have lots of evidence that we use. We have we use marking schemes as we may have it. We have rubrics. We have criteria for level feedback makes, and every assessment AI guided or graded assessment that is done, it comes with feedback and all that. And the assessment itself, we redesign it in such a way where AI doesn't just take charge. We give it instruction on what it does. So basically, our presentation theme today is going to be in six folds, and I'll try to be as fast as possible, and I'll show you hands-on experience on what we have or I have developed personally. Because, like I said, in our institute, in our university, basically, we encourage creativity. We don't just allow students to use AI. We tell them that you use it as a supporting tool, but also be creative about it. And we, as professors, we set the examples for students to follow. The previous speaker, in person of Dr. Elijah, spoke of using AI as a research tool. And I'll confidently tell you that in my university, me and my dean were able to create an AI platform that helps researchers today do complete systematic literature review, bibliometric analysis, and all that. All right. So today, why are we here? All right. The question is, why are we here? Now, you will all agree with me that today teachers are expected to do a lot. You know, as a university professor, as a university teacher. Sorry, please. Let me try to reduce the noise in my background. All right. All right. So teachers are expected to do a lot. All right. They are not just expected to design curriculums. They are not expected to teach this curriculum. They're also expected to grade students' work. They're also expected to provide feedbacks for these students, monitor the performance of each and every student, identify their struggles. Some students might be stronger, some students might be weaker. You know, they are supposed to also provide personalized learning for each student or for the entire student itself. Then there's the issue of integrity that comes into play and the way we adapt teaching. You know, some students might like the way we teach, some might not. So all this is a whole lot of work for teachers today. When I call teachers, I mean generally, you could be a high school teacher, a university teacher, or a professor in the university. So what I did was to create a solution for this major problem. All right. You know, a teacher has a fixed term. All right. You know, the teacher's time is fixed. It does not grow with class size or the workload itself. So the time of a teacher is fixed. If a teacher goes to work from 8 to 5 p.m., is 8 to 5 p.m. Whether the workload increases or reduces is still 8 to 5 p.m. And the teacher is expected to do a lot of things. But with AI, we can try to help this teacher. We can create a solution for this teacher so that the teacher does not overwork himself and makes even learning even more interesting and interactive. So AI should not just replace the teacher itself. Instead, the question we should be asking ourselves is how can we use AI to help the teachers to element. I said this is the major issue of every teacher, and I believe that there are lots of teachers here who will agree with me that this is a major issue. Sometimes every semester I take like one or two courses, but over the years my course workload has increased. My contact load sometimes has gone up to uh, over 400 or 700 hours per academic year. You know, I have 5 or 6 courses that I'm taking. So at the end of the day, this is just the workload itself. We've not even spoken of the class size. And of course, we cannot say because the class is big, so we reduce the number of assessment, or because the class is small, we increase the number of assessment. We have to do the same thing, whether this class is large or the class is small. So, because of all these issues and these challenges, I created a system that could help, which I will show us how it works. So, I introduced to you, everyone here today, what I call an AI assessment and learning platform, an AI powered environment for not just teaching, but also assessing students and also for personalized learning. So you have one platform that isn't, you know, it's not just a chatbot, but it's an intelligent platform. The AI that does what AI assessment, okay, and is powered by what learning and okay assessing environment designed to support teachers and students throughout the assessment and learning process. So instead of using AI simply as a chatbot, the platform what does what? It integrates AI into what? An actual what? Workflow. Now, not just any a regular workflow, but an educational workflow from from the teaching material itself that you create, from the curriculum itself to the teaching material down to what we call personalized learning. So the entire workflow connects what? Teaching, assessing, grading, feedback, and analytics, and of course, personalized learning. So basically, what I'm trying to do is to create a system that helps teachers not just create lecture notes, but also create quiz questions, exam questions, test questions, and assess these questions, grade these questions, give feedbacks to students. Oftentimes, students don't even understand why they fail a certain uh, question, and they come to your class and they ask you, why did I fail this question? Why did I do that? So I created a platform where students can interact with the system based on the content of the course itself, of each course itself, and into interactively tell the student, this is why you got this grade, this is why you failed it, this is why you passed it. So the core idea behind this entire platform is not just to teach, all right, is to take these materials which we use in teaching, use it for an assessment generation, use it for student assessment, use what we call an AI grading system, then also again feedback system, and at the end of the day, we have what we call a performance analytics that gives us a whole broad understanding of students' performance over the period. It could be over an academic year, over a semester. Then we have a personalized tutor also that students are able to engage in, interact with, and ask questions about their performances and all that. And at the end of the day, we have created a personalized learning system. Now, why again do we need to do that? The problem with traditional assessment is if I decide to ask everyone in this room today, how much time do you spend grading? I have seen people who spend a whole lot of weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks just to grade 50 scripts or to grade 100 scripts or to even grade 20 scripts. It take all through maybe a whole week or 2 weeks. But with this system, within 10, 20 minutes, you can grade as much as 200, 500 scripts and everything is going to come out excellent. So what actually is getting in the way of this problem? One of the major things is time. The hours we spend in grading, grading assignments, grading reports, grading homeworks, projects, and exams, and at the end of the day, we bring all these things together, is a whole lot. It takes a full semester, a whole academic term to do this entire work. Oftentimes, the worst time of every teacher is the end of the academic year or the end of the school term or school holiday, because that time teachers have to grade assignments, essays, and all that and get the aggregate of everything. Another issue is student feedback. Students need just more than percentages. A student wants to know, why did I get 70%? Why did I get 80%? I remember back then when I was lecturing in Istanbul, when my students get 80%, they come to my class and ask me, Professor, why did I get this? And I begin to explain it. So imagine if I have over 500 students, I wouldn't have a life. But you have a system that the student is able to interact with, and it will give the student a detailed feedback based on his performance and the course content of that material. Then we also have consistency. Applying the same criteria across many submissions, okay, is hard to sustain. We are humans, we are not robots. So if you want to apply the same criteria to 50 scripts, you will agree with me that sometimes you have some oversights. But with this system, there are no oversights. Everything is done with the same criteria. Then we have the delay feedback. Feedback that arrives days and weeks later after the moment or the exams has passed. But here we have instant feedback, instant satisfaction for the student. A student writes the test, he logs in into his portal, write the exams or write the test. He sees his grade. He's not satisfied with it. He interacts with the system. He gets his answer, and off he goes. And at the end of the day, it becomes personalized. All right. So one teacher strategy really fits every knowledge level, speed and strength, and all that. So where can AI help in this? How can we bring AI into this? Of course, AI can help us do a whole lot. But in this context, AI can help us what? Do the assessment. AI can transform course material into assessment questions. AI can do what? It can do the evaluation for us as we want it. AI can assist with evaluating student answers based on our marking scheme or based on whatever rubrics we set for it. Then also AI can do what? Generate explanations, okay, of strength and weaknesses for students, give critical feedbacks, and students have full understanding. And at the end of the day, AI can also give us a general analytics. It can help us identify patterns in students' performance. Which one is more weaker, which student is more stronger. And at the end of the day, we have a detailed performance analysis of students' analytics. So the platform I created is very simple. I decided to choose the simplest LLM model, which is ChatGPT, because there's no one here that will say he doesn't know how to use ChatGTP. So I'll present the architecture of how I created it. And I believe that anyone who goes through this slide word for word should be able to create his own personalized assessment platform himself. So that is the goal. I'm not here to sell you the platform. I'm here to tell you that you can use it to create and make life easy for yourself. So my system comprises of two portals. The first portal is the teacher's portal, and the second portal is the student portal. So the teacher's portal, only the teacher has access to it. Only the teacher sees what's there. Then the student portal, only the student has access to it, and only the student sees what is in it. Okay. Now, sorry. Uh, sorry for that, please. I just got home and the kids are everywhere. The kids are on holiday, so can you see my slide? Hello?
You need to switch your screen. Yes, we can see it now.
Yes, we can see
Can you
now.
see me?
Yes, but your camera,
All
Yes.
right.
I think your camera,
Can you see me?
I think your camera is off. You need to turn it on. Okay, now
All right.
it's
Can
on.
you see now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, please. The kids are on holiday, so noise is everywhere. And today is Saturday, so please forgive me for that. So, like I said, I created a system that had two portals. All right, the teacher's portal, the student portal. So the teacher can log in and do what he wants, and the student also can log in at the same time. So the teacher's portal, what? It does what? The teacher logs in, creates a username, creates a course, upload the lecture materials, generates assessment, configure questions. Now, this is where it gets very interesting. Now, the teacher just not you cannot just create questions or configure questions. You can configure any kind of questions. It could be multiple choice, it could be short questions, it could be essay or whatever it is. So you have different options to choose from. Then you need to define the rubrics, which is the marking scheme itself. How do you want these questions to be graded? Define the rubrics from 0 to 10%. If the student gives this answer like this, he should get this mark. So you need to define this. Now, the next thing is you need to now upload that submission, grade it, then you can view the result as a teacher, and you can export this result in CSV file, which is Excel file. Then on the other part, the students can also create an account, log in. Now, once the student logs in, he has the liberty of selecting any course. So he can scroll down, select any course he wants, and select it and write the assessment exams. And once he assesses it, he submits his result. As soon as he submits it, if he passes it, he gets an instant result. And if he fails anything, he gets an instant feedback. If the student is not satisfied with what he got, he has the AI tutor here to discuss with and ask the AI tutor, why is it I got question one and I didn't get question two, even though question two and question one relates? Now, the AI tutor is able to go back to the course material that was uploaded by the teacher and give the student detailed feedback on why your answer was wrong. And at this point, and with references also. So you could tell the student, if you look at the material, page this, paragraph this, and all that, this is what I was expecting, and that is how I was expecting the answer to be. And at the end of the day, the student is satisfied. Then, what's the role of AI? What's the AI layer in it? Now, the AI is the one that generates the question. So basically, it helps us turn the course material, which is the lecture note, into the assessment terms. Then also the AI also does what? It assesses the student's response against the expected answer. Again, what is the role of the AI? The defined rubrics that you have defined earlier, the AI uses that and applies the teacher defined criteria or rubrics or marking scheme to an open-ended work. And at the end of the day, the role of the AI also gives what? Feedback generation and also enhances personalized tutoring. So support students based on their own results. Now, the system, besides just having two layers, what else is the system able to do? The system is also able to store what? Every user that registers on the platform. Also is able to what? Store every courses that was created by the lecturer or the teacher, and is also able to store the assessment and the submission and the scores and the feedback. So let's say you're trying to get uh, a detailed report sheet for the past 2, 3 years. It is possible for you to get all this information from the system. Now, how was it built? Like I said, it's a very simple process. Anyone can do it. You don't need to be tech savvy. You don't need to be an expert in tech. You don't need to be AI 100% certified or have this JavaScript or any blah 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 language. All you just need is patience and time. If you follow this guide step by step, you should be able to create your own personalized assessment platform using the most simplest LLM, which is ChatGTP. Now, you can use any other LLM platform, but I decided to use the simplest one because it's the one that almost everyone. And the beauty about it is I used the free version to create this. And it just took me around just a couple of weeks to finish the whole thing, even though I'm trying to convert it into a desktop app where you can always install it on the desktop. But right now, I'm running it on the local host. So, how was it built? The front end was built on Streamlit. Now, every screen that you see or any dashboard you're going to see in the process of the demonstration is, or any form, any table is all on Streamlit app. It is a pure is app. It is pure Python on separate HTML and CS, and it's very simple and straightforward. It is free. I didn't pay any money for it. So you can go to Streamlit, create an account, and do whatever you want to do. Now, like I said, the AI layer platform I used was ChatGTP. I used the free version, so anyone can do that. There are lots of databases out there that you can use. I use SQLite. There are lots of them. You can use anyone you want. Then host it again. I decided to host it on Streamlit Cloud because I don't want to pay for anything. I don't want to use a dime. I decided to use the free access to do this. So, like I said, you follow this step by step, you should be able to create it. Now, you can build this too, like I said. Set up Python pro Streamlit, design the data model. You design your model. What do you need to do? By designing your model, you need to what? The users, the courses, the assessment, the submission, score, feedback. Then your Python, of course, you do your pip install and all that stuff for those who are familiar with using Python. Now, build your role-based view, get an open AI API. I use ChatGTP. Wire action, use API call, add rubrics-based grading. Now, this is, you see, item number 6 is where you bring in your own idea, your marking scheme. You don't want the API or the ChatGTP, the LLM, to grade it for you based on its own knowledge. So you have to feed it your own marking scheme. Okay, then you push it to GitHub where you can deploy. So I'll show you a live demonstration on how I work with it. During the live demonstration, you're going to see what you will see is how I log in as a teacher, how I create courses, upload materials, how I grade assessment, how students will also log in, what students will see, what students will select, and student can choose whatever the exams they want to take and how it is graded, then how the teacher can upload its own rubrics and generate submission and download the final result, which is in Excel file. Remember, our goal is try to use AI to try to simplify the works teachers do. All right. So when you log in, or when the app runs, this is basically what you will see. Okay. Like I said, I created one platform. Okay. One login, one platform with 2 experiences. So when you log in, this is basically what you see. You will see, okay, it will ask you to either sign up or sign in, create an account. Then the teacher creates a course, goes into the dashboard, selects the course, creates the course. And once the teacher creates the course, now the teacher does not need to build the entire assessment manually from the scratch itself. All right. So once you create the course, once the student log in on his own portal, he's also going to see the course. So this is an example of a course I created. This is one of the courses I take, Introduction to Digital Electronics. So I created it. You are going to see it when I start demonstrating how it looks. So if you look at the teacher's portal, once you create an account and you log in, what would you see? You see what? Create course, you see assessment, you see analytics, then you see rubrics. So basically here, you create the course. As you can look down, you can see some courses that I've created just to test the app to see that it is working. Then under assessment, when I click on it, you will see that it creates the questions, whether multiple choice questions or um, short questions. And the beauty about it is you can set the questions level to either be easy, hard, or moderate. Then you have analytics as well. Then you have what? The rubrics graded itself. Sometimes we have students submit scripts online. And at the end of the day, you give a student a full report, and you have over 100 or 50 students who submit reports. And each report is like 10 to 20 pages. So you can upload the entire 50 reports or the entire 10 reports, how many reports in this platform, and copy your marking scheme and your rubrics and paste it into the system, and the system grades it for you, following your rubrics. So when we start, I'll show you how that works. So now, uploading the course material is basically simple. Right now, I decided to put it in PDF format. I'm going to work on it in future so that it accepts every format, Word document, or maybe PPT. But for now, I'm working with PDF because most of my documents are in PDF. So I upload the PDF, and the platform processes the material that I upload and uses it as a knowledge source for the assessment generation. Now, as you can see, I didn't just create a system and told it to create assessments for me. No, I gave it material and I told it to go through this material so that it should generate the assessment and the questions from this material. Anything outside this material is not acceptable. All right. So I didn't just write, give me 5 random questions. Instead, I said, generate questions from the teacher's own instruction material, as you can see from the prompting. So the right prompting is what we use for this. Now, once I give it that prompting, the AI assessment does what? Goes there, generate the questions, selects the title, check the difficulty level. Is it simple question, hard or easy? Then the question type, is it multiple choice or short answers or whatever question it is, it will select that. Now, AI generates and the teacher validates. So the goal of the teacher is not to fold his hands. The goal of the teacher is to, even though the teacher is the one who created the system, is also to validate the system. All right. So you don't just create the system and just upload a PDF file and expect it to do. No. Like I said, it took me around almost 2 months to make sure that everything works well. I had to keep validating over and over, especially the rubrics, because I wanted my grading to be based on my criteria, not on the criteria of the LLM itself. And over the past 2 months, it had happened to fine-tune itself, and it's working perfect. So I can confidently call it as my personalized LLM assessment platform. Then once I do that, the student can log out, create his own account, and what the student sees is basically his courses, select whichever courses he wants. If it's a quiz, a test, or an exam, selects it, and he takes the quiz or the exams again, sees his result. If he doesn't like it, he asks the tutor, why did I get this grade? Why didn't I pass? And all that. So when the student log in, again, this is what the student sees. So as you can see here, the student sees what? He sees select course. The student is able to select the course. Is it a quiz or an exam? Then he checks his performances and see whether he passes or he failed. And if, for instance, the student gets 7 out of 10, all right, the student is able to interact and ask, why did I get 7? Why didn't I get a 10? And it gives you full feedback and it tells you this is what you did. So the student submits the assessment. Now, the goal again and the objective is simply not just to produce a score, like I said. The platform connects the score to a meaningful feedback extracted from the uploaded materials, not generic. All right. So it goes into the uploaded material and gives the student a very constructive feedback and sometimes even highlight the area he took it from. And this turns the assessment into what we call a learning opportunity for the student himself. So As we agree, it's not every exams that is multiple choice. Some exams could be write uh, an essay about yourself, tell us what you did last summer, or tell us why you love computer science, or tell us one of your difficulties in programming. So the questions could come in different format, not just in multiple choice. Now, in this case, you have to create a rubrics. So there, not every assessment can be graded using multiple choice. So it's not either A or B. You have research papers, engineering report, case studies, project design, assessment, essays, and even laboratory reports. All needs different approach. So as a teacher, you already have what we call a marking scheme or a rubrics. If the student answers the question between this level and that level, okay, he should have certain grades. If the student assess it this way, he should do the introduction. Is it meaningful? Does it meet the point? Yes. If it doesn't meet the point, fine. The objective, does it meet the point? Fine. Give him this grade. So you must have these rubrics uploaded into the system. So now this is a simple system here. We have rubrics here, criterias with what we call weighted values. So the foundation, one, did the student give a proper foundation? Yes, give him 30 marks. Analysis, did the student properly analyze the system? Give him 40 marks. If the student's write-up, is it good? Does it meet the write-up criteria? Is it up to 2,000 words, word count, and all that? These are the content of your rubrics that you're going to specify. Then you give him 30%. So at the end of the day, when you add the weighted values, you see that it's 100%. So the system doesn't just go randomly and grade. So the AI rubrics grading itself is very simple. All you need to do is click on grade submission. Once you do that, the platform processes each student's work against a rubrics. Each student work against the rubrics. Not every student work, but each student's work against the rubrics. And for every submission, for every student, there is what? The student's name or the student file, there's a score, there's a grade, there's a criteria level feedback, and there's a general overall feedback. So at the end of the day, each student has full feedback of what they did. So the question now is, why do we need to use rubrics? Why? Why rubrics-based AI assessment matters? Why it matters? Because without rubrics, it just gives these students a grade. How did you come about that grade? I remember a couple of years ago, I will not mention the university, a professor gave a student 60 over 100, and the student felt that he deserved 80 over 100. And when they asked the professor, why did you give the student 60? The professor couldn't answer. And when they asked, what was the criteria, what was the rubrics, he didn't understand. The only thing that came out, he said, is his prerogative, is he decided that the student, you understand. So that's why rubrics-based assessment matters. So you evaluate the student work against these predefined academic criteria. It is very, very important that we do that. Okay, so students know what they are being assessed against. When a student know what he's being assessed against, it opens up transparency. That student will never query whatever grade you gave him. But once you don't, grade that student based on a certain academic criteria, there's no transparency there. Then consistency. The same criteria applied across every submission. So you don't use one criteria for one student and use a different criteria for another student. No, there has to be consistency all through. Then efficiency. Teacher produce large numbers of submission faster. All right. So when a teacher processes large number of submissions faster, now it makes it very, very efficient. All right. And at the end of the day, students get feedback. And when the students receive this feedback, there is this satisfaction that the student get. The student don't have to go and report to anybody that, look, I got a 70 and this professor, he gave me 70 when I was supposed to get 80, or this teacher. So as you can see a screenshot here, this is an example of results here. As you can see, we have the student, we have the score, we have the grade, then we have detailed feedback. So this is how the system works. So the system works not just for assistance itself, but it gives us a full understanding from the grading level, from the teaching level to the analytical level, where it gives insight into what we have been doing so far. So if we want to know who's the best student, who's been performing well, who's struggling, or what topic appears to be very difficult in a particular course, or are there patterns across assessments that has issues and all that, or which student needs intervention, this system is able to do a detailed analytics and give us that. Then again, the last part which the student encounter is the AI tutor self. Now, the AI tutor is of two parts. Now we have the context aware and the not generic aware. Now, let's say a student selected a course and the selected assessment and the student performance and the student relevant learning material. Now, and the student got five, let's say in digital logic fundamentals. Now, the AI tutor will tell the student, you scored 5/10 on digital logic fundamentals. You lost 5 mark mainly on Boolean algebra. So let's review Boolean algebra simplification before attempting any other question. Now, Boolean algebra is one very, very major topic in digital logic foundation. And the tutor now is now telling the student that, look, your failure, your weakness is in Boolean algebra. So in order for us to continue, let's review some examples and see if we can help your performance in Boolean algebra. And that way, the student even understand his weakness. The student knows that, okay, my weakness is in Boolean algebra. My weakness is not in number abstraction. It's not in what you call it, combinational logic or sequential logic. These are all topics under digital logic. But his main weakness is in Boolean algebra. So the system is able to select and tell us where the student is weak. So a generic chatbot will just give you a simple answer question, an open-ended question, just like in a vacuum, so you get confused. So the tutor is very aware of the context, and the context in this case is the material that was uploaded at the very beginning. So from AI chatbot to what we call AI assistant is what I have created. So from generic AI, where you explain logic gates for students, AI provides the generic explanation with no link to the student's course or performance. But in what I've created, the student is not just, he's not just having access to this material, but also he can trace his score, ask why he failed. You understand? Know the question he failed, know the topic he failed, and ask on how he can improve it. So I created not just an AI chatbot, many will see it as an AI chatbot, but what? An AI learning assistant that is able to work with whatever material you feed it with. But again, all these we are doing is without the fact that we have to follow the ethical use of AI. We're not solely dependent on AI. So the ethical use of AI in education is very, very important. In fact, the fact that we can use AI in education does not automatically mean that we should use it without any boundaries. There should be some level of boundaries, which is why you as the teacher, you are in control of the system itself. Now, one way is that the human oversight. AI should assist teacher, not replace them. Teachers' responsibilities include reviewing every stage where the AI touches a student's academic outcome. So basically, your responsibility as a teacher is reviewing the AI generated question. You dump the materials, the questions are generated, you review the questions, you don't like it, you regenerate another question. So you can regenerate questions over and over until you are satisfied with the questions you want. You check the grading. If it's okay by you before the students will see it, you review usual results before the students see it, then you approve the final grades and all that. Then also for transparency's sake, students should not just feel that an invisible system is what is making decision about their academic future. No, the system is not invisible. The system was created based on the lecture material and based on the academic criteria, rubrics, and marking schemes set by the teacher itself, not generic. So students deserve to understand how this system works. So you can explain your student how it works. All my students know how it works. I always explain to them. Anytime they're about to take a quiz, I'll tell them, remember, what you're about to do has been vetted over and over. All right. So every feedback you get is being vetted. And in terms of bias, how did I take care of bias? We all know that AI is oftentimes can be biased. So AI system can produce biased or inconsistent output. Yes, of course. So teacher, your responsibility as a teacher is you should actively monitor all this. All right. You should check what language bias, cultural bias, gender bias, accessible bias, different kind of bias, even the writing style itself. Not just the question, whether the question is correct. How was the question presented? Is the question, is it ethical? Is it correct? Should you ask such kind of questions to a student? Questions, check gender bias. The question you're asking, does it affect the gender or the cultural values of the student itself? So you have to be sensitive to all this. So this the system also takes care of. Then privacy issues. Now, the platform may process your name, of course, your email and your assignment and all that. But question is you should ask is what data is collected. So basically, it's collecting just your name, your email, and that's all. It's not collecting any personal data, and it doesn't share any of your personal data with anyone. It keeps it into the system, it stores it into the system. It's more like a digital library where lecturers or teachers can always go and have access to student performances and grades and all that. So academic integrity. Now, those days, traditionally, we write, let's say, 2,000 words of essay. AI aware assessment, you submit your essay, you check the research, you check the reflection, and you defend it. So these days, even when we tell students to write an assignment with 2,000 words, we give them criteria. Any of my students who writes a report knows that at the end of the day, he's going to defend that report. You're not just submitting a report. At the end of it, you're going to create a PowerPoint. You're going to tell me how that report was generated. You're going to tell me the entire process you took in generating that report. Check the reflection. Then you give me a detailed explanation on how you did it. So we don't just collect reports and grade them. Then AI literacy and its limits. Teachers themselves need AI literacy. It is very, very important. Every teacher today, takes this very, very serious. All right. Then for the objective is not to make every teacher a programmer. My goal here is not to force you to become a programmer. Like I said, you don't need any special skill in programming. All you just need is ChatGTP. That's all. Free version of ChatGTP, and follow my steps step by step, and you will understand. So I will demonstrate to you how the system works so you see. All right. So just give me some few minutes. Let me quickly run it. Shut this down. All right. Where are you? Because of time, I might not be able to. So, like I said, everything was created on Streamlit Cloud. So it runs as a local host. And if you follow my prompt, it will show you how everything was generated step by step. Please let me know if you can see my screen. All right. So it is loading. The system is loading now. Because of my internet speed, it might take some few minutes because I'm using mobile hotspot. My Wi-Fi is down. But the faster your internet, the more faster it loads. So give it some few minutes. While it's doing that, let's go here. Now, so for the ethical model of use, the ethical AI assessment model that I created, teachers create learning objectives. You have to create your learning objectives. The teachers must define the assessment criteria. AI generates question and assists grading based on your learning objective that you have specified and based on the assessment criteria that you have created. Now, the teacher also reviews the AI output. And students' job is what? Is to complete the assessment, and AI will provide the feedback for them. And while the students are doing it, the teacher is able to monitor the results, and students are able to see that. So you can implement this in any university. Like I said, everyone can do it themselves. You don't have to have any special skill in order to create this. All right. So I believe you can all see my system. Now it has already loaded. So as you can see, I have my authentication page. I have login. I have sign up. So let me just say sign up. So I have signed up earlier with my email. Select my password. Select my password. Then I'm logging in what? As a teacher, not as a student. So I log in as a teacher. Then I create my account. Gives a few minutes. As you can see, account has been created. You can now log in. So I change it from sign up to login. Then I log in. All right. So you see, now my system, I'm logged in as a teacher. So this is only what the teacher sees. The student cannot see this. So when the teacher see this, I have what? My courses. I can create my course here. Let's say I want to create mathematics or physics 2. Physics 2. I click on Physics 2. As you can see, I've created physics already. So Physics 2, I create. As you can see, Physics 2 has been created. It shows down here. Then I move to assessment. So what am I trying to assess? AI generator. What am I trying to generate? Now, am I trying to create exams for Physics 2? I'm trying to create exams for Physics 2. So I scroll down to Physics 2. I click on Physics 2. Now, what kind of assessment is it? Is it finals or quiz? Let's just call it a quiz. So quiz, I call it quiz. I save it. Now, the difficulty level, do I want it to be easy, medium, or hard? Let's leave it at easy. Then do I want it to be multiple choice or essay? Let's leave it on multiple choice. Then how many questions? I want 10 questions. So 9, 10 questions. Now, what grades do I want? I want 5 marks per each, or let's say 3 marks per question. So the mark per question is 3 marks. Then what's the duration of the exam? Is it 30 minutes, 1 hour, or just leave it at 30 minutes? You can change that. All right. Then after that, what do I need to do? This is where I now upload the material. So let me upload the physics material. So let's go. I select physics. Where is physics here? I go to my desktop, physics. All right, physics dynamic of forces. This is a lecture note. Now, before I do that, let me show you how it looks like. This is how it looks like. So where is the physics? This is physics. This is the lecture note in PDF format. So physics. So you see, dynamic of forces. So this is the lecture note that I'm uploading. Dynamic of forces. All right, so let's go back to the system. I go back to my platform. I upload that same material, physics. Then I save it. It's uploaded. Give it some few minutes. You'll see create question under. All right, so you see, it's telling me one PDF uploaded. If I want to preview the PDF, I can preview it. As you can see, who is the author? Samuel Movie, associated by email. But let's not do it. So let's generate questions. So I generate. When I click generate, give it some few minutes, and it's generated. As you can see, generating assessment. So it takes a few minutes, and voila. So now, question 1. What is dynamic of forces? The study of motion without reference. The branch of mechanics dealing with, so you have to select which answer is correct. All right. So you select the branch of mechanics dealing with what? Motion under. This is the teacher's answer. All right. So you see, I have created 10 questions already. So now, as a teacher, I have created these questions. Students will now go in and log in. So I log out as a teacher and log in as a student. And let's see if we see it. So I come here, create, sign up, email, different email. So I'm logging in this time, creating an account as a student. So I create my account as a student, account created, I log in. Then I log in as a student. So I'm logged in as a student. So select course, which course? Remember the course is physics. So I go down, physics 2. I select physics 2 and I wait for a few seconds. All right. And voila. Can you remember the question? What is the dynamic of forces? The study of motion without reference in forces. Remember our answer. The answer in our teachers was B, the branch of mechanics dealing with motion. So let's see, I select just this. Okay, I just select random. Let me just select answers randomly and leave them. So you see, gave us 10 questions. So I now submit as a student. I submit as a student and it says what? It gives me feedback. Question 1, I got 3 out of 3. Question 2, I failed it. Question 3, I failed it. 4, failed. 5, failed. I failed all of them. So I got this. So you see, I only got 3 as a student and I'm not satisfied. So I come here. All right. I select physics 2. Then I ask question, quiz. I select quiz. And I type, why did I get 3? Why did I get 3? And let's see what it tells us. So the tutor is thinking, analyzing the material you uploaded. And here's the response. You scored 3 out of 30 on your physics 2 quiz, which means you failed the assessment. Why did you fail? You answered only one question correctly. The remaining 9 questions, blah, blah, blah. You see? Weak areas. You see? It now goes further to tell you that based on the incorrect answers that you failed, it gives you detailed analytics, okay, on why you failed them. Okay. Then it's now giving you suggestion of what to study and helps you how to improve it. So now, as a student, seeing all this, you really do not need to even go to ask the professor. You're 100% satisfied that, okay, this is why I failed. Then let's log out and go back to the teaching platform. And let's see. So I log in as a teacher. I go back to my account as a teacher, then log in. So now students have performed. So I go to analytics. Okay. I see that, oh, under physics 2 quiz, this is the analytics. The person got 3. All right. Then previous courses, the person did that. All right. Then I go to rubrics. Before we get to rubrics grading, which is another one, let's go back and create back to the same assessment. The same physics. Let's create a different format of English, of questions rather. All right. Let's call this first quiz. Now let's try to make it harder. All right. Now let's change it from multiple choice to short answers. Same, 10 questions. All right. Same mark. Upload the same material. All right. Where's the material? Where's it? Physics. All right, here. Give it some few seconds. Voila, it's here. So generate. So let's see what it's going to generate. So it's generating now. Remember, the first one we did was multiple choice. Now this is short answers. So short answers. Define dynamics and distinguish it between its two main parts. As you can see. Question 2. What is the difference between a particle and a rigid body? So these are the 10 questions. And if I log out and go and log in as a student, I will see the same thing. So I log in, but this case as a student. Student, let's go. Voila. Now I select physics 2 and I wait. Select this, all right? And wait for it to load. Define dynamics and distinguish between its two main parts. And it gives us section. So I defined it here. Blah, blah, blah. I type question 2. I do the same thing. Question 3, question 4, question 5, all through to question 6. And at the end of the day, I submit. All right. And same thing again. If I don't like my grade, I interact with it. I check my performance. As you can see in physics 2, first one I got 3. And here is the detail analytics. As you can see for all the courses of physics 2, it gives you detail analog of all the questions. All right. Then for the rubrics part, the grading part, so you can do for any course, just download any material and just upload it there. So let me log in as a teacher and let's grade something. Now, in this case, remember we said for the grading, we have the general and we have different types. So let's take, which course will I take? Let me just take physics. No, let's use a different course. Final exams. All right. Now, this is the final exams. I want to grade it. So I will paste my marking scheme here. So let me get the marking scheme. Let me go to my portal from my university and just copy a marking scheme for you to see. Where is that portal? Let me quickly log in. Let me just generate a marking scheme so you just see how it works. You see an example of a Rubik's that I have created. So where is it? My profile. So let me just select scientific research. Where is it? These are courses that I take. Let me just select critical thinking. All right. Let me just take one course here. Select it. Then let me copy a rubrics. Oh, let me just go back here. Let me copy a different one. See which course introduction. Where is it? Scientific research. Aha. Let me pick something that in research base. So I have rubrics, grading. You can see here research grading requirements. All right. So these are my grading requirements. These are my rubrics, as you can see. All right. These are my rubrics. Okay. I can copy this criteria, as you can see. Copy this entire criteria like this. All right. This is my grading requirement. I copy it and I come into my platform and I paste it here. So then I upload an assignment. So let me go and download any assignment here. Any assignment here. Let me look for one assignment here that the student has submitted and just download it. All right, let me just view or submit. Just select any PDF. Sorry, I'm almost done. Just give you PDF. Where's the PDF file? PDF file. So, all right. So let me download this exploitable AI for photovoltaic integrity detection. So let me just put that file inside and grade that. All right. Let me see. So I take that PDF and I put it. Sorry, this one, and I put it inside. So I now grade. Now it will grade this submission of the student based on my rubrics. So I click on grading, it's taking time. All right, it's taking time. It has graded it. All submission has been graded. And as you can see, it gave the student 55 and the student failed. The submission demonstrates why. And if I need to download it in Excel, I can download it. So it's giving me a detail of why the student failed. So if I want to see why the student failed, I download this Excel. I open the Excel file and I see a full feedback. This is the feedback. Okay. Now the student submission, the submission demonstrate a basic understanding of the topic, but lacks depth, structure, and analysis, and blah blah blah. As you can see. So this is how the system works. All right. So it goes from you creating a course as a teacher, creating assessment, any exams, getting analytics to see how students' performance go, down to grading. And at the end of the day, it makes your whole job easier. So I believe that every teacher, be it high school, secondary school, or university, should be able to create this using Chat GPT. I created everything with Chat GTP, except for the places where I needed to do some codings, but you don't need any basic coding skills. If you cannot do it, Chat GTP can do the coding for you, and you can make your own platform that makes life easy for you as an academic. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. This is a very valuable and powerful tool. I can, confirm that it is a very valuable and powerful tool. I wish that, we had this session during the session we had 2 weeks ago. A lot of K-12, teachers would, want to, have access to this tool. Can we all agree to the things I'm saying? Thank you very much, sir. Prof, this is a very valuable tool.
My,
Like I said, one of the best
my pleasure.
sessions from even this this conference. So let's take a few questions. I
Yeah,
see a question here. It
we have a
says,
question.
uh,
Let me push it to the screen. It says, Prof,
yeah,
what is the number one ethical safeguard you built into your intelligent assessment system first before you even deployed it?
Okay, the first ethical thing that I put is what integrity and what you call it, being biased. Because as an AI system, I don't want it to be generic. I build a system in such a way to work with what I fed it with, not what it can generate. All right. So I ran several tests, validated over and over based on my input, my set objectives, my academic criteria. Because Someone will say that ChatGTP could do basically what you did. Just upload any document to ChatGTP and give it the right prompting, and it does what I just explained. But the question is, how can you validate and how can you authenticate what ChatGTP will give you out as an output? But mine has been tested based on my criteria, based my academic criteria, my rubrics. And as you can see, the rubrics I showed you just now is not just a rubrics that I created, and it's a rubrics that I created and passed through several post and pre-moderation from different universities. So the way we work here is when you create a rubrics and a marking scheme, you have to send it to other universities for them to validate before you can even start using it as a grading criteria. So ethically, my platform uses that as its backbone, not just any generic LLM.
All right. Great. So the next question is, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yes.
why would I want to reinvent the wheel? Can we have access to this? Because
Can we have access to
yeah,
this?
yeah. So if is it available online? Is it at a cost? Is it
Okay.
free?
Now,
Because
for now,
the rationale behind,
it's not available online.
okay,
It's
because the
not available
rationale behind
online.
my
It's
question is, if you've already done it, why do I need to reinvent the wheel? So that's
now
that.
that's a very good question, actually. There are different professions. We have different fields. Now, my system is personalized to work for me as a robotics professor. So you could be a medical professor. You understand? My system might not be 100% as robust as you expect it to be, which is why, if you look at my presentation, I gave a step by step from the front end to the back end tools I use. And you can easily create yours. It's something that, trust me, if you dedicate your time, it took me 2 months because every day I sit down maybe for 30 minutes, I touch it 30 minutes and I abandon it and I disappear. But if I sat down, let's say 48 or 72 hours stretch, I will be able to finish it because it's basically, like I said, I use the basic LLM, ChatGTP. Okay. So right now it's not available online. I'm trying to make a desktop app that people can install on their desktop and use it. And hopefully after 30 days, they'll have free 30 days trial. All right. For those in the field of robotics, engineering, science, is basically around the engineering aspect.
Okay. EDK, any other question? Okay, somebody's asking. I think you can see the
No,
question, right?
you asked. Yes.
Yes.
What are the
Okay.
basic
What are the basic
requirements that
requirements
you need?
that you need to create my own using ChatGTP? Now, the one thing is you have to have full understanding of prompt engineering. That's key. That's number one. Then two, um, like I said, I use free platforms. You have to do your own background research or understand what platforms like Streamlit is. Streamlit is basically a cloud-based system where you can launch an app on the cloud. If you don't want to go on, there are so many platforms out there, but I use Streamlit a lot because most of my students use it here. I use it. Then JSON file. If you are good at programming, let's say C++ and all that, you know how to save binary file. If you cannot do save binary file, then JSON files, then SQL. That's basically all. You don't need any other thing again. All right. Nothing special. You don't need any special certification to do this. Just the right prompting and ChatGTP. If you don't know how to write the code, ChatGTP will write the code for you. But you should know how to implement and run a code. You should be able to have the basic knowledge of debugging a code. Because if ChatGPT gives you a code, you should know whether the code is correct or
Or
whether it
not.
has an error.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Any other question? Any other contributions? Um,
So there are a few questions on Teams. Well, it says the first one: can all this be done through an Android phone? And the second is, can you give us the steps through the host? So I don't understand that one.
no, no.
But
So
the first one is, can all this
Yeah.
be done through an
let me
Android phone?
provide some context to that. So when the person is, no, or
Yeah.
maybe a follow-up question, whoever is asking that question on, can all of this be done on an Android phone? Are you talking about the development on an Android phone or accessing the
What do
platform
you
when it is
platform?
available, accessing the
Yeah,
platform and being able to upload your programs and all of that? So those are two things. So maybe you can speak to
different.
both of them. So it falls on whichever side he is looking at.
All right. So for the first one, can you run it on right now on an Android phone? No. But would it be able to be deployed on an Android phone? Will it can it be made into a mobile app that works in iOS and Android? Yes. Like I said, by next week or in 2 weeks' time when we resume, I've been on to vacation, so I have been enjoying. By next week, I'm back to work, so I should be able to deploy it on the desktop. Once I deploy it on the desktop, then I'll be thinking of putting it on mobile platform. Okay.
Okay. All right. Somebody's asking, can you give us the steps through the host? Anyways, the slides, he's going to send the slides now. And
Oh
by
yes,
tomorrow, an
I'll send the
email,
slide to you.
yeah,
Yes.
an email will be going out to all registered participants with links to where you can get all of the resources from. And then I'll be making those announcements as we begin to round up. We're supposed to expect
No
the
problem.
last speaker, but I think she's still having a technical issue. And we are just 30 minutes away from closure. So we can take any other question if we still have any of those questions. So maybe let me ask as we continue
Yeah.
to round up, what necessitates this for you? Was it because of the workload, or because I know that necessity is the mother of invention, as they used to say. There are some things that,
To be honest with you,
yeah,
to be
go
honest
ahead.
with you, it was the workload. Actually, it was the workload. Like if you remember, I said last semester I had over 760 contact hours
Wow.
for a semester.
Okay.
And if you saw while I was logging in, now you saw my portal. I had like three master's courses and like four bachelor's courses. So it's the workload, you know. And those master's courses, when you think of how you are going to grade reports that are around 60 pages to 100 pages, man, every my brain just clicked. I'm like, look, it's either I get my master students to help me or I just sit down and use the tool I have to create a platform. And one very most important thing actually is my university
Reports
actually.
that are around 60
We
pages to 100 pages.
we are always encouraging each other and encouraged to use AI as an assist in our job, not just in creating lecture notes, not just in sending emails, but in also helping us grade and assess the work of students. So yes, what's the workload.
All right. Thank you so much. We've had a wonderful time with you, and I really appreciate you coming on board to um,
My
support us.
pleasure.
And we look forward to further collaboration. And again, when this eventually comes up, please do let us know. There are a lot of us that
Oh,
like
sure, sure,
to use free things, and
sure. That's
we
another thing.
like
People like free things a lot.
we
So,
like to we like to. Somebody is asking, can I
all
use
right, thank you.
Meta AI instead of ChatGPT? Yes, you can use Meta. You can use
Yes,
any
you can
large
use it.
language
Yes, you can use
model actually.
You can use any large language model. I chose ChatGPT because it's the simplest. It's the simplest and it's the most affordable anyone can use. The free version. I even use the free version.
All right,
Yes.
thank you so much. So we have 30
My pleasure.
minutes
Thank you.
left to go, and we still have Dr. Ejimofor, and I am hoping that she will be able to get her session done in that short period of time. Hello, doctor. Can you see us? Can you hear us?
I me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm available.
All right. So what
I'm
would happen?
available.
Yeah, we can see you,
I think you
and
have to share my screen by from your own end.
yes, I will do that. I'll be doing that from my own end. Just give me a moment. Let me pull that up. But I think we already did the interview. Um, yeah, I think you
I
might
think
still
you
need
have to share
to
my screen
you might
by
need to
from your own
mute your
end.
microphone, the other computer that you're using, please. You will need to. Um, you will need to mute that. You'll be able to hear us directly from here, and you won't need to.
I've done that.
Okay. So what I want to do now is I'm going to pick up. I'm going to try to share screen. Just let me, I will want people to let me know when they are able to see her screen or my screen, because I'll be the one sharing. One moment. All right, just give me a moment. I'm trying to pull up the screen. All right, you should be able to see your screen, and you should be good to go.
I can see it.
All right, so yeah, thank
And
you
good
so much.
evening, all.
Yeah, right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Oh, please. I wish you can give the prof a standing ovation and a clap. He did a great job. And even to all the other speakers, they did well. But this prof, he has, in fact, it's going to make my work very, very easy. Please, can we just give him thumbs up? He did very well. And my topic is responsible AI, and he has been responsible. He has been fair and accountable, and very, very beautiful work. Please, I give him a thumbs up, and like everybody too, I want a free one. Thank you very much. So I want to take and appreciate our host. He's doing a great job, and for the opportunity given to me. I am Dr. Ejimofo from Madonna University, and I'm here to talk on just responsible AI, fairness, transparency, accountability, privacy, and safety. Like I said before, there's no need, there's no time, and I've been here since morning listening to everybody, and I'm sure most of us that are still waiting, I want to appreciate you for still being here, because I know how many we started, and the ones remaining, appreciate you for being here till now. And I'll be quick and fast because he has done the practicals already. He has done all the practicals that we need. He has shown us how the job is done. And from the university angle, this is a project that when a student does, he will get a good grade. So everything is done. There's no need to show you anything. So let's go straight so that you'll be fast. Next slide, please. Okay, like I said, from my own angle, from my own perspective, since morning we've been talking about AI, and it presents a broad way of thinking. It thinks like a human being. Some people say that AI will soon take over. It will not take over. It will make our what we are going to do better. It will help us to recognize images, understand languages, make better decisions, and solve problems. So, but the angle everybody has been saying or talking, I want to do my from a different perspective. Machine learning. Machine learning, you use it to build your systems, train your system so that you can produce a workable and intelligent system. In universities or higher education, most of us, when you enter school, you are going to learn how to do this using build your own AI. It's no more using tools, because most of us have been using tools, using this tool. We are going to build, you will learn how to build your tools. And from what they have been saying, you really need to go to school. This person said it's easy. It's not easy like that. You've got to learn your models, program it, or write algorithms, use data, show us how you use, go where you got your data, and you must have learned at least a coding. Like he said, if you cannot code, there's no way that ChatGPT will send code to you, and you know what it has written. You should be able to debug it, correct the codes. I hope you are hearing me. Please, if you are hearing me, I want to know if you are hearing me. Are we hearing me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, my topic I keep saying is responsible AI. It begins with fairness, be able to be transparent. Like how he was able to tell us how he used the system, how he got his data, where he got it from, the biases, how to remove the biases in the system, how to make your system work. So in machine learning, we have our algorithms, we have our data, and we have our infrastructures. Rather our infrastructure, there's no S there. So our data, we already know what data is. But for you to be able to tell me you're building AI, you must have petabytes of info data, because most times you see everybody is now AI, how to use AI to safeguard this, how to use AI to do this, how, when they now gather small data, maybe just not up to 1 gigabyte, they now claim they're using AI. It's not true. Your data must be enormous for you to be able to train it. So in schools, when somebody will tell you the truth, you don't just gather little data, 10 megabytes, 1 gigabyte, and tell me that you're using AI. It's like in when we want to calculate 2 plus 2, we can do it on our own. 4 times 10, we can do it on our own. Maybe for a calculator, when you now want to use a calculator, it will now be maybe 0.008 times this. You can use a calculator. But not that maybe your calculator can do 2 times 2. You tell me using a calculator is the best option to add 2 plus 2. No. So your data must be enormous for you to be able to train it, for you to now tell me that you're using AI. Don't just wake up and tell me or tell this institution that you're going to use AI. So then for the different infrastructures that you be hearing people talk of: cloud, edge, you have hybrid, you have mobile, we have tiny ML. So these are the different infrastructure that we have when we are building our own system. It's on the next slide. So can you go there? Okay, you'll be hearing cloud, machine learning, edge. Like our tiny machine learning, usually we use examples that you should be able to predict or maintain, or for your wearable devices. And what you use, you'll be hearing microcontrollers. You've heard of raspberry. So that is what you will use to deploy, or rather to program or write your algorithms so that your systems can work. So for a university or higher education, when you come in, this is what you no longer be using the tools. You now be able to build your own system. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to responsible AI, it refers to the development and deployment of the machine learning systems that intentionally uphold ethical principles and promote socially beneficial outcomes. You cannot just build your systems and there are problems, or government will come and sue you, or somebody might report you. There's a case that just happened and we just ended the case yesterday. Somebody used a tool in the school that he was not supposed to use, and usually in our country we always say nothing dey happen, nothing happens, nothing will ever happen. And the person was warned, don't do this, don't do this, and another person reported, and finally the person was sacked yesterday. So I'm not talking of, usually maybe now you tell us Tesla did this, this person did that, this. I'm talking of here in this country. This happened yesterday and the person lost his or her job. I don't want to say. So where we work, we should be responsible. We should be able to be accountable. We should be able to tell, how did we get this data? Where did we get it from? Is there any privacy issues? Did we use data we shouldn't use? So is our AI safe? So, and like I keep saying, this guy, he just did a great work. Everything he was able to prove to us that he used, and he's built his system safely, responsibly. He was accountable. He was, he you see, the student could ask questions, the student could ask for even remark, I'm not happy that I got this, and the person will be told why you did this or why you got that. So that is just a very typical example, because when I in the morning somebody said Nigerian issue, so this is an example of a Nigerian system built here. No more the one we built abroad with this one, that one, traffic. Like Chirako, I think 2015, they had to recall 1.4 million of their cars because they had problem. This is now Niger, our own system, our own country. So these things are possible. So in AI, you must be able to be responsible, be accountable. Can we hold you this in the next 2 months or 3 months? Can you tell us how you got this data? Can you tell us where you got it from? Can you tell us why? Is there anybody should be able to ask questions and you will be able to answer? Not some lecturers I don't why should do it, like the example he gave the prof is my own prerogative. It shouldn't be. You should be able to explain to every individual why, where, and how this data was gotten. And like in responsible AI, you talk of the fairness, you talk of transparency, accountability, privacy, and safety. Remember, sometimes when you build hospital, we build AI for hospital. If there's bias, it can make the doctor to give a wrong diagnosis or a wrong drug, and the person will die instantly. So when you talk of safety, you cannot overemphasize it or say there's nothing you have to be secured in building your AI. Next slide, please. I wish I can be controlling this. So like I said, my work has really been done and we really said for a long time. So let's just go straight. What is fairness? It refers to the expectation that AI systems do not discriminate against individuals or groups on the basis of what? Race, gender, socioeconomy. We have instances where an AI was built for a job application and some biases were put in, and maybe females might be given the job more than the males. It is wrong. In your training, when you are training your system, that shouldn't come in. Or based on culture, these people should be there, or even based on tribe, Igbo should get this, Hausa should get this more. It is very, very wrong. When you are building your AI, you must be what? Fair. You must be seen to be fair. You must be seen to give a reason or not to have any problem towards anybody. You should be able to do that. So how do you do that? You should be able to use different diverse and representative data. You should test your AI systems for discriminating outcomes. Before you launch, make sure there's none. Your AI system should not be just like everybody. Maybe you go to this chat, you can build it in 2 days, 3 days. It shouldn't be. It should be able to be properly tested. You identify and reduce the biases in your data sets and your algorithms. You monitor your systems continuously. So I keep saying your system, if you want it to be out, it shouldn't be done in 2 days. Like the previous speaker, the prof, is still a work in progress. Is it just start it now? I know it's not really time constraint, but before you launch, make sure your system is fair. Provide mechanisms for people to challenge unfair decisions. Don't be a god that is written this. You can see he's even willing to give it to us, willing to share with us. Don't be a god when you create your own AI. Nobody should ask you questions. Nobody should talk to you. You should just use it or nothing more. So please, next slide. Transparency. In our everyday life, what is transparency? Somebody try to explain it to me, that transparency and accountability. Transparency involves even before you do something, you tell the person, you let people know. I know that it doesn't mean that you cannot maybe all your algorithm, everybody will know about it, but you should be willing to be transparent. It's not black box where you close, everything is limited to nobody should know, whatever. You should be able to tell us every line of your algorithm. It should be to be publicly disclosed. You provide appropriate information on your systems, what e can do, limitations, where you got your data. You should be transparent. Everybody should know what you're doing. Or you are not going to tell, but let's assume in the next 5 years somebody asks you a question on what you did, you should be able to tell us. Next slide, please. Accountability. It refers to the ability to identify, attribute and address the consequences of automated decisions. You've made this decision. If there is something that crops up, it's not passing blame. It's not me that did it. And how do you prevent that? Everybody should have their roles. You are responsible for this. You are the one who will do that, because invariably it's not just one person that is making the decision. There are different roles when you really create, like even this chat GTP that everybody talks about. You know that it's not one person that did it. People contributed and people are still contributing to it. So in the future you should be we should be able for you to tell us, this person should be held accountable for that person should be held accountable for this. So that's people should be held accountable for each responsibility or each roles that they have been placed upon. Next slide, please. Privacy. It is the protection of sensitive information from unauthorized disclosure, inference and misuse. Look at, I gave example differential privacy. Some people believe that maybe if you remove your name, if you remove your town in data, is now right. No. When we want to get data or information, then let me give you example. Maybe you want to know how much you're paid. Maybe they will tell you, give us some, or maybe add some random numbers to it. Help you when you are now submitting maybe your salary, which is a very sensitive. Privacy is still there, but we still get the information we want to get. So, and we also know medically, of course, there are some hospitals that you might not even see the next person in the next room. So everybody wants to get their information. When you get your data, all your information should be gathered properly. You shouldn't disclose what you shouldn't disclose. And like the case I gave you that somebody was sacked, it was mainly a privacy issue. Person was not supposed to disclose the data that he or she did, and it led to a serious problem that we didn't even know we escalate to that extent. So we should be able to safeguard our data anytime, any day. Next slide, please. Safety. Of course, privacy and safety usually goes together. It's the assurance that models behave predictable under normal conditions and fail in controlled or non-catastrophic ways. I hope you know that one of the major differences between AI and traditional systems is this: AI systems degrade. When they are failing, they degrade. They don't just fail immediately. But traditional systems, maybe today they come, is no more working. But AI systems, they degrade. So even while it's degrading or failing, there should be safety involved in it. It shouldn't be bam, everything is gone. Next slide, please. So I just put in a table between the cloud and edge and whatever system. You can read that later. Like I keep saying, my work has really been done as the last speaker. There's no need going through some of these things. So next slide, please. So what are the challenges for each of them? I know fairness can be very difficult to define. You cannot say this is really fair. In some places, no matter what, you will not please everybody. There's no way you will please people. Somebody will say this is not fair. But there's a standard. We have a standard. And especially we have bodies There's a body for artificial intelligence in Nigeria, there's a body for data, there's a body for this. They have set all the standards so that when you are working, look at this, go and read up so that you will not make any mistake, especially when you are up there, high profile. Somebody can go and report you because you did not do the right thing. So all that, you have to be transparent, you have to do your balance and everything. So thank you. This is the end of my work. Thank you very much. If you have questions, ask.
Um, thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
EDK.
We're running late.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
I can't
Thank you
see
very
any
much for.
questions. Mm.
Yeah, I
Um, I can't see any questions too, but I only see great
Mm.
comments. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thumbs up and a lot of other great comments. Let me check Microsoft Teams.
I've removed so many mathematical, so many examples. They have all been
uh,
done. There's only repeating and flogging issues. That's why I
yeah,
listen, so that I will not come and repeat and bore people. The work has really been done, and I must say everybody did a great job.
thank you so much for that.
Yes.
And you can see myself, I have plenty, plenty things, so there's no need for that. Let's not keep flogging things.
All right, so thank you so much, Doctor. It's a great privilege to have you. We look forward to having you in the nearest future again. Thank you for all the time that you and the investment you have put into get this to be a successful session. And we we hope that in the not so
Thank
long
you. I
future we'll
appreciate
be able
what
to
you've
have you
done.
back. All right, thank you so much, and do have a
Thank
wonderful
you very
rest
much.
of your evening. Thank you.
And you too, and everybody, and all the people that are still available. Thank you.
All right,
God
thank you
bless.
so much. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much.
All right, so I'm trying to bring in another screen, but I think, sorry, it's beginning to freeze. Okay, can you see me? Uh,
Yes, I can see you.
all right, thank you everyone for this wonderful event. We're about to round up, and I just wanted to bring up a few things as we round up the session. Um, my system is okay. I'm trying to just pull up a few things, um, just a few more announcements, and then we should be done. Okay. All right, let me just bring this up, and then I'll be ready to go. Come on, come on. All right. Can you see my screen? Just let me know if when you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh, sorry. You can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. A few things that I just want to talk about as we round up. I'll be talking about three things. One is certificate. One is the resources. Two is the certificate. And then we just round up from there as we proceed. So at the end of as at this moment, every registered participant, you are able to immediately after this conference, when we leave, you can generate your own certificate. There are two kinds of certificate. One is the certificate of participation. And then second is a professional development certificate. And I'm going to quickly walk us through how we could get all of those certificates. Then finally also is that by tomorrow, an email will be going out to all registered participants to the email we registered with, where you will get access to a link that takes you to where you can download all of the resources that will be that we use all through the conference, both the K to 12 conference and the higher education conference. You'll be able to download them for your use. There are also pictures in that folder. You can download them and use them. I would say just download your own pictures and use them wisely. Everything would later on, the videos are live on YouTube and on Facebook, so you can go back and watch them. But what we would also be doing in the coming days is to split this video into different sessions. So you have on-demand video per session, and you don't have to scroll through or watch through 7 hours. You can go to specific users or specific presenters and rewatch their sessions. And all of that will be done. If you are not part of the TETC community, please join the TETC community. The link, the email that will be sent to you by tomorrow will still have those links to join the community in. It's a growing and a big community where we continue to learn together and to grow together as educators. Now, to generate your certificate, all you need to do is go to tetc.com.ng. I'm hoping you can see my screen, tct.com.ng, and then you go to register. Under register, you scroll down to generate certificate. In the coming days, maybe the name will change. Since the conference is ended, we would restructure the website. But always find it under register, and then you click and go to generate certificate. When you click on this, you will be met with this page where a lot of us have already generated our passes, so we're done with that. Now there is the certificate of participation, volunteer certificate if you are a volunteer, and then professional development certificate. So the one we want to start with first is the certificate of participation. You click on that, and you could provide your first name, your last name, or your conference code if you do know them, if you know your conference code. If you don't, just provide your last name. But more importantly, you can also search with your email. If you provide your last name, for example, it will still ask you to authenticate with your email, because your email is the ID that is very, very necessary. So you have to provide your email as a second level authentication. But if you start with your email first, you will not be asked to verify. The email that you used in registering is what you would use. And then you click on verify, and then you can generate your certificate. When you want to generate your certificate, it will give you two options. Now, this is a certificate that has been generated. I have generated my certificate once. So anybody that knows my email and goes there, it will not allow them generate again. It will only allow them to preview. So let me just quickly see if I can get an email. It's an email for a certificate that is yet to be generated, or maybe I'll delete this entry and then do it all over again so that you can see. I'm just going to delete this now and then do it all over again. All right, so let me refresh. I've deleted my name. I'm just going to refresh again. So this time I will use my email. So if you do that with your email, you won't be asked to verify again. So now it sees that I haven't generated my certificate. I need to say yes here. Sorry. I'll refresh again. Sorry. All right. It's searching. Oh, sorry. I need to go to certificate of participation. So My certificate of participation is ready, and then I will click on generate. So immediately it gives me the options to use the name I use in registering for the conference. This is, or if I want my name to appear on the certificate in a different way, I will select provide another name. So here I want to add my middle name. Okay, so now I could use the name I used to register, or I could edit my name and provide the actual name I want to use on the certificate. When I do this, it will tell me you are able to set your certificate name to this. This cannot be changed once saved. So I will say yes, because this is what I want. And immediately it will save that and then generate my certificate. And this is my certificate. So with that, you could either download it as a PDF or you download it as a JPEG. That's that. Now the next one is volunteer certificate. If you volunteered in different departments, you'll be able to generate a volunteer certificate, and that will require your phone number. But if you did not volunteer, you will not be able to find your phone number here. So you just do this and then you click on verify. It will pull up your data if you are on the database. If you are not, it will tell you we can't find your name on the volunteer list. And that's because your name is not on the volunteer list. Let me just add my name. Say this. Let me add my number 024. Okay. 60. Okay, so that it found my certificate. And again, because I have done this before, the status is that it has been issued. Then I can view my certificate. It will list out all of the departments where I served. You can download both in PDF or in JPEG. Having said that, the last one is the certificate of professional development. Now, this certificate allows you to generate professional development certificate based on every of the sessions, and you would have to request for this. And because we would be using this to also provide some token of appreciation to the speakers, this professional development certificate will list out the competencies of the competence the session. It will list out the session that you attend, the particular session you requested for. It will list the name of the user, the topic, and then the area of competence that you develop by learning, by going through that session, the professional competencies that you developed, the number of hours, and the credit that can come with it. And so the first thing to do when you click on that is you have to register, you have to request. So there are two sections. There is the K to 12, that's for the primary and secondary, and then there is the higher education. So I would focus on the higher education because that's what we did today. And you will see that there are 7 sessions. All of the sessions, you need to select which one you want to generate a certificate for. You could select for all or select for just a few. So I'll select for just maybe, I'll assume I attended 3 sessions and I'll generate that. This comes at a token of 1,000 Naira. And I will show us how this whole process goes so that we can understand. It is not compulsory, it is not mandatory, but you will see how the certificate is. It can also be verified, so you can share it with your employer, share it with people who, whether you're looking for employment, and they will know that you attended a professional development session, not just a conference. All right, so we'll generate this, and then here is where you now put in your details. You have your email address. If you know your TETC code, you can put it. If you don't, it doesn't matter. When we are processing it in the back end, it will automatically add your TETC code. So you submit, and once you submit, you get a notification on the screen that shows you the accounts that you are supposed to make payments to. And once payments is made, there is an email address and or phone number that you send that proof of payment to. And immediately you do that, it will be verified and authenticated. Then you will get an email immediately that you should go and process. You should go and process your. You should go and download your certificate immediately. All right. So I would also show us that email that you will get immediately. The data is processed from back end. You will need to send in your proof of payment. Okay, so let me just open up my email, and then you see the email that I would receive as a result of the fact that that has been confirmed from the back end. And from there, you will see a link. You can see your PD certificate payment has been confirmed. If you click on it, then you can click on the link here, and then it takes you back to this page, or you can always come back to the page. Now you started from step 1. Now the next step is step 2. You verify by that same email that you provided. You search, and then it would pull up your data. Again, you will need to verify your email. So there's the K to 12, or there's the higher education. So it's the higher education section, and you'll see the 3 that I hypothetically paid for. You can generate them one by one, or if you want to request for more, you can click on this and still just request for additional ones that you would like to. It will tell you the one you already paid for, and if you want to add additional one, it's still the same process. It will be verified, and then you are able to get back to that. So let's go back and just download our certificate. I don't want to verify, I just want to download. Let me see, clear. Okay, let's go back home. Sorry. Okay, I'll go to K to 12. Then I can generate either individually or collectively. So you can generate one by one, or you can generate all at the same time. It will still combine them as one PDF, but there are 3 distinct individual professional certificates, professional development certificates. So let's say I want to generate this one. Let's see what's inside. You will see this. You will see the topic, the conference name. You will see your name, and then this certificate is awarded in recognition of participants' success, full completion of a structured professional development session that contributes to continuous professional learning and demonstrate a commitment to advancing innovative, evidence-informed, and impactful education practice. Competence area is unique and based on every of the sessions that you attended. There are almost always 8 competencies. Then you will see the topic, you will see the presenter, 60 minutes, your code, conference code, and then the certificate ID. And this can also be verified. And I will show us how you will be able to verify the certificate. Anyone that scans this QR code will be able to verify the certificate, or otherwise you can go online and then it's easy for you to verify. So I'm going to download this as a JPEG, or maybe let me download it as a PDF, so that it's easier for you to share with people. And this is the PDF version. This is your ID. With this ID, anyone can verify, or anyone can scan this and verify. Let me just open the verification page. Let me see if I can get that page up. It's embedded in the QR code. That's why, but since I'm opening from my laptop, let me get the verification code page to get the URL. Verify. Okay. I don't have my phone with me. I was thinking I could get the verify. Coming. Sorry. Let me just get the exact URL and not mess it up. Verify. Sorry, just give me a moment. Should be done in a few minutes. Okay, PD verify. All right. Okay, so this is the verification page. It will come with the email also. We'll add it to the email that you get when you make your request. But anyone can scan the QR code on your certificate or can just copy the code on the certificate. Let me open the certificate again. I'm trying to get it. Where is the certificate? Okay. All right, I'll just type the name. So it's TETC 3-PD-S19-KIM2UV. All right. Once two ways you can verify is manual verification or QR code verification. Whichever one you use, it brings you to this page where the certificate is verified, and every detail there is authenticated on TETC platform, and it can be verified that you attended this professional development, and your certificate is tied to you with unique ID and unique session name, and with the name of the speaker and your own name. So that is what I wanted to share with us today as we round up. Thank you so much for joining. It's been a wonderful time for the whole of today. Thank you again for all our speakers and everyone that participated. We will be rounding up here, and I want to encourage us to be part of the community. Keep learning, keep the learning going, keep developing yourself. You might say sometimes that your efforts are not known, but you do not know where the capacity you build will be required. And that's the way we grow as educators. Our job is to nurture the future generation, and we are playing a great part and a great role in all that we do. So with that, I want to officially bring us to the close of TETC 3.0 and hope to see you next year. We'll be expanding more next year. We're still going to play around with whether we should meet hybrid or we should have it online fully. But nonetheless, we'll start earlier this in preparation starting from next year, so that we'll always be ready. And I think we'll be looking at being able to have breakout rooms in the next coming session. Okay, somebody's asking a question. Will the account details be shared on the platform, or we are to send the narration to the platform? No. When you register, the moment you register and select the list of certificate, the next screen that comes to your screen to confirm that your registration is done, you will see the account details there. So don't post it in the group. Can we get certificate of participation and also get other certificate? Yes. Certificate of participation is available for everyone. In the next 5 minutes, once I close this session, in the next 10 minutes, let me put it that way, I would activate it, and you can go and download your certificate of participation. And you can also immediately request for the professional development certificate. Now, notice I'm using two separate words: download immediately your certificate of participation, request for your professional development certificate, because that's a request per session, and there is a token that you will provide for that. Please steps to get our certificate on the platform. I just did that, but it's pretty easy. Go to TETC.com. So to answer the first question, when you first request, you will get this page, and the account details are there, and the number that you will send the proof to, or the email, is also there. For those of us asking for how do we generate our certificate of participation, you will also get the link in your email, but just go to tetc.com.ng, click on register, and then scroll down. You will see generate certificate. You will see the different certificates that are available. Certificate of participation, you provide your email, and you'll be able to generate that. Like I said, in the next 10 minutes after we end the session, your certificate of participation will be ready. And your professional development certificate is also ready. You just need to request for it. Let me see if we have another question. I think somebody is still raising up their hands. Any question? Okay. I think that should be all of the question. If you have question, you can just type it in. I see Rose has a question, but just type it in the chat, and we can take that question. All right. If there are no questions, thank you so much. Do have a pleasant evening, and see you more in the community, and more so, see you next year. Thank you, everyone. God bless you.